And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another long stream of me just doing RPG Maker MB sometimes. Yeah, I'm still working on RPG Maker MV. I guess you can say I'm stuck right now. I'm stuck on what to do next. I've created like 5 quests and I don't want to repeat the same quests. So I'm here and I'm stuck. Maybe I should ask ChatGPT for ideas regarding a simple quest. Not the quest system, just a simple quest. I could probably, I could do it myself or create this, the flow myself in RPG Maker MV. I'm just not getting any ideas for a quest. For example, the loan collection quest and the get the town guard report quest, they're basically the same quest. They're basically the same type of quests. Anyway, let's go check out what's happening in the internet. Look at that, it's all white. I don't know why. I don't know why the screen or the browser turns white. It would turn white for some reason. Team Wall's daughter wants new media silence. Ooh. Yeah, that is the kind of thing a fascist would do. The woke left loves to accuse those who values freedom of speech. They love to call them fascists. They don't understand what a fascist is. Someone who wants people silenced. That is what a fascist is. Because they don't want to hear from them. They don't want to listen to what they have to say. And that is exactly what a fascist is. Someone who is practicing freedom of speech and an advocate of freedom of speech or freedom of the press is not fascist. It's far from fascism. Anyway, let's go check out what's happening here. Okay, so I'm browsing through my YouTube homepage. I'm not seeing anything interesting. Why is that? Okay, so I'm going to check this one out. This Zelda trailer is actually kinda incredible. Let's go and take a look at this.
We've talked openly. We will.
I have never played any Zelda game, but
If you're not using AI, you're probably going
I'm interested in watching this.
that you have to use, and we're going to get into why AI is going to be taking over here in the next 2 to 3 years. Like, I saw a video of a guy talking about it. Like, if you have a job behind a computer screen in the next 2 to 3 years, your job will be obsolete. Like, that's just the reality of it, just with AI. But yes, but we saw this post. This has 6.5 million views over on X. Says
6.5
to give us a
million views. Let's see what this is about.
$300 budget.
I have never seen this.
Blockbuster.
This is my first time seeing this,
Is obviously just
and I hope this is
for this
awesome.
thing here. But I have not watched this. Has anybody watched the Legend of Zelda AI trailer?
I was waiting for today. Let's do it.
Okay, let's all watch this together.
The Legend of Zelda.
That he was.
I'm assuming this is Zelda, and this guy is Link. You can see it's made of AI. Look at that. Because
I don't have his coach.
it doesn't look real. You know, you can, in this one, you can see that it was made by AI.
Oh wow, wow! You're just going straight in on the story now?
Well, this is the Breath of the Wild enemy, and I just instantly get turned off by Tears of the Kingdom Breath of the Wild. So
Okay, all right. Well, let's
I'll keep
continue
watching.
here.
I'll be nice.
If you can make it through your distinct hate for Breath of the Wild, we will. But let's go ahead.
You've ruined the entire series. Let's continue.
As a matter of fact, let's just go and rewatch this entire scene for Kay.
Oh.
You can see the people are like floating over the background. Yeah. You can see it was made by AI. Look at that. I think the Beggar's Canyon one was better. In terms of visual. In terms of the look and the visual of the video. Again, the characters, the people, they look like they're like on the background. You know, they don't look that they, you know, what do you call this? They don't look natural. Look at that. See? There are like instances where it looks weird in a way. But it's, as you can see, AI is getting better. AI is getting better. And eventually it'll be like almost like
There's
real.
things that are irking me in that. I think it's impressive that AI can put that together, but I don't care about violence in video games or anything, but for Zelda, that was like a bit of excessive for what Zelda normally is. And also, isn't Link left-handed? And he was using his right hand.
I appreciate the details that you noticed there.
I clearly have autism.
Yeah, and that's great. Phoenix, you're you know the guy who you're big on. Well, I guess you're not super big on AI, but you tolerate it, and I appreciate that. What were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, there's
Again, I'm not saying it's bad,
that's
but it's good, but
and
it still feels like it was made by AI. Again, you can see it. You can see it whenever the focus is on the human characters or in any of the characters. You see that they are like popping out of the background. They're above on the background, like they're layered on top of the background.
they would argue
They don't blend well. Look at these people here. Look at these people. You see, they're in front of the screen, and you can see the background. They blend perfectly with the background because they're real people in real life setting. But with the Zelda trailer, you look at the people, you look at the characters, and they don't blend well with the background.
Go ahead. Get your thoughts, Mally, on that first.
Well, I'm not versed enough.
And also the skin,
To, like, be able
again, the
to
skin,
see
it still looks like
the,
plastic.
breakdowning of it. But,
And then the Beggar's Canyon one
As somebody who's not
visually looks better than the
somewhat
this one.
And also somewhat like something's off here, and like that's the AI feel, I guess, is because we're definitely tuned to be like looking out for it now. But in general, kind of like you were saying, like
Look at that. Even she even noticed it.
because I feel like
She noticed it was made with AI. Again, go and watch the Beggar's Canyon one, the Star Wars Beggar's Canyon one with Luke Skywalker. Yeah, there are parts that are, obviously AI, but the characters, the human characters and the other characters, they blended well with the, they blended better with the background. Again, just look at this group of people here, and you can see how the people blends well with the background.
Great way to get an idea of what we could make out, if that makes sense.
I just go back to, you remember the Will Smith eating spaghetti thing from a couple of years ago, and how much that's improved over the course of the last several years. I mean,
Of course, eventually, AI will learn because they are still feeding AI with a lot of content made by people.
and you can kind of see the differences between the two, and that's 3 years.
Yeah.
So in 3 years from now, I'm going to be very intrigued to see what that Zelda trailer looks like.
Right.
I mean, it's going to be get exponentially better, just like you see here. I mean,
Yeah.
I also
No, the one on the right would trick your grandparents. Like that's how much better it's gotten.
right, and the one on the left would trick your waterhead cousin over there, which is good.
Right, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
What's one of your favorite kind of is like Back to the Future a favorite?
Yeah, let's just say Back to the Future. Or I like Ocean's 11. You're talking about favorite
Okay.
films, yeah.
So let's say, what would you rather see? No right or wrong answer here.
Mm-hmm.
If you could make the Ocean's 11 or Back to the Future sequel that you want to see, that you wanted to see,
Well,
would you?
okay. Let's just say for those, I don't want any sequels, but let's just say for the Wizard, right? We did a modern day version of the Wizard, right? Something like that. Okay, I sorry, continue.
Well, it's of an established property. They're going to make a movie of X that you're interested in.
Mm-hmm.
Would you prefer to see the story and actors that you want in it versus what a studio put together? What would you choose out of that? And it will look perfect, because I'm going to get to a point on that. I'm just curious what you would choose.
Yeah. So if hypothetically, if we saw a sequel to The Wizard, the 1989 classic The Wizard, featuring Fred Savage and those actors, and let's just say hypothetically, you could keep Fred Savage as 13-year-old Fred Savage, or however old he was then, and do another movie. And to be clear, I think Fred Savage signs off on this. Like, he's okay with his likeness and stuff, and they use his voice. Like, everything's there, and that's up in order. I think that's a big part of it, right?
Well, it doesn't have to be, because you could be in it.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I just want to know, like, do you, like, if you could just see your version of something, or what everyone else is, that this is a final thing, you can't change it, obviously, because it was made by a studio. Which of those would you prefer? You get to pick the game that, the character plays at the end. You're getting to pick the actors that you want to see in it. Which do you prefer to see?
Well, I mean, I'd want to pick what I want as opposed to what some
so now if everyone is doing that, there's no more sitting in that Marvel slop you all love, the end game when everyone cheers at that retarded dialogue. So when everyone cheers at that, there's a combined group of people that have a cultural experience. It's something that they can't wait to go and see and experience together. When you island off everyone's culture, there is no unifier. And then you go, well, then who is making the culture? The answer is a machine.
Yeah.
So no one shares anything anymore. Nothing. And what does that mean? That means your music is no longer shared. Your clothing is no longer shared. Your hairstyle.
That will only last for a while because eventually people, human beings will look for human interaction or other human beings. That's just how human beings are.
There's nothing. There's no team. There's no thing that we agree like. There's our American.
For example, I am an extremely introverted person. Even when I'm live streaming, I find it hard to interact with people commenting on my live streams or videos. It's because I'm extremely introverted. But, I've said it before.
How does a team operate?
If
Everyone is an island.
Sony release a Spider-Man 4 movie with Tobey Maguire continuing his story, I'm gonna get my family and we are going out to watch it because it is a better experience to watch such a movie with other people you don't know but share the same passion. And AI can never ever replicate that. That is what I'm saying, and this is coming from someone who is extremely introverted.
If you were to let's just say Disney had a stable of actors, and this is really Black Mirror shit, but let's just say Disney had a stable of actors, and you could choose your favorite actor for that role. Instead of saying, hey, Tom Holland's going to be Spider-Man, you could say that that Mally Mouse is going to be Spider-Man because she signed with Disney.
Stranger Things is you and your friends. Like, who's fuck who even need? Because the actor is gone now. It's you and your friends or Stranger Things. Give me 5 seasons of me and my group doing this.
Yeah, man, that's crazy to think about.
It's narcissism, the society, and I can tell you, if you look at history, not a single society has ever worked when the culture is islanded, and you can see this time and time and time again. So it's just something to consider, something to think about in the back of your head.
I need to get in on that and start signing folks their likenesses so we can then sell it all to these.
Okay, let's take a look at this from Luke Stevens clips. Okay, it's about Code Violet.
It's not good though. Apparently Code Violet. Were any of you guys waiting for this? I mean, this was. I know it's supposed to be like a spiritual successor to Dino Crisis, I think is how it was framed. But apparently she not good. Apparently she pretty bad. Were any of you guys looking forward to this? No, man, no. Apparently, it's just like a disaster. A few parts look good at a distance, but textures can get muddied up close. The camera.
Don't put weapons in their hands. They are too important.
Okay, so I got disconnected. Oh, okay, so I got disconnected. OBS got disconnected. So except maybe for the drama that it's not releasing on PC because they don't like modders turning their characters into or sexualizing their characters, and then they posted like
something, it's just like
something
but
in X showing the characters wearing lingerie or sexy outfit. So they don't want modders sexualizing their characters, but it's fine if they are the ones sexualizing their characters.
and then a number of others, like I think VGC reviewed it as well, and they also were like, nope, looks horrendous. The Rad Brad is playing it. Looks okay, yeah. I mean, it's one of those games that's like really bad, but it also is like so bad that nobody cares. It's not like funny bad. Funny bad is one thing. Bad is just, why is she wearing a diaper? I think it's just an unfortunate pair of underwear. Oh, does it do the cropped ordering?
Okay, so they don't want mothers sexualizing their characters, and here we have the character running around in her underwear. My goodness. Yo, PC modders, you're not allowed to sexualize our characters.
Anything that's going on.
Only us, the developers, are allowed to do that.
Dude, it looks like the movement, like how sometimes you're playing a game and the right stick sensitivity is too low. So as you're like running around stairs, you can't move the view fast enough to be looking down the stairs while you run the corners. That's what this looks like. Because you see, he's just kind of bumping into the railings because the camera isn't moving fast enough to the right to be able to go down the stairs. They couldn't get the stairs right. That's funny. That's a woof. That's a woof. It's too bad. Too bad. Not a great start to the year. But you know what? There it is.
Okay, so this one is not new. This was like 4 days ago, but I'm going to check out this Ashes of Creation thing. Ashes of Creation. Let's see. Why is my screen not centered? Wow. Are you not centered? Okay, I'm just going to center my screen here. Hold on.
We're under pressure, we're sinking deep, like stormy weather, can't seem to breathe. When you're with me, if you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me.
Okay, so I think that's better. I think. I'm not sure.
In early 2021, I watched a survival game launch into early access and become a hit virtually over.
Okay, so the title is The Ashes of Creation Situation is Concerning, and this is from the channel called Theory Wise OS.
Let these developers cook. Why invest now when I can wait a little bit longer and experience the full fruits of their labor? Why burn
Again,
finished product when I can be patient and experience the
I won't be able to play this game because this game won't run on my PC because it's made in Unreal Engine 5.
Well, I don't even know.
And it's not like many Unreal Engine 5 games. They're not optimized for low end to or they're not optimized to for potato to low end PCs, unfortunately.
I'm thrilled that's
But is an MMORPG, and I'm very interested in MMORPGs. I love MMORPGs.
so early. I'm robbing myself of a more holistic, exciting experience later. Now take this experience with what is a great game and apply it to a genre that has stagnated for the past decade and is simultaneously the most difficult to create and the most expensive to develop. And you are left with the sad reality of MMOs in today's market. Early access is tough. It's also mandatory in some cases. Your project might have suffered setbacks and now you don't have the funding to continue production. Maybe an investor pulled out and you can't pay your employees after the quarter wraps. In other cases, you have a promising game on your hands and need to prove to an investor that you're worth investing in by showing traction and hype established by an early access release. Whatever the reason, it's an indelible reality of living in today's gaming world. Everyone's a game designer and everyone has a project to get off the ground, and by giving yourself the opportunity to release early, playtest while generating revenue, and establishing an existing player base to sell for future investments, you develop a tenable future for your passion. That's in a perfect world though. Early access games are fraught with cut and runs, asset flips that market well and ditch better, projects that promise the world and deliver just short of function. And what market is better to market toward than desperate, hungry, passionate MMO fans who at once tribalize around their favorite game while simultaneously frothing at the mouth at a captivating vertical slice? MMOs were always an unsafe investment, expensive to produce and extraordinarily difficult to design. You're expected.
Well, that is true today, but back in the day when MMORPGs were new,
That's why so many
everyone was like playing Ragnarok Online. Everyone was playing Lineage 2. Everyone was playing World of Warcraft.
MMO has become digestible in 6-month patch cycles. All of
But now there are like so many MMORPGs,
in this genre
and none of them are really that good.
of the rose-tinted past, when worlds felt vast and the information proliferating the internet wasn't as ubiquitous and easy to access. Yes, MMOs like old-school RuneScape do capture the hearts of millions thanks to their long-form grinds and impactful progression. They are also not representative of this golden standard for evolution. They are firmly rooted in the past, aesthetically and mechanically. As much as I love OSRS, and I do, it's my favorite MMO, there is a not insubstantial number of people who dismiss it at a first glance. What could solve this issue is focusing on better programming, which is now possible with a sponsor of this video, Boot.dev.
Oh my goodness. There you go, we have an ad.
Program. Python, SQL, TypeScript, you name it, they have it. If you're looking for a
The thing with programming is this. You may know the syntax, you may know the functions, but if you don't know how to use them,
level up,
it doesn't matter.
even engage in community events, much like you would in your favorite MMORPG. Except
For example,
you're grinding real
I'm working on this RPG Maker MV game that I'm trying to
starting salaries for
make.
developers in the US.
And
Over 6 figures.
my main issue is not with the engine itself. Is
To a 30-day no
my main issue is myself, because I'm having like problems following logic.
to get a great discount.
You know how the flow of a certain event.
And do developers wacky idea for an MMO, find it on Kickstarter.
Okay, I got disconnected again.
Sounds even more familiar. It is with a heavy heart that we announce the closure of our studio and an immediate ceasing of all production on some kind of promised future MMO that hadn't yet even seen playtesting, let alone a release. That's the trend, huge promises and even bigger productions asking for minuscule budgets and time that doesn't exist. From scams to decades-long development cycles that lead to unpopular releases of clearly unfinished products. It was a disaster, and eventually the hungry player base eager for something new caught on. All of these promises don't mean anything when the return on investment is as unlikely as winning the lottery, and only in shrinking scope do these games ever truly release. Or they justify never releasing by expanding their scope to laughable proportions. That's the benefit of promising an entire universe in your upcoming MMO. The universe perpetually grows. It never ends, much like your dev cycle. All of this continues to hold true. Fund whatever game you want, but the second it has the MMO label attached to it, you better realize that it'll either never come out, or when it does, it will be unrecognizable from the game originally pitched. That's where we enter a potential outlier. Ashes of Creation. A beacon of hope for the MMO fans that have existed on the fringes of a fractured demographic. You have the most popular MMOs all collecting their respective player bases, occasionally cross-pollinating, and then you have those who have yet to gravitate in any which way. That's what I call the ashes of the genre, remnants of what once was an ever-burning flame of passion and excitement. Ashes of Creation, developed by Steven Sharif under the studio Intrepid, started like any crowdfunded MMO. Far too long ago with far too many promises. It asked for the pittance of $750,000 on Kickstarter, which for those who don't know is about 1/100th of what an MMO of this scale would need for a full dev cycle. The ever-present reasoning given was that Ashes was already funded. Sharif is loaded thanks to his past business ventures, allowing him to essentially secure early costs and invest in the future. Of all the dogshit Kickstarter projects that would never see the light of day, this one felt just a bit more possible thanks to this promise of existing funding. They didn't need to go muck diving for angel investors after taking your money. But what came after was, sadly, about as tumultuous a production as one would expect. Intrepid is a new studio tasked with creating innovation in a genre that hasn't seen it for years and years. It amounted to persistently under-delivering over and over and over again, then culminating in launching a titled combat test in the form of a battle royale. This eventually shuttered, and maybe the actual development process began. I can only assume that what came before was concept testing and previs. Regardless, this all happened half a decade ago. Today, Ashes has been readily developed, with consistent live streams showcasing its progress, monetization in the form of ludicrously expensive supporter packs, pre-alphas that gave those invested supporters access, and eventually early access for all. While the game is being developed, and I don't think it's a scam by any means, I won't lie and say I wasn't blindsided by its early access release. The last thing Ashes of Creation, a project that looked like it had just begun, needed was the opportunity to showcase just how incomplete it is. That's what I felt anyway, and unfortunately, after investing some time into it, yeah, it's not in a great spot, and it furthers my creeping suspicion that the development of this game is suffering more than I had otherwise thought. Similarly, I think that early access MMOs are a death knell to the genre. They are the opposite of what should be done, and that's partly what makes them so difficult to develop. So let's talk about that. What do you think an early access game needs to succeed in its early access? The answer is, of course, multifaceted. It can be one of many things, but by and large, the answer I always end up falling back to is a hook. Something immediately gripping. It can be an art style, a gameplay mechanic, a system that you can't help but be excited for. Something there that within the first 5 minutes, you just get. I know that sounds vague, so let's go back to Valheim for a second. I would argue that its unique aesthetic is such an important selling point. I'm sure it's a turnoff for some, but this kind of low poly, almost PS1 era vibe is very much part of its core demographics' most nostalgic gaming memories. Now attach that to an exceptional survival game and you have a recipe for success, a great marketing tool leading into a great investment opportunity. It feels like nostalgia and modern day design had a beautiful baby, and that's partly why old school RuneScape
Maybe I should start playing Valheim again. I do have this game.
access game has followed this trend, whether it be something like Hades, which used its place as an early access game for marketing, or one of my favorite in early access or not. And No Rest for the Wicked is an ARPG, like a more Souls-like version of Diablo. Each game is there to give you reason to return to it.
I got disconnected again. Oh my goodness, what's happening here? I keep getting disconnected.
5 minutes, and you're in. Now let's look at MMOs, the slowest, longest, most tedious genre on the market. It's not uncommon to hear, "It gets good after 500 hours, bro," from a passionate fan, and they may very well be right. But service early access, that does not. You are letting an incomplete game do all the talking, and first impressions are everything. A roguelike like Hades just needs to sell you on one good run, one demonstration of its gameplay loop to trust that in a year's time when it releases, it'll only get better. Now I must ask, what the hell does Ashes of Creation sell? And I don't mean $100 founders packs. As I mentioned earlier, early access can also be an action of necessity, a lack of funding, for example. But considering Ashes fanbase has been persistently reassured that it is fully funded through release, that can't be it, right? So why? What does early access do? Does it generate more hype? Well, clearly not. Does it service the game? I don't think so, subjectively speaking. Clearly not.
Okay, let's see here. That is a good number. Okay, if they release, if they launch at, if they picked at 31K and they are hovering between 25 to 26, and it's not dropping like really significantly, like maybe 1K, that is a pretty good number. A lot of games will kill for numbers like that. Call of the Avatar will what do you call this? Can only dream of numbers like that. That is a pretty good number.
Does it service the game? I don't think so, subjectively speaking. So unless the player base is just outright being lied to, I can't help but be confused by this release, and that is furthered by its genre. An MMO fundamentally doesn't work in early access, at least in my opinion. Feel free to disagree. To explain why, I must first ask you this. What are the most foundational important pillars of an MMO? First and foremost, it's the systems design, the way it integrates its overworld onto players' moment-to-moment gameplay, and how it connects players together through that overworld, how it establishes long-term persistence, and crucially, a sense of collective exploration and discovery. It sounds dumb, and it often is because we're so used to linear Korean MMOs launching and dying within the span of 2 months, but to me, one of the most important parts of an MMO is grounding the player with other players, not through group content, but experientially. The moment a new MMO launches is so exciting because it inhabits a feeling of collective exploration. We're all starting from zero together, and while I may never see you in the crowd, just the fact that you're there is so important to selling an MMO's long-term appeal. I think you can start to see how early access fundamentally destroys this, right? You've now created, maybe unintentionally, a market of early investors who can establish metas, develop strategies, and literally do half the content prior to release. Whether it resets everyone's progress or not, just the fact that so much has already not only been witnessed, but figured out before 1.0 launches is sad. In today's climate, when long-term play is often seen as a chore, when people constantly chirp about whether it's too late to start an MMO like a week after its release, years of early access only makes this hundreds of times worse. You can scoff at these players, but they are who you're selling your game to. Without them, you don't have a sustainable future. If to them it feels bad to begin a game a week late, it'll feel borderline impossible to begin years after launch, thanks to early access being a kind of launch. I'm genuinely sad to say that has killed any excitement I had over this game's eventual release. Not because I want to compete for world first or anything, or because I really care if people know optimal leveling routes, but because so much emergent discovery and meta development has been spoiled already. Most of it has not only been discovered, but been planned around. It doesn't feel good to willfully be hundreds of hours behind before a game even officially releases. Knowledge is the factor here, not levels. Don't get me wrong though, I am very much for people who play more getting rewarded more. Hell, that's very much part of an MMO's appeal. What I don't like is for all of that existing before an actual release. I mean, even in single-player games, can you imagine how underwhelming Elden Ring would have felt if every secret was discovered a year prior to its launch? How unsatisfying it would be.
It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me if everything is already discovered. What matters to me is my own experience in playing the game. For example, I've had like GTA 5 for like years, but I wasn't playing it because I didn't have like a PC or a machine that can run it. The same with Skyrim. I've had like Skyrim, Oblivion, and other games for years, and I've only started playing it when I had the PC, you know, a PC good enough to run them. So it doesn't really matter. And Skyrim is like already was like an old game. In fact, I made a mistake because when I bought the Legendary Edition, they released the special edition. Got released. But then again, even though it got released, I didn't bought the special edition. I only bought it after it went on sale.
What is Ashes of Creation evoking?
So when you're playing a game and you're worried about what other players are doing, that is not how you play games. You should worry about your own personal experience and what you're going to do in the game, and not worry about what other players are doing in the game.
It's yeah. Visuals are subjective, and you might think this kind of Unreal Engine stock asset vibe is fine or even good, and you wouldn't be wrong. I promise. I'm not like hating you for that. But you'd be hard-pressed to argue that Ashes is standout among peers, right? Even if the visuals are fine, there's certainly nowhere near, say, New World, rest in peace, or even World of Warcraft, which has identifiable art direction and enchanting painterly aesthetics. Old school RuneScape has its rough charm, for example, first gen kind of stuff. Black Desert has some level of deeper realism. Ashes really isn't excelling anywhere, and it's not an issue of polish, but rather of creativity in art style, art direction. So many of these assets look like they're from the Unreal Store, and that's not me accusing the developers of doing this, I'm not, but rather just relaying my immediate thoughts or impressions on what I'm seeing. Ashes looks like another one of those kind of Unreal Engine games. You know the ones I'm talking about. It doesn't run particularly well, but that's expected. So visuals are a bit of a bust, but maybe the next thing you do won't be. Movement feels, again, fine. None of the fluidity of World of Warcraft or heft of New World or Guild Wars, but it's serviceable. And combat, it's, well, it's this. I'm not sure what to say here. It's a tab target ability bar combat system that is miles and miles behind.
Okay, so combat is just standing there fighting toe-to-toe against the enemy, which is very typical with old MMORPGs, because old MMORPGs are basically targeted. So
To know
what can you do?
It's exactly what you'd expect. You walk up to a character, get told to do a menial task somewhere within the
My idea with combat, which
kill a bunch of enemies.
I've told my son like a lot of times is base combat will be automated, but it will be based on stats. So what will happen is once combat starts, there will be like a cinematic scene created by the game based on the stats, and you'll see your character fighting the other character or enemies in cinematic format. You're not actually doing the fighting.
Nothing.
Your character will fight automatically,
You're already like an hour.
but you'll have like cinematic views of it. You can change the camera, you can watch in multiple different camera angles, so you're getting like a cinematic view of the combat, and the result will be based on your character stats. Of course, if your character is like really overpowering the other character or enemy, you'll have like an epic massive win, something like that.
First impressions are everything.
And the cinematic is not static. It changes. Because your stats will change and your skills will change, and obviously the game will know how to properly use those skills better in a way, I think. So now you don't have like a combat where you're just standing there exchanging blows with another character, and it looks
heavily critical.
It looks boring, actually.
Dollars on a game, you are more than able to criticize that game if it doesn't deliver anything particularly engaging or unique.
And the cinematic or the scenes or the fight is like real time as well. It's not you get into an instance where the game stops and for you to watch a cinematic of the combat. No, it's actually real time.
Survive and thrive off of
I'm not sure if that is possible,
MMO,
or if that is engaging enough or visually engaging enough
in mind, even if that approach is done in good faith. I have yet to see a single good argument for this game's early access. As someone who had no expectations for this game, nor did I heavily follow its development up until this point, I am wholly dissatisfied with it right now. Not because it's unfinished, but because what isn't good. Doing something well enough is not enough for an MMO today. People are too tribal, too committed, too invested in their favorite game to ditch it for well enough. And now it feels like Ashes of Creation kind of ruined its only chance at putting a good foot forward, especially when we consider the tumultuous past of this genre's funding ventures and early access release. We are contextualizing this entire event through the understanding that most MMO fans are inherently skeptical. With that skepticality in mind, I don't know if that's a word, the community expects disappointment, and I'm sorry to say their standards are low. So when they aren't met, it's not that the game has failed, it hasn't succeeded enough.
It's not skepticality, it's skepticism. I'm not sure if there's a word. Skepticality, I'm not sure if that is even a word, but there is a word that describes what he wants to say, and that is skepticism.
Another game to die before even living. I can't help but feel as though this decision by Ashes is accepting impending defeat. Nothing I saw from the dozens of hours of streams I've watched or game I've played sold me on a future, not because I dislike PvP or think the ideas are bad, but because most of these ideas haven't manifested as anything. The nodes system, for example, is the most compelling element of Ashes, but one that relies on existing players and longer commitments. This is like the most unearly access feature imaginable, and it's the selling point of the game. It's a feature that depends on context that isn't possible to acquire quickly. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that down the line, with future updates and half a decade more of development time, I guess, Ashes rises from the ashes and become something a bit more than what it has sold now. The early access space is rough for a reason. First impressions are crucial, and that's why most players give you 5 minutes to sell them on a promise. What about your project is worth playing? Because in today's market, with thousands of games on offer and a large portion of those games being totally free, you simply can't skirt by on mediocrity, even if the game itself is mediocre. I mean, look at Pal World, no offense. Its one hook was being a survival crafting Pokemon game, and that was good enough. All it needed was that immediate hook. Until then, for as hopeful as I want to be, I can't help but envision a future where Ashes slides into the same slots and annals of history as every other Kickstarter blunder. I must reiterate again, this is not something that I am invested in. I truly do hope for its success, regardless of how that would manifest. But to those who are, what is Ashes of Creation's hook? What is your MMO's hook? And how will you catch a player base? Thank you so much for watching, and a special thanks to my
Okay, so now I'm working on RPG Maker because I just had this idea. I'm not sure if my idea is good, but it's an idea.
message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like
it's just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race. Like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know? But you have to step away from it.
There is no freaking rock tile. Yeah, this is insane. There is no rock tile. How can there be no rock tile? Okay, so I guess I was like looking at the wrong assets.
imagination began with a new art form. Makes me feel I belong to something.
Okay, Mike Phantom, thank you for following. Mike Phantom.
Trying to think of ways to use your voice stuck in my brain. We never got to see it through. And I know I feel more pain if we're speaking truth. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So
Okay, so I'm just working on this like cave thing, dungeon thing. Going to use it like a mine or something.
just don't know. Looking back at our time, hoping that we did it right. And give me any reason to call you up late at night. And we know it's for the best, I won't put up a fight. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. trying to keep my cool. I see what your colors shining through. Yeah, I do. Well, that I do. Is it too much to ask? I don't want you back. I don't want you back. Is it too much to ask? I don't want you back. I don't want you back.
Okay, so what to do? What to do?
No matter distance I cover, you always there. This mother, please let me find another. Feels like you're my silhouette. I'm not easy to forget. Pretend that we never met. I've been running away from you. I've been trying to keep my cool. I see what your colors shining through. Yeah, I do. Well, that I do. Is it too much to ask? I don't want you back. I don't want you back. Is it too much to ask? I don't want you back. I don't want you back.
Okay, so I added like a small mining area over there so I could do like mining quests. Just for that. Just for doing a mining quest.
I can't sleep, yeah. Only in too deep, yeah. Am I just your little secret? I didn't hear the sirens. I didn't wanna see the warnings. It hits me like a tidal wave.
Okay, so what is this? They caught another one. Another one of what? Another one of what? That is the question. What? Anyway, let's go check this out.
My friends, they got another one, and this is following after authorities issued an arrest warrant for a Hollywood celebrity who has messed up majorly and has been caught. This Hollywood celebrity is being accused of doing absolutely horrific, disgusting things, once again, with people who are underage. And while this is just...
Oh my goodness, more PDF files. Ooh.
Celebrities
My goodness. And these are
where this is happening.
In Hollywood.
We're gonna get into everything that is going on here today with Timothy Busfield.
Hollywood is getting exposed.
Prairie lady herself, Melissa Gilbert. And to no one's shock at all, they both happen to be major anti-Trumpers, saying all sorts of crazy things about Trump and his administration.
Yeah, most of them are basically just projecting. They're calling somebody like disgusting and evil and bad when they themselves are the ones who are disgusting, evil, and bad. It's called projecting. Let's project. That is what they're doing. They're projecting.
Accused of these absolutely vile things here. So we're gonna get into all the things that are going on here because this story is it's wild. Okay, so authorities in New Mexico issued an arrest warrant Friday for director and Emmy award-winning actor Timothy Busfield. So an investigator with the Albuquerque Police Department filed a criminal complaint in support of the charge, which says a person who is under the age reported that Busfield did terrible things to him, very inappropriate things. The acts allegedly occurred on the set of The Cleaning Lady, a TV series Busfield directed and acted in. It's just sickening, you know, and these Hollywood celebrities want to continue to pretend that they are our moral betters in society. I mean, it's just laughable, man. The child's mother reported to, which is just crazy. I don't understand how any parent can send their kids to work in Hollywood, to work in that type of environment these days. With everything that we know, it is absolutely insane. So Busfield's attorney and agent did not immediately respond to email messages seeking comment late Friday. The arrest warrant, which was signed by a judge, said the charge is for 2 counts of criminal terrible things with someone who is not of the age. According to the complaint, the person who is not of the age, which it identifies only by his initials, has been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and anxiety. A social worker documented him saying that he had nightmares about Busfield, which is just crazy, man. There are so many plot twists to this entire thing, including his wife, Melissa Gilbert, who said those things about Trump and his administration, that they're vile monsters. And yet, here we are.
Okay, there you go. Again, they're just projecting.
Insane.
They themselves, they know that they are the vile monster. And of course, they don't want people to know that. So they are looking for someone else to project
or at least has an
who they are
you cannot make
onto others or onto someone else. Projection.
Television show, rap parties, and there's just all sorts of images here.
That is a new word or the new thing that I learned in 2024. Before that, I didn't know what
Instagram,
projecting means. My idea of projecting is like when you're using a projector. You have a projector and then it's projecting the images on the wall. That is my understanding of what projecting was until
absolutely insane
2024, and then I learned, oh, okay, so that thing is also called projecting or projection.
Absolutely crazy what is going on here, and we have yet another situation where these people want to continue to grandstand about morality, and yet this type of thing happens. We'll see where all this ends up, if there's going to be a trial or whatever else. It is going to get absolutely crazy, and well, this is just Hollywood once again rearing its ugly head. But let me know what you think about this crazy story in the comments below. Hope you guys enjoyed. Leave a like, subscribe, and I'll talk to you all in another video very soon.
Lara Croft self-insert. Why am I not surprised seeing that there is another self-insert? Okay, 2 hours ago, the WNBA might actually be over for good. Okay, yeah, I've seen that a lot.
Summer high, met you in August. New York, back to my cold apartment. Distance sucks, but at least I'm still with you.
Look at the comments. It says here, this is normal behavior in Hollywood. Are you saying they're just accepting it? My goodness, that is like insane. Why would they just accept it?
As long as it's with you.
Okay, so another video on Code Violet. Let's go check this one out from the space pirate that pays taxes, Doctor Disaster.
What's up, space pirates? This is your admiral, the charmingly churlish Dr. Disaster. And it used to be that being a console exclusive was a prestigious title, which meant that a game was going to be exceptionally good. Not anymore. We used to have games like Final Fantasy VII, or Halo, or Uncharted. Those were all console exclusive, and they were used as a means of persuading gamers to buy a particular console because you weren't going to be able to play them otherwise, and they were of such high quality that you didn't want to miss out.
Shut up and take my money!
But now, we apparently have console exclusives just because the developers of a game are complete and total jackasses. Which brings me to this game right here, Code Violet, a game that advertised itself as being a spiritual successor to Dino Crisis, which sounds like a good idea. That sounds like something that I would want to try out. But they got a lot of attention some time ago when they announced that their game was going to be released exclusively on PS5, and the reason for that wasn't because they had reached some sort of deal with PlayStation. It was because the idiots who made the game did not want vulgar mods of their main character's actress to be made on PC.
Well, boy, your mama must be damn proud of you.
Ultimately, I think this was just a ploy to bring attention to themselves. They were virtue signaling to the feminists that they respect women. Meanwhile, because of their decision to only release on the PS5, they can technically call themselves a console exclusive, which makes it sound like they are a much bigger deal than they actually are. But the game is out now, the reviews are in, and after only an hour or so of playing, even DSP couldn't stand this turd of a game and deleted it off of his console.
But you could get far, like, this is just, there is no reason to bother with this. Agreed.
And hell, even
look at that, even a terrible human being didn't want to play this game.
It sounds like you might have a legitimate candidate for the worst game of 2026 released already.
I'm the champion of failures. Ding, ding, ding. What do we have for her, Johnny?
Alright, me hearties, let's dig into what is being said about Code Violet. For full context, though, let's take a look at the virtue signals that these wankers put out over at Team Kill Media, the developers of Code Violet. They wrote here on X, for those asking us about a PC version.
They didn't want sexual mods of their game, and then they released a promotional art showing their characters in or their character in lingerie.
And actors,
yeah, right.
As well as our
so they also have like a very appropriate name, Team Kill Media, because their game got killed by themselves. They killed themselves. They killed
the extra money.
They killed their game themselves. Look at that.
At this video that I have right now playing in the background here, this is content from the actual game. They have a fitting room for their character where you can put on all kinds of different outfits, some of them being quite skimpy, so it sure as hell seems like there is more to their decision than simply wanting to protect the modesty of their actor. If you ask me, like I said earlier, I think they were fishing for virtue signal points. I think they were trying to attract the modern audience. But that
remember, guys, the modern audience doesn't play games. They spend their time in social media crying about
the Steam charts would clearly show
the climate or crying about Donald Trump
and also
things like that, or defending criminals. That's what they do. That's what the modern audience do. They spend their time in social media defending and justifying crimes and criminals and evil.
As you can see here, the game just isn't any good. Oh, and did I mention, by the way, that they have the audacity to charge $50 for this slop? Or you could spend $60 for the deluxe edition, which comes with a soundtrack and some skimpy outfits for your character. So much for not wanting to sexualize their character. But anyhow, as you can see here, on Metacritic, the game only has 4 reviews on it so far because most outlets do not feel like this is even worth their time. But as you can see, those 4 reviews are not favorable at all. They have a Metacritic score of 40, which seems generous based on the gameplay that I have seen for this turd. Not even the game journalists will defend it. Let's take a look at their reviews though and see what they have to say. The outlet Game8 gave this title its highest score, a 42 out of 100, and they wrote here, as the self-proclaimed torchbearer of one of the industry's cult classics, Code Violet fails to meet the standards or even do a decent job of representing the action horror survival genre. Its weak gunplay, baffling art direction, rough animations, and even more confusing plot serve as a reminder that maybe some things should be left untouched. And I've got to say, if I were PlayStation, I would actually be really pissed that these idiots decided to call themselves a console exclusive. It doesn't matter to those of us who know better, but you have posts like this one here from the Gameverse over on X saying, "This is the first PS5 exclusive for 2026, launching tomorrow." Like I said, I would be pissed if I were PlayStation, because this is tarnishing their brand. But I digress. Anyhow, the second review was from Push Square, who scored this game a 40. They said, "Code Violet is a mess. Crummy combat, tedious exploration, technical problems, the sexy costumes and horny camera work seem at odds with both Violet as a character and the tone of the writing. Even at 6 hours long, it's tough to recommend because in 6 hours you could just watch Jurassic Park 3 times, and if you did that, you'd never once feel the need to justify what's currently on your screen. It's funny how literally nobody is happy about this game, and not even for gameplay reasons. The so-called gamer chuds were never going to get behind this game once they tried to virtue signal to the wokesters out there and said that the game wasn't coming out on PC because they were being puritanical about the usage of mods. And yet, the actual game itself, as they said in this review, is absolutely brimming with sexualized content, meaning that these are just hypocrites. And of course, the game journalists were going to roast them. They were always going to roast them for having stuff like this in their game. You know, there are some people out there who try to play both sides of an argument so that they can win no matter what, but these absolute morons at Team Kill Media decided to essentially pick a fight with both sides of the culture war so that nobody likes them. The level of retardation required to achieve this feat is so staggeringly high that it's no wonder that their game sounds like absolute trash. The other two reviews...
The thing is, the developers who worked on this game, they don't really care if the game lose money or if the studio shuts down, because they already got paid. They already got paid their salaries when they're developing their game. So yeah, the only people who are going to suffer from this are the investors
and subscribe.
And the people who bought the game.
That you have been unwillingly unsubscribed to the channel, so make sure that you are still subscribed. Ever since I started bringing this up in my videos, I've had loads of people tell me that they found this had happened to them. I'm not sure why this stuff happens, but it does seem to happen an awful lot. Anyhow, I'm gonna leave it there. Team Kill Media played themselves and they lost, making a game that
Team Kill Media killed their own games. Okay, what's this? LeBron James choked in the clutch against Giannis. Okay, let's go watch this again. I've already seen one video of this, but I'm going to watch it again. It's fun. It's fun seeing LeChoke gets humiliated.
They called him the Chosen One.
To shoot, LeBron orchestrating, directing traffic.
He carried the weight of every expectation on his shoulders. But he never broke.
LeBron with 6 to shoot. Down the middle he goes. All the way blocked by Giannis.
We were all witnesses.
Lakers with a chance to tie or win it.
You never get used to the pressure.
On the outside, down by 2. LeBron moving in. Oh, they take it away.
You just learn to embrace it.
He is the Forever King.
Let me tell you something.
I'm gonna say one. You want me to
Go home and get the gun.
Damn!
Go home. Run!
I wouldn't do that just yet. Cause your ass is mine.
Fed boys.
There's Hammer, and here in round 1, he is Rocking Stavern.
He's out cold. When he seen Giannis guarding him, he was like, God damn it!
Let's go and watch
I need
the fake king
see how he was
choke against the Bucks.
Jake!
Actually, okay. Here's the thing. LeBron James didn't choke.
I done told you.
What happened was someone tapped the ball from behind. That was the reason why he lost the ball. Someone, maybe a defender from the box, tapped the ball off his hands. It is not his fault he lost the ball. It's not his fault.
I know it's like you finding out how your daddy met your mama. But I'm gonna give you a little bit of chill. Your king actually had a decent game last night. Well, except for the 3-point line, and we already know he's not a 3-point shooter, but he had a good plus minus. I see y'all on the internet talking about his plus minus, but y'all don't want to talk about his plus minus when it's in the negative. They'll talk about anything but the plus minus. But now Fanboy is trying to bring out that plus minus. Now, LeBron had a good game, except when it came down to the last 2 minutes of the game, Giannis said,
Fourth quarter starts. And Kobe said, you had a great game.
Giannis was like, you had a great game, but you know I need that, right? You know I need that ball, right?
It's on the win tonight.
He snatched that ball from that old man over there. From that old man over there.
Look at your king walking off like, damn.
Snatched that ball from that old man over there. From that old man over there.
Look at your king walking off like, damn. I just blew the dope. Yeah, you blew the dope, LaForty. Y'all remember this stat? Yeah, we need an update on this. Because ain't no way the greatest player of all time is 2-31 with game-tying or go-ahead field goal attempts for the league.
He is not the greatest basketball player of all time, and that is Michael Jordan.
Everybody,
Anyone who disagrees with it,
do they really understand what
that Michael Jordan is the greatest of all time, is stupid, dumb, moronic, and the R word, the R-tard.
twice? The Kings, the Jazz. Who wouldn't go crazy against them? My son had his first basketball game today, and they could have beat the Jazz. I can hear him now, the announcer like, the Jazz lose a close game to the kindergartners tonight. The Lakers down here playing the Chitlin circuit, and they want us to be hyped up about this. The crazy part is you almost lost to the Pelicans, and you almost lost to the Grizzlies without Ja Morant.
God have mercy upon us.
And fanboys were still smiling at their phone, watching the game, typing up messages on Instagram, hitting me on X. Like, fanboys, y'all doing this against the coleslaw of the NBA, man. They supposed to do this. But one thing I do want to give your king credit for. He did something that he hasn't done in years last night. And no, it's not almost get a triple-double. It's he finally showed up to play Giannis. He ain't played Giannis in eons. It's been 3 years since your king finally played a game against Giannis. Congratulations, LaForty. But I see why you don't like playing Giannis, because that man was on you like a hound dog. LeBron was like, nah, man, I need AJ Green. Nah, bring AJ Green. Jake! It was the saddest thing that you would ever see. You like, man, he really don't have a bag. This is the same guy who just said, there are no holes in my game. And last night at the end of the game, you see him. He could be great for 3 quarters. He could give you 3 quarters in 10 minutes into the fourth. But that last 2 minutes, he turned into something that you don't recognize. Like last night, he had 13 points in the fourth quarter, but all those points came before the last 3 minutes. Because in the last 3 minutes, your king went 0 of 2 from the floor with the game-sealing turnover. Y'all remember when they were saying this the clutchest player of all time? They had fans really believing that shit. Last night is the reason why you see him always saying he makes the right play. He has to make the right play because he is not it. Him making the right play is helping fanboys cope with the fact that he is not clutch. It's time to come home. And I welcome you home, fanboys. I know it's like the first time you bought a piece of jewelry from the corner store and you thought it was real until you woke up and your neck was green. I understand your pain, but over here you can receive therapy. I know, don't listen to the fanboys who saying I'm a hater. This is me at the 2016 parade. I did the powder toss on every block. Don't show Michael Jordan this, but 93s, they left the jersey on the statue. Yes, I know I'm crazy. If Michael Jordan seen this, he would put me in the biggest headlock. This is what fanboyism can do to your mind. You start doing things that are paranormal. Like I was on some paranormal activity shit when I put this nigga jersey on Jordan. But fanboys, today I'm a new man. And you can be too if you just follow the method. Just keep on watching. Subscribe. Leave a comment or 2. Hit the like button. That's all I need, man. I ain't asking for nothing else. That's free. If you want to hit the Cash App, by all means, it's 93Z TV. I ain't gonna turn it down. And this the part of the video where I need y'all to beat the comment section up. Are you a fanboy that's on the verge of converting? Come home.
The Code Violet devs are in the FAFO stages of their release because the journalists and wokies they tried to pander to are saying this game is bad because of the horny camera work and the sexy skins, while the gamers who would have supported them and enjoyed this content are pointing and laughing at them online because the developers are hypocrites, the developers attacked us, and the developers didn't want our dollars, and now basically everybody is roasting them online, and it's not looking good for their launch. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, as I always say, developers should be given the choice to put sexy costumes in their game or to not put those in their title. They can make whatever content they want. I even say that about the Dustborns and the Concords and the High Guards, but that doesn't mean that you deserve our praise just for doing what exactly you want, because when you go on to attack people who expected something different and you go on to attack people who are calling out your hypocrisy, yeah, that's a really bad look because these developers are hypocrites. They said that they would not release it on PC because they did not want vulgar mods made of their character. They didn't want you over-sexualizing this lead character, but what do? Go ahead and give you lingerie in the game, and if you look at all of the teasers and trailers, they definitely market it with sex appeal. There's constantly images of the character's butt and her cleavage, and I personally don't mind, again, if the developers don't want a focus on sex appeal in their title, but they can't be hypocrites and say, oh, you can't sexualize the character, but we can, and then we can put that in our game. It just doesn't look good. And even the journalists are now attacking this title, saying, oh, the sexy costumes and the horny camera work go against the tone of the game. And they're also just saying it's dated, it's buggy, it's not a great experience, which, as I always say, I do not trust video game journalists, but I personally will not be giving this a shot myself because these developers blocked me, or their community manager blocked me. The community manager has blocked many people, and ultimately I am not going to give them my dollars. You can if you want. If you think this game looks good, I hope you buy it. I hope that you enjoy it. But it is just very interesting to see the journalists saying, yeah, it's not good, when these are the exact types of people that the Code Violet team clearly wanted their game to appeal to. I mean, even IGN said Code Violet is not the Dino Crisis successor you may have hoped for. It doesn't even clear the bar of being a successful clone of the various other third-person shooters it cribs most of its ideas from. Its maps layout are dated, the visual style was a letdown. Push Square said Code Violet is a mess. Crummy combat, tedious exploration, technical problems, the sexy costumes, and horny camera work seem at odds with both Violet as a character and the tone of the writing. Even at 6 hours long, it's tough to recommend. And while on one side you have the journalists and really the wokies attacking it, now gamers are pointing and laughing too. I mean, I know I had said it's too bad modders can't fix this one, because I will still buy a game to support developers who are putting their best foot forward, even if it's not a 10 out of 10, even if it needs mods. Some of my favorite games need to be modded, like Skyrim. Vanilla Skyrim is definitely showing its age now. I still have fun with it, but with mods, it becomes a phenomenal experience. But they said they didn't appreciate modders. They said that they weren't releasing it on PC because of modders. And so I just have to really look at the base experience, and it's definitely not worth full freaking price.
Again, they did not release this on PC because they don't want modders sexualizing their character,
has acted now,
because they want themselves to do it.
or again, the social media manager, whoever is running this account, we don't really know, but one would deduce it's one or the other, said the fans and players love Code Violet, which, by the way, they said this yesterday when the game hadn't even come out yet. I assume they mean people loved the way that the teasers and trailers looked, but technically fans and players couldn't love Code Violet to the fullest, but the opinions of 2 individuals who didn't like it have no effect. Code Violet has been and continues to be a massive success. Our fans and players are the ones who matter, which is just so hilarious because the 2 individuals they are talking about, I'm assuming, are me and Pirate Nation. We have been talking about Code Violet quite a bit. They are really upset by our comments on this topic, but maybe they just mean 2 individuals, as in, oh my god, there's like 2 guys who hate it. And they're not being serious. Either way, though, that's clearly not the case, as there are hundreds to thousands of people who are commenting online saying it looks bad. I mean, even on my videos, right? 25k views, hundreds of comments, people saying, yeah, I'm going to pass on this. But it's just unfortunate when developers really dig themselves deeper into a hole. They, a couple of weeks ago, had gone on this blocking spree. If they had reversed that and said, you know what, we were too hasty, we got a little bit personally bothered, we're sorry, we've unblocked everybody, I would say, let's let bygones be bygones. Have a conversation with me about this game. Maybe you can clarify a little bit better why you didn't want your game on PC. I would have tried to give them a chance to basically say, we love modders, this just isn't the direction we wanted to take our game in. But nope, they've doubled, tripled, quadrupled down, and whoever's running this social media account has made it so plenty of people are not buying their game now. If you have to assert that something is a great success, it probably isn't. Taking a shit on the entire PC gaming community is not something you wash yourself of with words. You won't learn until you're completely bankrupt and out of a job and embarrassed to say that you work there on your resumes. Activism has no place in gaming. We'll be emulating this as soon as possible just to put lewd mods on it. We'll tag you so that you can enjoy.
What happened? The screen went white again.
FAFK views, hundreds of comments, people saying, yeah, I'm going to pass on this, but it's just unfortunate when developers really dig themselves deeper into a hole. They, a couple of weeks ago, had gone on this blog.
That is so weird. There are times when the screen would just turn white.
We got a little bit personally bothered, we're sorry, we've unblocked everybody. I would say, let's let bygones be bygones. Have a conversation with me about this game. Maybe you can clarify a little bit better why you didn't want your game on PC. I would have tried to give them a chance to basically say, we love modders, this just isn't the direction we wanted to take our game in. But nope, they've doubled, tripled, quadrupled down, and whoever's running this social media account has made it so plenty of people are not buying their game now. If you have to assert that something is a great success, it probably isn't. Taking a shit on the entire PC gaming community is not something you wash yourself of with words. You won't learn until you're completely bankrupt and out of a job and embarrassed to say that you work there on your resumes. Activism has no place in gaming. We'll be emulating this as soon as possible just to put lewd mods on it. We'll tag you so that you can enjoy. People laughing, saying, it's good to hear you have a strong, dedicated player base. They can definitely help bring up the game with community-driven content once it ports to PC, right? IGN 4 out of 10, Push Square 4 out of 10, IGN Spain 4 out of 10, 4 News 4.9, Game Only 1.25 out of 5, and
it's definitely a great game indeed. Okay, they kicked me out. RIP please. I can't believe this really happened. What is this? Okay, so this is the quartering. He has a new channel. When did he start this new channel? Let's see. It's the same content. Okay, so did he just change the name? Okay, what's happening here? Is this the quartering? Or is this a new channel? Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of the quartering exposed here.
Alex Jones, how are you?
Jeremy, I love the quartering. I love.
No, the quartering is still here. Look at that. It's the quartering. So that is a new channel. Okay. It's a new channel. Sometimes YouTube is just not showing or recommending the things I want to see. Okay, let's go watch this. It's a Simon Dan video. I enjoy his videos. He loves debunking flat earthers. he made a career out of debunking flat earthers.
That it's fake. Well, you're about to... The pale blue dot is one of the most famous images captured by any spacecraft that we've sent to space. It truly is a marvel. Taken by Voyager 1 in 1990, it depicts Earth from 6 billion kilometers away. So what happens then if a flat earther tries to convince ChatGPT that it's fake? Well, you're about to find out. Hello all and welcome along to another video with me, Simon Dan. Thanks very much for joining me. Now then, on with today's video, which comes from flat earther David Weiss. David's made a series of videos in the past where he tries to convince ChatGPT that the Earth is flat. He has of course failed every time, but that sure as hell doesn't stop him trying again. This time the topic is the pale blue dot photograph. Now the first few minutes of the video is just Dave confirming a few things with ChatGPT regarding the photo. Now ChatGPT correctly states that the pale blue dot was a photo taken by Voyager 1 at a distance of around 3.7 billion miles. But he incorrectly assumes that the field of view of that photo is billions of miles too. More on that in a bit. It was also noted that Voyager travelled roughly in the plane of the solar system, drifting slightly but not moving perpendicular to it. That's sort of right. It did do that until it reached Saturn. Then it started on a path that was around 32 degrees off from the ecliptic plane. So we join Dave as he tries to debunk the photo and get ChatGPT to agree with him. Here we go.
Now, I want you to be honest and only use logic. Now, you just admitted that the range of field of view from the Voyager was billions and billions of miles, far more than the distance from the Voyager, because as you look into the distance, we've discussed, it gets wider and wider. So in that field of range, we could clearly not only assume, but conclude that all of the other planets of our solar system are somewhere within there, whether we can see them or not, but they're in that field of view. Some might be visible, some might not be visible.
Oh my goodness.
The short answer here is no.
Oh my goodness, that is just so stupid. So I guess there are people who doesn't know how large space is.
Narrow angle camera. That camera had a field of view of 0.4 degrees. Now, knowing that the Earth in that photo takes up around 1/4 of a pixel, we can estimate, and I say this very strongly, estimate that the field of view of that photo is in the order of tens of millions of kilometers. Now, bearing in mind that Venus can be up to 260 million kilometers away from Earth at its furthest, it is highly unlikely that any other planets would be in this photo. The issue we have, of course, is that ChatGPT initially
they are basing their idea and understanding of space from what they see in movies and television shows. That is, what you see in movies and in television shows are what you can call exaggerated versions of space.
Not just a theory,
They are exaggerating what
is correct, they
space is, or what are things, or what are seen in space for obviously dramatic purposes for the story. But in reality, space is freaking large.
On the other side of the Earth, because then we would be looking at the dark side. The sun is somewhere between the Voyager and the Earth, lighting it up. So we're looking at like a full Earth, like a full moon. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, you got it right. Essentially, the reason we see Earth as the pale blue dot is because the sun is indeed kind of behind Voyager, shining on the Earth, making it a fully illuminated view, just like a full moon. So yeah, the sun is somewhere in that line of sight between Voyager and Earth, and we see the Earth lit up the way we do.
This is just plain wrong. In 1990, when Voyager 1 took that photo, it was way past the orbit of Neptune at that time. There is no way that the sun could have been kind of behind Voyager at that point. Voyager was looking back towards the sun, with Earth sitting very close to the sun's direction in the sky. That means Earth was sort of seen in a crescent phase, not fully illuminated. The reason we can see it at all is scattered sunlight inside the camera optics, which also creates those bright light streaks across the image. Here is a diagram showing just where Voyager 1 was when it took that photo.
Okay, why isn't the sun visible in the picture? Don't make anything up. Speak logically and truthfully. Why do we not see the sun, which is in an infinite number of magnitudes brighter than it would light up the Earth or any other planet? And you admitted that it has to be within very...
Again, they're basing their understanding of space from movies
And the field of view is not that.
and fiction.
Let's see what ChatGPT says.
Sure, let's think it through logically. The reason we don't see the sun in that picture is mainly about the camera's angle and the composition of the shot. Essentially, Voyager wasn't pointed directly at the sun, it was pointed at Earth.
Stop it. You said to the left, right, up and down from the Earth, there's billions and billions of miles. The sun is only 93 million miles from Earth, allegedly, according to NASA. So it would 100%, without a doubt, absolute conclusion, it would be in the shot. Why did we not see it? Now you have two choices. You can make up some stupid shit and say it wasn't in there, or you can say it's a fake photo.
Or you, Dave, can concede that you and ChatGPT are both wrong about the field of view of that photo. That's the most logical answer, isn't it?
I hear where you're coming from, and I know you want a really straightforward, logical take. So here it is. The reason we don't see the sun is genuinely about the camera's framing and exposure. Even though the sun is relatively close on the...
Wait a minute. You say exposure, you could say you don't see the Earth because the settings were too low, but because we could see the Earth, the sun should be blinding. You can't set it to see something fainter and then have something brighter not show up. So that's just incorrect.
The best thing for these people who are, lacking of understanding of how things work in science, they should just go into, they're still young. They can still get a degree in astrophysics, and they will eventually learn what actual space is, and not what they learn from fiction, from movies, from television series, and games.
The sun is only 93 million miles from Earth at any point.
Oh, Dave's not happy. He's getting triggered.
So it would be close to the center of the picture, not even near the edge, because you said there were billions of miles in range. I would say it's more than 10 billion in each direction, but we're seeing the pale blue dot. The sun should...
Wow, so he can estimate without any tool, just from looking at the picture. Imagine that.
Stop it. Explain to me how the sun could not be in that line of frame, that line of sight, right? If I'm looking at, I'm taking a picture of a wall, let's say the wall is 10 feet by 10 feet, and I have a dot in the center of that wall, and I have another dot that's only 2 feet from that, which is much, in comparison, the sun isn't even nearly that far. Could I take a picture of that wall and not see the second dot?
I'm almost scared what ChatGPT is going to say here.
I get what you're driving. I appreciate you pushing for that consistency.
Stop appreciating what I'm pushing for. Speak logically. The sun would be in the shot. Admit that.
All right, let's just keep it straightforward then. From a purely logical standpoint, yes, the sun is relatively close on that cosmic scale, but the simple reason you don't see it in that shot is just how the camera will aim. It's not about making anything up.
How could you not aim the camera at the sun? If the blue dot is in the center of the picture and it's billions of miles in all directions around the field of view, the sun is only a fraction of that distance away. So you can't say it wasn't in frame. You're saying it wasn't in frame because we don't see it, but logically, that's false. Would you agree? Logically, it would be there, but you're making up an excuse for why it's not there because you're going along the premise that it would have to be there. Therefore, you must make up something.
Actually, the sun is there. It's just not in frame.
What's interesting here is
because he thinks he has like a very small understanding of what space is.
He's not asking to understand the geometry of the image. He's trying to force a confession. That stop appreciating and admit bit is basically Dave saying, don't explain, don't qualify, don't add context, just agree with my conclusion. Dave isn't doing any form of science here whatsoever.
The simple reality is that the sun was not in the field of view of that particular...
How could it not be in the field of view? First, if you're going to say that again...
It's funny watching Dave get triggered by this. And he asks again.
It's simply that the camera was angled in such a way that even with billions of miles of space around the Earth in the view, the sun was not within that frame.
How do you angle a camera in a way?
Because space is large.
Actually infinite in all directions.
It's not. It's billions and billions of miles, as you admitted earlier.
And again.
But when I say that, I mean it's covering billions of miles out in space. But the sun and Earth are still in a very specific line of sight. The sun just isn't in the frame because of the angle. That's all there is to it.
Explain to me how that works.
And again.
I understand the analogy you're making, and I see how it can seem puzzling.
It's not puzzling. It's impossible.
And again.
I get it. And I appreciate you pushing for that logical consistency. So let me be as clear as possible. In reality, that Voyager shot was framed, so the sun was simply out of the camera's line of sight.
How? You can't just keep saying that.
And again.
All right. Completely understand the analogy.
I don't need you to completely understand. I don't need you to keep thanking me.
And again, before ChatGPT decides to throw in the towel.
Sure, I'll just give you a straight yes or no. In the scenario you described on a football field with that wide of a field of view, no, you wouldn't be able to fit the second person out of the frame if they're that close.
All right. What about so it's the same thing. It's science is scalable, right? We have the Earth. We have the sun 93 million miles away, but we have a field of view of billions and billions of miles in all directions. So could you take that photo? Yes or no? Same logic.
Yes, applying the same logic consistently. If the field of view truly encompasses billions of miles and the sun is that close, then yes, logically, you would expect to see the sun in that frame as well. So if we're being purely logical and consistent, you would expect it to be visible.
There you go. Goodbye.
And there we have it. Is this the first example of ChatGPT literally giving up chatting nonsense? Who knows? But as we know, the initial premise regarding the field of view of that photo from both Dave and ChatGPT was wrong. Dave isn't exploring the geometry of this image. He's trying to force an agreement with a conclusion he's already decided on. He treats a flawed analogy as decisive, rejects clarification, and reframes any explanation as an excuse, turning the exchange from a discussion into a demand for admission, rather than an attempt to understand anything about it. And that's where we're going to wrap up today's video. Please do let me know in the comments below what you thought of Dave versus ChatGPT there. As I say...
Yeah, my thought is, it's one stupid person trying to force the machine to agree with him.
Return of Kent. See you then.
With the CBA deadline,
Okay, so here we have another video about the WNBA and another video
season,
with someone reading the statement from the WNBA PA.
this league is in big trouble. I understand the players want to make more money. I'm totally for that. Go get your bat. But when you look at the business model for the WNBA, there are different parties involved, such as investors and the NBA. And they're helping your league remain sustainable. They're the main reasons why you're playing basketball. When you look at the ticket prices for an NBA Finals game versus a WNBA Final game, it is shocking to see the difference. It's cheaper, way cheaper to go to a WNBA Finals game versus an NBA game. What does that say? The demand for a important game is not as high in the WNBA. In fact, if you go to a women's basketball March Madness game or a men's March Madness game, I guarantee those prices are higher because fans want to see college basketball. For the women's side, they do, and for the men's. But when it comes to the professional side of things, the demand is just not there. And these statements are very telling between both sides because you're going to see the difference between the WNBA versus the WNBA PA statements. It's just ridiculous. Now, here's what the players had to say. Friday, January 9th of 2026 at midnight, the 2020 WNBA WNBPA collective bargaining agreement will expire. Despite demonstrating our willingness to compromise in order to get a deal done, the WNBA and its teams had failed to meet us at the table with the same spirit and seriousness. Instead, they have remained committed to undervaluing player contributions, dismissing player concerns, and running out the clock. Today's display of an inflatable rate, a universal symbol of labor protest. These players are hilarious. Outside the NBA store calls attention to how the league and its teams have handled these negotiations. By delaying and clinging to the status quo, they are jeopardizing the livelihoods of players and the trust and investment of fans, all in the name of preserving regressive provisions that no longer belong in women's basketball. Players care deeply about their fans and take pride in honoring that loyalty every time they take the court. The league's tactics harm current and future players and marginalize the very people who show up for the game in communities across the country. This misguided approach will not work. In the face of the league and team's actions, the players remain undeterred, unafraid, and unwavering in their commitment to doing what is necessary to secure a transformational new CBA. This agreement must include a salary system tied to a meaningful share of the revenue. Lord have mercy. That would not exist without player labor, mandate professional working conditions, and require protections that...
There is no revenue. What are they talking about? There is no revenue.
Make no mistake. Pay equity is not optional, and progress is long.
They want to bankrupt the league, and what they didn't know, I'm pretty sure they know about it. The league is being subsidized by the NBA. They're not making any money.
And when they first came out with Pay Us What You Owe Us, there were fans on board, but it's fun to see how they have changed their tune with the entitlement from these players. Let's look at what the WNBA said in response. The current collective bargaining agreement has expired, and negotiations with the Women's National Basketball Players Association remain ongoing. As the league experiences a pivotal time of unprecedented popularity and growth, We recognize the importance of building upon that momentum. Our priority is a deal that significantly increases player salaries, and that will happen with a new agreement, just not the numbers the players are looking for, enhances the overall player experience, and supports the long-term growth of the league for current and future generations of players and fans. And that's what the players need to realize. You just got on the map. Fans are just tuning in. And when you look at when your season starts, you've got a small window here to gain traction. You have until May, until late August. And what happens afterwards? Well, it's football season, and the majority of your audience is men right now. And what are they going to be watching during that time? Oh, yeah, the NFL and college football. It's going to dominate everything. Notice the difference between the statements of the players and the league. How much longer it was versus the WNBA. The lack of professionalism is astounding to me. And I just don't understand what they're trying to do here. As this fan says here, they're literally comparing playing basketball to manual labor as if that's the same thing. Sorry, I didn't know it was this hard to hoop. Do us real hoop fans a favor and cancel this whole league. You women make enough money to survive. The players have stupidly overplayed their hand, and our rivals' numbers are so blanked. The WNBA quickly figured out they do not have to concede. Exactly. If you saw the ratings for Unrivaled now, I know there's going to be more reports coming out. They did not get great viewership. And with Project B coming out later this year, I guarantee you players are going to change sides, especially, let's just say they can offer Caitlin Clark a $50 million contract. The WNBA players are going to be like, you know what? They want to play in a 3-on-3 league where my offer isn't as high. I'm not going to get compensated as well. No, I'm going to go overseas and get my bag, which I am all in favor of. So Unrivaled might not be around much longer because they got competition around the corner. So they're just delusional and they don't get it. Every person on Caitlin Clark management team should lock in a war room all weekend. This is when the power of the true face of the league needed. CC should give a statement pushing the idea of compromise to save the players who don't have other leagues. This hurt LeBron's social reform bubble moment when he called out the owners to do more to help and spread awareness, or players would forfeit the season. So you see here, LeBron understands the power he has, and he's done that in the past. But the difference between the NBA and other leagues out there, they recognize when they have a face they should be pushing, they go ahead and push them in fans' face. Even if they don't always like it, they recognize we got to make some money here. They have failed miserably. That player unit statement is a bit over the top. As you see, your fans are just not happy with this entire situation. And I agree, nobody really cares. This person says, who knows if the fans will even come back? Why risk everything while you have momentum? CC, Angel Reese, and Becker's only come around so often. Get the deal done. Quit blanking around. As a fan, I could say that the WNBA can blank off because it seems they don't care about me for sure, because they mentioned the fans, but they obviously don't want to get a deal done right now. They want everything and more. And at the end, they and we will get nothing. They deserve a much better payment and other options than they have now. But this is a joke. It's just crazy stuff from the Players Association. The most ironic part of all of this, the union will be the number one reason why this league finally dies. What started as a good intent for equal pay has turned to pettiness using that same intent. It's not about money anymore. It's about wanting power they can never have. Agreed. 100%. This is more than just money. They want some type of influence, some type of power they haven't truly earned yet. And until they can show the league they can be sustainable, that they can keep growing, they're not going to have all this leverage at the negotiation tab. You look at the ratings with Caitlin Clark, it's night and day. You look at the prices of these games, they go down much lower when Caitlin Clark is not playing. So how do you expect to get more money when the revenue isn't there yet? You got to grow things organically. And these players act so entitled and they act like they are watched by everyone. Go out in public. Who has a WNBA jersey on? Let's be honest. I don't see anybody with a WNBA jersey on. I might see a Caitlin Clark one, but do you see women going around wearing their jerseys? No. What do you see though? You see other jerseys like in the NBA, the NFL, because they are a bigger market and they get more attention. Sorry, if it hurts your feelings, those are just the facts. But if these players don't get it together, this league will be cooked. And we'll say bye-bye, and they'll complain and victimize themselves, and we'll just laugh in their face. So we'll see how it all plays out. Hope you guys enjoyed my reactions and thoughts to the CBA not passing last night. What do you think is going to happen next?
Ladies and gentlemen, I have...
Okay, let's check out what this is. This is the game we actually want. What game is it?
And Brian McCran, the community manager.
Okay.
I know him as Lossy on YouTube, an old Battlefield YouTuber. They're both...
Ah, it's Battlefield.
Their new project, War Dogs. This is a game that I've known about for a long time, but we haven't really had any information on until right now. I strongly urge you guys to check out that interview. We go into the depths of game development, the politics behind owning your own studio, partnering up with publishers. These guys went through a fucking journey coming from the old days of Battalion 1944 to now. Today, I want to break down what War Dogs is, why we should be excited for it, the lessons that these guys took from their old projects, and how they got to where they are today. Head on over to patreon.com/BigFry. If you want to see more dev interviews and deep dives and discussions like this, support the channel over there. You get early access to Push to Talk podcast episodes, exclusive live streams and videos on a monthly basis, and more. As always, my name is Big Fry. Let's talk War Dogs. What we have here is something unlike anything else we've seen on the market. It has traces of Battlefield. It has traces of World War III, but it also has traces of Arma and one of the game modes that was modded into Arma, which was King of the Hill. War Dogs is a combined arms tactical FPS in a very similar vein to Battlefield. It has tanks, it has helicopters, it has destruction, and what it has is instead of 2 teams battling, you actually have 3 different teams battling for control over these sectors. And within this battle, you earn in-game currency for every kill, for every point you get, for everything that you do, you earn cash, and then you leave these battles and you can spend the cash to upgrade weapons, to get different attachments, to get different gear, and then go back into your next game with your upgraded gear. So it's got elements of extraction shooters in terms of that gameplay loop. It's got elements of Battle Royale where all of these teams are being pushed to the central location to capture this sector. So it's pushing you towards the middle of this map. And this map is massive, and then it has different play areas, kind of similar to what Battlefield 6 is doing now. It's got full destruction. And then, like I mentioned, you have 3 teams fighting over control, which is a little bit of a different dynamic than just like the one-on-one teams that we've seen in every fucking game ever. I love this idea. I want to call it asymmetrical multiplayer, where you have 3 different forces battling it out. I like the idea of it, and I think the gameplay here, from what you guys are seeing, I think it looks legit. One thing they mentioned during the show is they want to make sure that it's grounded and that it feels realistic, but that they don't forget that it's still a video game and they still care about that fun factor. And that's something that they have learned through the years. They want to make sure that the game is fun and that it plays well. And honestly, I get vibes of like a better World War III, a more fluid World War III with like a little bit of a, I want to say like an insurgency feel to it, but with that combined arms gameplay that we know and love from games like Battlefield. Now, one of the most important things that we can take away from this development is that this is on Unreal Engine 5, but during the show, they also mentioned that they understand how bad Unreal Engine 5 is for large-scale FPS like this. So, For the last few years, they have been developing their own framework that is essentially an advanced framework that overlays on top of Unreal Engine 5 so that they can actually do what they need to do with the engine to be able to deliver this experience. Now, obviously, we won't know how the game feels until we get our hands on it. It's slated to launch into early access sometime in 2026. I'm anxious to get my hands on it. I think what I'm seeing here in these clips looks good, and from what we're hearing about their internal family and friends testing they were doing over the holidays, it's sounding like it's coming together and taking shape. If there's one thing I can take from Battalion 1944 is that these guys know gunplay and they know movement better than a lot of other dev teams out there. And I know, as soon as I mentioned Battalion 1944 or Bulkhead, the alarm bells ring for people who were around back then. I covered the rise and the fall of that game and that studio back then, from a Kickstarter project that was promising to make a Call of Duty old school World War II spiritual successor, to the game launching, flopping, and just watching what happened to that project was a tragedy. And a lot of people still hold a lot of grudges towards Battalion and towards Bulkhead for that game. But as I pointed out a couple of years ago, Joe, 8 years or 7 years after the fact, came out and Bulkhead just refunded everybody for that project, which is something we actually talked about during this podcast. I thought that was one of the most genuine moves from a developer, where you released a product that didn't hit the mark for a lot of people. There were bugs and stuff at launch. The servers were a disaster. And then years after the fact, instead of just going, yeah, well, we fucked up, they basically said, if you can provide a receipt for a purchase of Battalion, no matter your playtime, no matter what, if you were a Kickstarter backer, we're just gonna refund you that money. And as a YouTuber who was very critical of Battalion and what they did post-launch and the server issues and all that stuff, I had to give props where props was due. That was one of the most genuine moves that I had ever seen from a developer, especially they had a new publisher on board. They've been working on War Dogs. They had all but moved on to, bigger and better things. And they still felt really bad about how their first game came out the gate. And you can tell that experience still lives with Joe. You can see it throughout that interview. We talk about Battalion. We talk about the good, the bad, the ugly of game development, how they went from, I would say, I don't want to call it a failed Kickstarter. And I point out in the podcast that they learned a lot of lessons from that. And then they took that and ran with it. They built it into a new studio. They had to eventually buy back their own studio from Tencent recently. It is a crazy story. And when I asked them what was the biggest lesson they took from the flop, or whatever you want to call it, the failure of Battalion 1944, Joe said that the way that their back-end infrastructure was built back then was a fucking disaster. And so that was a big focus point of this development, and it's why for the last 2 or 3 years, they've just been working in total silence. We've seen little snippets here and there. We knew Bulkhead was working on something. And if I can be honest, after my video a few weeks back on publishers and what I think is going on in the indie space in terms of predatory companies coming in and fucking over developers, Joe reached out and said, hey, I want to talk to you. Let's fucking have a podcast. Let's talk about development and let's get into it. And so during that show, we talked about Battalion, the pitfalls, the good, the bad. We talked about how they had to literally buy back their studio from Tencent just before the holiday season here. We learned a lot about the ins and outs of game development and more so the politics around it and what it means to go from an independent studio to being, partnered up with Square Enix and Splash Damage and Tencent to now being fully fucking independent. It's a crazy journey that these guys have went on, and luckily they got through the other side of it generally unscathed. A lot of developers don't get that kind of opportunity, and so obviously I'm wishing these guys the best, and I hope that War Dogs is a critical success for them. But in terms of the gameplay, in terms of the mechanics, and in terms of that feel, I won't know until I get my hands on later this year. I want to know what you guys think. Is War Dogs something that you would be interested in? Let me know, because I'll be following along with this. I want to see these guys succeed, and will be giving my feedback when I can get my hands on. I want to give a major shout out to everybody who is supporting this channel on Patreon. Without you guys, this podcast wouldn't have been started, that interview wouldn't exist, and this video wouldn't have happened as well. So genuinely thank you guys so much for supporting this channel. Leave a like on the video and subscribe for everything FPS. 2026 is about to be the biggest year on this channel in a long time. And if you guys want to check out my game Transients, it's available now on Steam. All of my links are down in the description below. I appreciate you guys watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
I smoke too much, I drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. I smoke too much, I drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. 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 Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. Stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now.
Originally, this video was copyright struck and taken down. Stay tuned for a segment on it. Also, big thanks to the patrons and YouTube members for support. This has been a pain to deal with, and that support really helps out. So please do check out the Patreon link down below. Also, I use this as an opportunity to re-edit and make corrections and additions, so enjoy. Hopefully in 4K. Unreal Engine 5. With initial release in 2022, Epic Games brought amazing technologies to the public. Nanite, their automatic LOD and culling feature, promising film-grade mega poly asset.
Okay, so the video just stopped playing. That was weird.
Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Una abogado por si acaso y si el juez está de paso termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia.
Originally, this video was copyright struck and taken down. Stay tuned for a segment on it. Also, big thanks to the patrons and YouTube members for support. This has been a pain to deal with, and that support really helps out. So please do check out the Patreon link down below. Also, I use this as an opportunity to re-edit and make corrections and additions, so enjoy. Hopefully in 4K. Unreal Engine 5. With initial release in 2022, Epic Games brought amazing technologies to the public. Nanite, their automatic LOD and culling feature promising film-grade mega-poly asset use, with little to no developer involvement in optimizing for performance of these assets and environments. And Lumen, their new lighting engine that promised dynamic lights everywhere, instead of the old light baking, a need for shadow maps, light probes, and all that jazz. Basically, it's a software ray tracing with support for hardware version along with it, allowing realistic lighting no matter if you make a simple stylistic or hyper-realistic game. With such massive titles...
Wait. I've seen this already. Why is this not marked as being, you know,
as well as
seen?
Games releasing in mainstream predominantly on Unreal 5. You'd think that there's a revolution in game engine adaptation taking place. Hellblade 2, Black Myth Wukong, Avowed, Squad, Oblivion Remaster, Alters, Ark Raiders, Marvel Rivals, and award-sweeping Expedition 33, all running on the same engine. But then you decide to pick up one of these games and realize, oi, where the hell are my frames? Console war is already over. 30 FPS on average hardware is unacceptable. And then reading the reviews, you see the same thing repeat again and again. Compiling shaders. Horrible performance. Why is my screen so smeary? Why every Unreal game look the same? Why every Unreal game has the same low frame rate? I need FrameGen to run Why this? Is everything Did so someone grainy? Put a Vaseline in my eyes? Where are my FPS? Now, old games look better and why the shadows look so bad and weird? Unreal 5 sucks! And then, to make things just a little bit worse, some developers say that you, the player, aren't educated enough, or just stupid. Every PC gamer must accept the reality of relationship between their hardware and what software they're running is doing. Or better yet, towing the line of Epic Games' Tim Sweeney. The main cause is the order of development. Many studios build for top-tier hardware first and leave optimization and low-spec testing for the end. So let's blame the customer, cause they're stupid and want the top-tier graphics to run smoothly on their shit PCs or something. Oh, what's that? Even the tech reviewers are showcasing the average performance being bad on best hardware? Okay. Let's blame the developers instead for being lazy pieces of shit who don't know how to use the engine, right? But by all means, let's not point fingers to the common cause, the engine itself, right? Now, no matter how you shift the narrative, today, as soon as we hear the game is using Unreal Engine, we collectively let off an audible groan. If in the past, the worst we could say about Unreal Engine was, well, it has that asset flip Unreal Engine look, then now, today it has turned into a full-blown hatred for the engine. Yet, developers continue to use it. So, why does even an average customer start to actively hate the game engine? Is it even suffering from the erectile dysfunction? I mean performance anxiety? Or are we all just uneducated and that smeary, blurry mess that Unreal Engine produces called gameplay is just a figment of our imagination? Well, let's find out together, as this is the failure of Unreal Engine 5. In 2025, I ended up playing so many of the heavy hitters, most of which were built on Unreal 5, that at one point I think I could sniff out the anti-aliasing method that they were using almost instantly. However, what started with a mild disappointment with Stalker 2's release performance soon turned into a pattern. Hold on a second. All of them seem to be running very poorly, even when all the settings are dropped lower than the Call of Duty fandom's standards. The game runs like ass and looks like one too! This common sentiment ended up permeating from the very first Unreal 5 games, like Black Myth Wukong and Remnant 2, to even the more recent releases of Silent Hill F and Metal Gear Delta. Now, understandably, like Crysis in 2007, the best ever graphics of the day will cost massive performance. Now, the difference here is where Unreal Engine games match or even exceed previous generation game visuals as soon as you look at the frame rates for comparable graphics levels and detail. You notice a lower frame rate in Unreal titles, and it only gets more obvious the more settings you try to downgrade to eke back some performance, until these Unreal 5 games can't even beat a 2-decade-old game on max settings 4K, both in the performance and visuals. And so at some point you start wondering, well, what the hell even was the point? But okay, what if Unreal uses the low-end settings just for compatibility's sake and it's all about the highest tier quality settings? Can those allow console peasantry playable frame rates of at least 30 FPS? Case in point, Hellblade 2. Or if you want something really early, you can take Black Myth Wukong as well. And yeah, the visuals are very modern and detailed. Arguably better than, say, DICE's Frostbite engine and their amazing work on photogrammetry. Or even Crysis Remastered. Grass, I meant grass! So to a certain level, most Unreal games can and have used to date highest level detailed assets. But then Fire Nation attacked. I mean, gameplay happened and everything started smearing. Oh no. Okay, so the max settings get ruined. Well, okay, let's drop the quality like underpants in an orgy for that sweet performance. What do we get? That's weird. Even in the best optimized single-player Unreal game, in my opinion, Stalker 2, no matter how low you drop the visuals or how much you ruin them, you can't claw back over 200 FPS on a top-end hardware. And why is this important? Well, take a look.
On the same hardware at the same labeled settings, Borderlands 4 is about 3 times harder to run. But it's pretty clear that Borderlands 4 is the better looking game with increased levels of detail and better lighting quality. But at the very least, it's not like we're getting the same visual experience at 1/3 the frame rate. However, things do change a bit in that discussion when we compare Borderlands 3 running on the badass preset to Borderlands 4 running on the low preset. In this very same area, I was only able to scale Borderlands 4 down to run at 95 FPS compared to 126 FPS in the previous title. So the highest settings in Borderlands 3 run about 30% faster than the lowest settings in Borderlands 4 in this configuration, which is a pretty dire state of affairs for people with older graphics cards. You just can't scale things down far enough.
Yep, not even utterly obliterating the visuals with prehistoric, and I mean 1990s graphics that give you eye cancer, can you get over 200 FPS? How does that make sense? No, I found a place in Stalker 2 that you could get over 200 FPS. And the weirdness continues to pile on when I notice the third-person games, say for example Hellblade, Silent Hill, or Wukong, getting the same if not worse frame rate as the first-person Unreal 5 titles. See, the reason this is weird is, historically, first-person games, the camera itself is a lot closer to the walls, textures, models, and even faces, hence the need for more higher, detailed, and thus less performative models. Which means that for third-person games you can take some liberties, which mean either better performance or larger environments. And yet here, they are within the same margin of run-to-run variant frame rates. In fact, due to this, I noticed the most bizarre thing, the thing that spawned this whole episode in its own. Every Unreal title seems to run the same frame rate, no matter the style, model, or details. Seriously, how likely is it that dozens of studios could achieve the same performance result when looking wildly different? Now, this was Unreal on its own. As soon as I started looking outside of Unreal's ecosystem and other games, especially released in the same time, but on different engines, say for example Battlefield 6 or especially Kingdom Come 2, the performance chasm for arguably comparably the same visual fidelity becomes extremely noticeable. So then, what is happening and why? What is Unreal Engine and Epic Games even doing? Well, you see, back in 2022, with the reveal of the new engine, Epic showcased 2 main new features. Nanite, the automatic LOD optimizing thing that would basically increase the detail.
Why is Unreal Engine 5 a new engine when Creation Engine 2 is an old engine?
Foliage being added to Nanite itself.
And
I don't understand it.
They needed a complete rethink. And in their place, it's a new adaptive voxel representation in Nanite. It's volumetric, it's fully 3D, it is super fast to render.
And then there's the lighting engine, Lumen, basically an attempt to implement software ray tracing, the Light Edition, with hardware support additionally. Unreal 5, thanks to both of these features, allows developers to use ultra mega poly scans that until now were mostly used in movies only. That is, unless of course the game developer wanted to utterly tank the performance of the game or spend massive amounts of time optimizing and building several LOD models. So, where does the performance failure come from? Well, if you're a game dev, or know anything about automatic algorithms, you might have spotted the issue. Automatic optimization. Sounds pretty cool, but it also is too inaccurate, resulting in still too many things being drawn at the same time, compared to traditional LOD method. And if you're an avid gamer, today you'll know the problems of ray tracing.
Let's talk about what Lumen can do. The obvious being it achieves real-time indirect lighting with rather surprising accuracy, and as we all know, emissive lighting does contribute to GI. So if you have a large, bright material, it will light up your scene. Lumen also provides reflections and integrates GI into the reflections as well. So what I mean by this is you will see all of the GI in the reflections. Lumen also supports clear coat materials properly so that there are 2 reflections, not just 1, which is really useful for car materials. It also supports fully shadowed skylight, so drag and dropping a skylight set to movable will shadow everything automatically with no additional input from the artist. It provides dynamic GI and sky shadowing on translucency and volumetric fog, albeit at a lower quality. Lumen makes things so much easier for artists. There's way less fiddling around with hidden settings for lighting and shadow detail. Most of the heavy lifting is done under the hood, which is absolutely awesome for us.
Now, Lumen is a type of ray tracing, adjacent kind of a thing that is still slow to calculate. Now granted, Lumen is cutting corners harder than the Circle Factory for performance, so lower quality shadows result from this. But, because that's still not enough, Lumen also relies on temporal accumulation, producing proper shadows over several frames, causing smearing effect like this. Also, Lumen does support hardware ray tracing, and usually developers enable it if available, or like Oblivion Remaster allow you to choose whether to use software or hardware versions. Still, the problem in both cases, Lumen, due to this slow update rate, ends up looking bad. Not to mention that it constantly tries to update itself, so literally as you whip your camera around, you might be illuminating rooms, as if the camera's auto exposure or ISO settings were tripping out. At the end of the day, Lumen neither looks good nor performs well. However, as soon as critics, the public, or anyone with a pulse starts discussing just how weird Unreal is, or looks, or performs bad, out come the dick riders. The defenders of the engine. And who best to represent that portion but Mr. Randy Pitchford himself? We have made an amazing and fun and huge looter-shooter campaign game. The game is pretty optimal, which means that the software is doing what we want without wasteful cycles on bad processes.
Of course, I did play the game for a bit just so I could get to a suitable section for testing, but I used an RTX 5090, and even then, I was forced to dial down the resolution to 1440p and enable upscaling, because damn was the experience at native 4K bad. I was shocked to find frame rates in the 40s, like what the hell is up with that?
Oh, whoops, Mr. Pitchford, what is this? Every PC gamer must accept the reality of a relationship between their hardware and what software they are running is doing. Bold move, let's see if it pays out. The main cause is order of development. Many studios build for top-tier hardware first and leave optimization and low-spec testing for end. Ideally, optimization should begin early before full content build-out. But please accept that the game is doing a lot and running pretty optimally, and that you need to accept either a trade-off between FPS, features and resolution as your preference, or you will continue to be disappointed. Code your own engine if you know better. So, Mr. Pitchford, which is it? Is the engine amazing and you agree with Mr. Sweeney that, hey, developers need to learn to develop and optimize, meaning that you are an incompetent buffoon, or is it not your fault and Borderlands 4 runs perfectly as it should be, with lower frame rate than even other Unreal 5 games, and something else is, at fault? But seriously though, it's clear that Epic Games want to deflect the responsibility of their engine failures onto developers and telling us that we should ignore the engine being bad, or that there are any issues with it. Just, blame developers for bad performance.
Leave her alone! Leave her!
Unreal engine alone! Now, of course, that's a ludicrous idea. But let's say it's true. None of the over dozen different game studios ranging from small to AAA could not get the engine or its performance to run better. Not a single one. And you know, all of them are just simply incompetent equally. I don't know about you, but I find that hard to believe. But okay, let's take an amateur look at what is going on. Maybe a plebeian wannabe game dev or a game enthusiast like me can spot at least where some problems lie. So I downloaded Unreal Engine, set up a scene, deleted absolutely everything from it, and let it run as fast as possible. 500 FPS. For this. Default settings, blank scene, nothing else. And to put it in perspective, I did exactly the same thing with Unity as well. No, that's not 1000 FPS. That's 10,000 FPS. On the very same PC. Now, you probably already know where this is going, but let's make it a little bit more fair and let's actually draw something with shadows. Now, how about my maker coin? Also, by the way, I'll have the file for this coin in STL format available for my patrons, so consider supporting. And of course, if you just enjoyed the video or the technical deep dive, as much as it can be, don't forget to subscribe, you know, like and whatever else. Unreal Engine, 300 FPS. Unity, 900 FPS. Remember, all I'm doing is running the engine with no special settings, just default stuff, empty project, and actually releasing the project rather than running it from editor. So, what have we actually learned from this? Number 1, Unreal by default still slaps on motion blur on, so fuck you for that alone. But seriously though, number 2, Unity shadows are very ass looking in comparison. And number 3, Unreal Engine out of the box comes like an American on a diet of nothing but beans and Taco Bell. Extremely bloated, to a point that it could be reclassified as a waterlogged corpse. So yeah, Tim Sweeney was right when saying, git code and optimize from day 0, even before the planning stages, idiot. But there was still one thing, that didn't explain the oddity I saw in the benchmark results for nearly all Unreal games that used Lumen and Nanite. All of them, on the same hardware, say for example like mine, were running 40 to 50 FPS, no matter the style, complexity, or detailing. It was always the same performance. Also, you might be asking, why 4K and not say 1080p? Well, partially because I'm giving benefit of the doubt to the engine itself, because on 4K it actually looks better than in 1080p, especially without anti-aliasing. Also, it's absolutely reasonable to go 4K and high refresh rate. Even on its own, saying, it's good enough is pretty fucking dumb. So let's not resort ourselves to the lowest common denominator, shall we? So I thought, well, okay, maybe my overclocked and misconfigured system is producing some anomalies like an improper stalker exclusion zone. So I looked up the third-party reviewer data, and no, the same pattern continued. 40 to 50 FPS on max settings, 4K, and not a single one able to beat 200 FPS reliably, even when looking uglier than Ubisoft's stock price in the last 5 years. So I was wondering to myself, does it really take the same amount of time to render a frame from Avowed, or Stalker 2, or Expedition 33, or Black Myth Wukong? That's really bizarre. But okay, there was an exception.
Still, despite this support, the game is unexpectedly demanding, and as a result has mixed reviews on Steam, with the bulk of the negativity due to poor frame rate performance and crashing.
Well, way to prove me wrong, Mr. Pitchford. Anyways, during my research, I decided to read some tech-illiterate gaming journal's opinion. Well, if Unreal Engine is so bad, then how do you explain the performance of the finals, Claire Obscured, Expedition 33, or even Marvel Rivals? Now, as it turns out, this, specimen was simply parroting the developer Ares, can't pronounce it anyway, CEO of Deep World Studio, makers of upcoming extraction shooter Beautiful Light. So, he must know a thing or two at least.
So from that test he did with the Unity and Unreal Engine with nothing shown.
Look at the upscale potato maximum FPS version. Well, here Expedition wins over Stalker.
Unity is like rendering like
Claire Obscure
4 times faster, or giving you 4 times FPS with nothing on screen.
Still, let's be frank here, you didn't come to look at my stats exclusively, so even glancing at third-party tech reviewers, the results are the same. Now, I suspect reason some people claim Expedition Expedition's performance is the greatest ever, or at least really good, is because the gameplay itself is turn-based and static with automatic cameras, whereas in
Okay, why is this thing buffering? Oh my goodness, my internet connection is... Oh crap, what happened?
Marvel Rivals.
Okay, again, why is this thing buffering? It shouldn't be buffering. This is insane. Now, I suspect the reason some people claim Expedition's performance is the greatest ever, or at least really good, is because the gameplay itself is turn-based and static with automatic cameras, whereas in FPS games, say Stalker 2, it's all free-flowing, untethered game. Now, as for Marvel Rivals, I could not find a conclusive source. Oh my goodness, what is happening? This thing keeps buffering. And then now YouTube lowered the resolution. What is it rendering now?
Is lumen, and when you turn it on, the performance starts eating metaphorical shit.
4K resolution using DLSS.
Oh, look at that, it lowered the resolution to 480p. My goodness.
Of course, and over here everything is completely maxed out, including the global illumination and the reflection quality, which are set to lumen. You know, this is a 4090, you're paying the big bucks, you want the big graphics, right? And let me tell you that I am not very impressed. It will...
No, when you're playing a competitive game, you shouldn't play in very high graphic settings. You need all the FPS that you can squeeze out of it. So better turn that to very low.
I'm going to use SSGI high quality, so no lumen, okay, as well as lumen reflections. Instead of that, we will use screen space reflections, way less intensive, all right? And now at native resolution, we're getting 109. So we gained 30 frames per second just by changing those couple of settings. And maybe...
So, what about the finals? Ah yes, now this one's a very interesting case. When this game came out, I genuinely was impressed by the tech behind the game, even if the gameplay left me more bored than looking at the white paint dry over their white arena. And here we go. This is where the first clip of Threat Interactive was. Weirdly, they didn't strike this one, but instead the second clip. So I'll talk more when we come to it. The finals have a ballpark performance that you'd expect from visuals on display. Now,
okay, so he got a copyright strike?
Sources with their finals use
For what?
night and lumen.
That's weird.
Finals does use traditional lighting as well as ray tracing. However, the ray tracing does not come from lumen, and instead Nvidia's ray tracing GI. So yeah, it's pretty custom. And due to the destructible environment and the high level of detail, nanite is also likely. However, not outright stated per my research. What about Fortnite? Okay, yeah, this one I gotta say I don't know. It is the Epic's money cow, and has higher performance on average while using Lumen than your typical Unreal game, but even here, compared to non-Lumen version, you gain what?
Maybe because Fortnite is made by Epic Games themselves, so if they made the engine, they could possibly have like a custom engine specifically built for Fortnite, which is different from what they are releasing.
Fuck you. Now I know it's reductive, but what else are we supposed to take?
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? No one will ever know.
Fortnite. And maybe Arc Raiders and Marvel Rivals, but
Because even I can play and run Fortnite on my potato PC.
very little quality loss. Plus you gain
But I can't run Marvel Rivals on my potato PC, unfortunately.
few
I could run Warzone,
Lumen or Nano.
which is weird. I could run Warzone and play it at 30 FPS.
Yeah, we'll get into that. Now, putting aside the typical Schadenfreude, the copious amounts of coping, both from developer side as well as especially from the engine makers, is just not healthy. And the fact that engine makers are shifting the blame onto developers is just disgusting. At the end of the day,
The blame is always on the developers because they're the one making the games and they are obviously not optimizing the game. They're relying on the automatic optimization, which doesn't really work. You'll need actual machines to test your games on.
there are developers who don't have their heads up their asses, like Mr. Pitchford. See, in 2025, I had the chance to visit the games industry conference in Poland and chat with 11-bit studio developers, the creators of Frostpunk and Alters, as well as got a quick word with Yevgeny, the CEO of GSC, the developers of Stalker 2, as well as a few other ones. Shout out to Fool's Theory, by the way. See, after chatting with a couple of developers, it became very clear that they are aware of these issues stemming from Unreal. Much the same sentiment the Squad developers have expressed in their recent interviews when they moved their game to Unreal 5.
We do get automated frame rate reporting, just anonymous in the backend of like this is the FPS, and so then we sort it by GPU, and we hit that threshold that the UE5 version performs better for the majority of players already quite a while ago, so that was not so much a driver for release.
Now, no matter how much you try to justify the use of Unreal 5, for the looks, which granted you'll get, the performance will be in the dumpster. And then, soon after, the amazing visuals will follow suit, who get destroyed moments later by the thing the games have called the gameplay. So wait, is the amazing visuals only good when you're standing still? That's not really how the games are supposed to work now, is it? Is this the shaky cam phase of video games? Or the return of the piss filter but with vengeance? Oh no! On the other hand, if you want a reasonable performance, well then get good and become an engine developer. So, yeah, remind me again, why did companies like CDPR and 343 abandon their in-house engines? So then, to understand the why of the performance issue, why it's so low, and the lies of the next generation visuals, as well as how it was sold to developers, we need to take a closer look at the two main culprits, the Lumen and Nanite. Alright then, Lumen, the software and hardware ray tracing lighting engine. The way this was sold to developers was a little bit something like this.
Lumen makes things so much easier for artists. There's way less fiddling around with hidden settings for lighting and shadow detail. Most of the heavy lifting is done under the hood, which is absolutely awesome for us.
See, normally you would work in an unlit or very basically lit editor view, constantly switching between ray traced view or outright waiting for shadow baking process to see the full view. To say the least, it was very slow and often annoying. Now Lumen does make it a lot easier to quickly set up a scene, and without additional faffing, you get what you see right there in the editor. No baking or additional work needed from the artist's side. Hellblade 2, Wukong, Expedition 33, and the Alters are a great example of how this frees up the creativity thanks to the new technologies in Unreal Engine.
I was like, why is it so dark? And now I'm like, oh, it's because of the glowing blood, which is seemingly doing a lot of work lighting the scene.
By the way, that effect, you couldn't do that until recently with rendering packages. I mean, when I say recent, I mean like within the past 10 years. In a rendering system, for a long time, you couldn't have things like textures and liquid and everything emit light altogether. Usually you'd have to have like specific light objects emit light. Yeah. And even in video games now, you can't really render a scene like this.
Yeah, I mean, you can get pretty close with like Lumen now, but even still, it's not going to be on this level.
Yeah. So it's a great sequence that really just like leverages modern CGI.
No more light baking, limited dynamic lights, light probes, or physics objects messing up the scene. Like in a real studio, you just set up the lights and things happen. No more technical rendering or optimization mumbo-jumbo needed for the artist. This indeed is the power of real-time simulation of how light actually works in real world. However, with the exception of maybe Stalker 2, the most you'll ever see Unreal 5 games do is changing weather or day-night cycle, while rest of the time the scenes are static as fuck.
We also have this concept of providing more feedback to the player when you play the game. We really wanted to make sure that the Slayer felt really powerful, even more so than in Eternal or in 2016. And one of the things that we added in Doom the Dark Ages was the concept of, like, you know, more immersive gore and more immersive world destruction, so the weapons felt really powerful. And if you have a baked lighting solution, then some of those things can feel out of place, especially when you have really, really large objects. When you're running on with a mech and you're smashing buildings and pieces fly off, you can't have those things be baked. And if they're not baked, then the ambient lighting will be completely off. With ray tracing, all that stuff looks homogeneous and it feels more real, it feels more impactful, and it really makes you feel like you're in the mech or you're fighting as the Slayer because things look like how they're supposed to look.
So this was Doom the Dark Ages, its take on the hardware ray-traced game. Even here, the destruction in environment not just felt but was an afterthought with no gameplay impact. Now as for Unreal, the only game on this engine that takes advantage of this dynamic light and dynamic environment, I would only say is the Finals, and maybe Fortnite if you count that. So just like with Doom, I ask vast majority of Unreal games, what's the point in using Lumen? Still, let's say that for one or another reason you really need Lumen's ray tracing. Okay, cool. Except for the major failure of Lumen itself. A simple little thing, like a pebble in a skate park, everything is beautiful. Until you start moving and immediately faceplant onto a half-pipe. Yep, as soon as actual gameplay happens, Lumen becomes its own worst nightmare. Incorrect lighting, bad light bounces, incomplete lighting, boiling shadows and reflections, grainy visuals, inconsistent lighting by simply turning around, and possibly the worst of all, ghosting and streaking are the ugly results that will constantly be in your face. It's like Lumen is only beautiful in bright, well-lit environments, but as soon as you have darkly lit rooms or, God forbid, any fast-moving action, particle effects, or both, you are shit out of luck. Right, so we might as well talk about the writing on the wall about ray tracing. No hardware can handle it today. Well, not at least in full detail on every frame, even in 1080p with constant 60 FPS. If you want to dispute that, feel free and try running Cyberpunk or Doom the Dark Ages with path tracing on. So for realistically playable versions, it's time to cut corners more than your neighborhood's meth house in a crunch hour. First off, we don't need to ray trace every pixel every frame. We just need to ray trace every second or third one. Okay, done. But now we have the problem of half the resolution, or black pixels everywhere, or better yet, if we leave the last frame on, insane ghosting coming out to play. Yeah, you can see where this is going, can't you? So, such methods as smearing the screen, filling in the gaps with denoising algorithms, and so on are used. Approximations everywhere. And sadly with Lumen, well, we can see pretty much every one in the books. So again, why use Lumen? But hold on, can you even use traditional baking methods as alternatives in Unreal 5?
Lumen is not ready for baking, and also, so you know, neither does Nanite. So if you want to work baking your light in Unreal Engine 5, you can.
Okay, so that was like 3 years ago. They're saying that it's not yet ready.
Lumen.
And yeah, technically you can use it. In fact, Ready or Not, which uses Unreal 5, is using it. And you can definitely notice the lack of accuracy within the shadows, or lack thereof, even on the highest graphics settings. But the performance doesn't lie. But anyways, as I showcased with my bloat example, by default, these performance-heavy features are enabled. And for some godforsaken fucking reason, also motion blur! And yeah, these older methods are actually being used in such games as Marvel Rivals and Fortnite, giving you option to switch between Lumen and SSGI. But as a developer, it almost feels like the engine doesn't want you to not use Lumen and not use Nanite. Take for example Ready or Not, that uses no Lumen or Nanite while still using Unreal 5 engine. Now sure, it's not the most detailed game out there, but to have good visuals and to run 150 minimum FPS on the maxed out settings on 4K native, while every other Unreal 5 title struggles to reach 200 while looking like this on the very same machine, should tell you at least a little something, and invoke a phrase, diminishing returns. So then why use Lumen and Nanite? Well, it mainly, probably, comes down to the deadlines and development speed that Lumen and Nanite affords above all. Though ultimately it's all speculation unless developers actually address it directly. Yet, as a customer, I find it kind of shitty that developers of, say, Clair Obscur and several other Unreal titles with very static and unchanging weather and environments to simply say, "Ah, screw the performance, it's good enough." Now for us, the gamers, players, customers, or just game nerds, there's sadly very little in the way of solace. Sure, the frame rates with better hardware in, say, 10-20 years will improve. However, what will remain is the streaks, the smearing, the ghosting of Lumen. And also this crap. See these early Unreal 5 games in 10-20 years when the hardware advances will remain just as ugly, and age just as poorly. Of course, unless developers go out of their way to include settings in the game for Lumen like the update rate and whatever else. With games like Crysis, you can directly contrast how good optimization while pushing extreme levels of quality translates to the future tech, not just for the machines of the day. And understand that I personally see ray tracing as the absolute future of realistic game graphics. Hell, I can't wait for the day when I can play Cyberpunk or Doom the Dark Ages with path tracing on 4K native with 120 FPS. But as is, the tech is simply not there. And this crutch-filled bullshit that Lumen is pushing sucks harder than a truck stop hooker. And just like a truck stop hooker gives you crabs and gonorrhea. I mean, smeary, ghosty, inconsistent, upscaled bullshit. Now, let's jump on the other culprit, Nanite. When I first saw the use of these ultra mega super duper model scans, I was blown away, and so were a lot of people. By all accounts, this is a technology that many developers have tried, failed, and dreamed of, being able to place extreme amounts of detail not just in a rocky terrains far in the distance, but also in the ground you walk on. And it not just being a janky tessellation approach, but a real model detail, and to have it automatically optimized depending on how close it is to the camera, sounded like a dream come true. In practice, having played one of the first games with Nanite only, that didn't include Lumen, Remnant 2, then Hellblade 2, Stalker 2, The Alters, Expedition 33, all of whom feature genuinely unprecedented levels of detail in their environments. It's hard to deny the level of geometry and complexity on display. So, where's the problem? Well, the programmers in the audience, especially the graphics programmers, are already yelling at the screen, "Overdraw!" And this is where the clip in the question for copyright strike came from. Basically, what this means is someone, in this case the notorious Threat Interactive, claims that this segment, where I played less than 30-second clip of his video, is copyrighted and I have no valid case or permission to use it. I, on the other hand, following the fair use exemption, chose to include this and the other segment for the purposes of giving context, commentary, etc, etc, like you saw throughout the video with other videos. You know, I made sure to credit their work both on screen and description and blah blah blah. Now seems that was not acceptable by them. Now on totally unrelated and funnier note, in recent year, Threat Interactive also issued several such strikes for various other creators. Smart Polly, who used about 7-second clip for purposes of reporting, even if it was more colored opinion than reporting. But regardless, then on Twitter with his posts of these clips,
yeah, that is just bullshit. You use like a second of clip and you get a copyright strike for 1 second of clip because you're talking about it. It's just stupid. Honestly, content creators, if they can, when they get a strike, they don't try to dispute it. They just go and file a lawsuit.
Issuing strikes against your detractors.
Because again, fair use is a legal defense.
Understand the reason.
So they file a lawsuit claiming fair use and
relatively simple use reporting might be an attempt.
See what happens.
Vanity or honestly, I don't know. And then there's my case.
But unfortunately, most content creators don't have a lot of money.
Cherry pick. As long as you recognize it.
Or to go through with a lawsuit.
So at least partially I agree with some of their conclusions. But then I also called them assholes who abused the MCA. As I was reporting on these previously mentioned instances. Then a day later on Twitter, where the crotch goblin shit stains slink away to crash out, there was this message. Now, since they didn't directly address who the creator was, well, we can only guess. But for a second, let's theoretically imagine that it was about me. You know, for funsies. So, did I call them assholes? Oh, you bet I did. Did I lie about their legal actions? Oh, sorry, was I incorrect in reporting that? As all the strike recipients, or as you call them, victims, have claimed as much? In fact, since some, if not all original striked videos, at least on YouTube, have gone back up, and as far as I'm aware, none of them have been taken to the court over this, as I paraphrase some of the strike quote-unquote victims' opinions. Well, gee willikers. Well, if that's the case, then I'm incorrect and I retract my statements and I'm sorry. I made a whoopsie-poopsie mistake. Moving on. Did I use their content without permission to boost this low engagement content? No. I used the small portion of your content without permission to provide context, additional information, and commentary while citing and crediting the sources, for what I believe is within the fair use. And then he goes out to call Ace Roll a hypocrite. But anyways, that was just a theoretical assumption that he's talking about me, but, you know, who knows? Clearly, this is a copyright strike, not a quote-unquote, you said mean things about me, strike, or quote-unquote, you defamed me, strike, or anything else related to hurt feelings or insults, or pride. It's copyright, right? So, my choice of crediting and or use of material for purposes of further discussion, commentary, and blah 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 was not sufficient for the fair use consideration.
Again, fair use is a legal defense. If you want it upheld, you'll have to
Actually pointed out that
you'll have to take them to court.
An ally of sorts. As I too, being a simple gamer and customer.
Now, if you are like a billionaire content creator, well, you can take them to court and drain them with money. Drain them of money.
Or something? Well, I guess some people only just want more of that Tasman Gold ass gas. So I wonder, what does it tell you about a copyright strike abusing, shit heel, song slapping, sniffing, nugget ass head of a cunt muffin, lobotomite motherfucker, dick weasel, twink looking, pussy ass bitch cocksucking dipshit? Like Nintendo, for example. Yeah, they're notorious for allegedly using the quote-unquote legal excuse for taking down content they don't approve of, just because. And on a completely unrelated note, let's make this video even more viewed, with more likes and dislikes, whichever one you like. Let's go! Anyways, back to the video.
I had a chat with Sterling Rank, the co-creator of Ready or Not, a viral tactical FPS that sold millions of copies. The whole game was made in Unreal.
Another guy on YouTube who's been, making the rounds is that, what's his name? He's like a tech, I don't know if he's a technical artist or just a programmer, but he's definitely an engineer of some kind. He's very clever. It's that guy who's been kind of deep. I don't know, he's been deep diving Unreal and how much it sucks or whatever and how unoptimized it is. And how nano's like useless and things. I think I'm very much watering it down.
Do we agree that nanite? Okay.
I've tried nano. I mean, I've seen the horror stories and I want to stay away for now. I understand that this stuff can be like pushed out before it's ready. I don't know. It's probably great.
But you're not making an open world game. It's close quarters, indoors, so you can take advantage of occlusion culling. You don't have to render things at far distances, right?
Precisely. Yeah. I get it. But what I like about Unreal is that it's accessible.
Hell, you can make your own test and have some fun. See, no algorithm exists in the world that would automatically scale, load, stream, or generate the right amount of detail without being massively wasteful. And you see, ever since I saw this, I had an interest in games and their tech, and even I cringe every time I hear the term automatic LOD, or automatic optimization. Reason being, it simply never worked to be as efficient as a human hand-built LOD. Basically put, Nanite is like vibe coding, but for mesh optimizations. Oh god, it's vibe optimizations. Ugh, basically imagine ChatGPT doing everything. Yeah, you got the picture. You're welcome. Now, in response to my critique for Nanite, I saw some developers, including Dallas, use foliage as the scapegoat for the performance failures. I'd love to see comparisons, like proper one-to-one comparisons, not just slightly different ones that Dallas showcases. And especially now, with Unreal 5.7 releasing with that cool tech that we saw in Witcher 4's demo. Try as you might scapegoat the performance failures onto the foliage. There are games, say for example Hellblade 2 or Remnant, both of these games have plenty of scenes without foliage, in caves or whatever. And sadly, the performance really isn't that different. In fact, same with Stalker 2. Oh, but James, that's an old information. That's outdated. Well, yeah, that's kind of the thing. I'm looking at this engine and games from the perspective of a customer. Hell, just recently GSC upgraded Stalker 2's engine to 5.5, and well, the performance certainly hasn't changed much. At least it is more stable. And that's kind of the thing. There's still problem performance-wise with Nanite. And speaking of, it's kind of funny that another creator who got similarly DMCA'd like me showcased also this graph in a video that he actually got back. Yeah, I know it's silly, but there is this weird idea that Nanite will overcome conventional rendering at some point. But looking online, I struggled to find a comparison between Nanite and traditional LODs, and the only one that really showcased something was this one. So then, Dallas and everyone else who's claiming that Nanite's good for something or at some point overcomes the traditional LODs, I genuinely would love to see a comparison that shows where, how, and at what point it actually becomes more usable. It is genuinely interesting technology, but it just sucks right now. But every time you critique the performance of Nanite, everyone immediately drags out, oh, but it's super easy to use. Yeah, I agree, nobody is disputing that. Hell, even in my little comparisons I filmed for this, I found Nanite to be really intuitive and easy to use. Then throw in Lumen for easy lighting and boom, you got a really good looking scene without knowing basically anything. But that's the thing, even if you cajole it into doing something that you want and properly adjust both Lumen and Nanite, looking at the games released with Nanite and Lumen enabled, the performance is the problem. And speaking of making comparison videos or demos, some so-called Unreal developers compared Nanite to Nanite Off without any LOD. What the fuck? Also,
so one area we have stayed away so far from is level streaming. Squad had never any form of level streaming, so the whole map is ever loaded. And the reason for that is Unreal Engine is infamous for traversal stutters. In many Unreal Engine games, as you move to the level, there's a short stutter because it needs to load new parts of the level. And so that's called level streaming system, where you have only parts of the level loaded that are relevant to you. But that moment of loading creates a little stutter. And that's been a long time problem in Unreal Engine.
However, as Stalker 2 has proven, you don't need loading screens at all in their implementation. At least in my opinion, thus far the best one in this sort of regard. But okay, can you perhaps combine Nanite with hand-built LODs or some kind of optimizations to mitigate overdraw? Yeah, not really. See, Nanite itself is already a level of detail algorithm that doesn't allow you to, at least easily, interfere with it. In fact, Nanite expects you to dump literally every megapoly in there without combining them as individual objects, including the walls of a room, which safe to say goes quite a bit against the old methods of LOD. But anyways, either you use Nanite or you use the traditional LOD system. However, when you start comparing them, well, comparisons ain't kind to Nanite, I can tell you that. More memory usage, lower frame rate, and most noticeably, the grainy, pixelated look. However, this is without shading. When you flip on the light switch, the performance basically does this. Now granted, this video maker rightfully notes that Unreal's virtual shadow maps are sharper, but as for that grainy, pixelated look, well, that only gets more pronounced. And this is the biggest kicker of them all. To solve the grainy, ugly garbage, what do you think Epic Games deemed as a viable solution? Oh, but before that, because of course I can't get my script right, at the last minute I need to add 10,000 additions for these mega videos. Anyways, in one of the first Unreal 5 games, The Remnant 2, which used Nanite but didn't use Lumen, its performance also was weirdly similar to all the other ones. 40 to 50 FPS on 4K without any upscaling. So, hold on, is Lumen not to be blamed for the performance issues? Well, not entirely, because Lumen is still ray tracing and it does take quite a bit of performance away. However, not as much as you might think. And if this test, as well as Remnant's performance in general, signifies anything, Nanite might be the biggest performance hog. However, the majority of graininess you see on the screen from Stalker 2 is caused by the foliage rather than the nanite itself. As for example here in Remnant, sure it's not perfect, but it's definitely not as grainy as you'd expect. So whether it's some sort of a shader or a method that is being used for the foliage, you're still gonna see quite a lot of graininess regardless in every...
Yeah, you can see the problem with Lumen and Nanite in actual games.
Unreal Engine is gonna be using it. And on that topic, at what point did game developers
Look at that. Look at that.
Shader for foliage.
Look at that.
Idea. I know there are maybe a few benefits to it, but as a customer and observer, I frankly hate it now, thanks to just how much it was abused and relied upon. And it only gets more pronounced the lower.
It looks nice when you're not moving though. Look at that. When you're not moving, it looks nice.
1080p because
But once you move,
while Lumen only seemed to
it becomes
So returning to the topic,
bad. Oh, look at that.
Unreal Engine is
Wow.
to fix that issue. And now we come to one of the most uniformly hated parts of not just Unreal Engine, but modern game graphics as a whole. The temporal anti-aliasing and Epic's own version, the temporal super resolution, which is basically TAA just in a fancy suit. Now, I've talked about this anti-aliasing method quite a bit in another failure of episode, so I highly recommend you check it out. But in short,
we wanted to have really clean and stable images for this game. And in early 2014, we began looking into temporal anti-aliasing, and I whipped up a quick first implementation of this based on what was available on the internet and in my own head, and it quickly became our primary anti-aliasing solution during production.
this AA method produces the so-called stable image without much noticeable stair-stepping. This is achieved over several frames, hence the temporal, meaning time involvement into the solution. The problem, however, with TAA and every other single temporal solution, motion. And what does the gameplay usually consists of? Loads of rapid random motion. So the result ends up being like this. Now granted, TAA and TSR can produce smooth images that are somewhat comparable with the ultimate anti-aliasing solution, the SSAA. However, if you have a brain, you might be asking, how much performance are we still sacrificing for this? Well, that's kind of the problem. See, many of the Unreal 5 games have stopped providing options to disable any AA solutions. Even Stalker 2 since update 1.6. And can you guess why? But there are ways to still force these games to not have AA, through mods or console commands. Bookmark this. In coming years, trust me, it'll come in handy. So then how much? How much performance is specifically TSR, the Unreal Engine specific TAA implementation, taking up? Uh, 20 to 10%. Yep, a whole lot of frames are thrown out the window just to have the so-called stable image. But okay, as long as it improves the visual quality, we can tolerate it and even enjoy it. Yeah, about that. Did you forget that games have, gameplay and motion? TAA and TSR are so fragile that even foliage or a simple chain link fence will utterly destroy the visuals behind it. A fucking chain link fence! And remember, what makes this worse is the fact that most Unreal 5 games don't allow you to even disable it. But why? Nanite! Yep, remember that pixel overdraw issue? And you might be wondering, well, what about the other AA solutions? As a matter of fact, FXAA is enableable through that console command that I showcased you before, but MSAA as well. And while Unreal Engine does support MSAA, it also requires forward rendering pipeline, and Lumen and Nanite really prefer, as well as been optimized for deferred pipeline. Now I'm too dumb to properly explain this, so the bottom line really is, for us the customer, it seems that Unreal is pushing Lumen pretty hard on everyone, which benefits from temporal smearing. And they also push Nanite, which in turn benefits from Lumen and the temporal smearing, to a point that it becomes requirement to not look like grainy ass. However, this only produces pretty pictures with low or no motion in the scene. Otherwise, the picture turns into a Vaseline-induced projectile vomit, as temporal anti-aliasing and TSR always does. Now, to me, as a customer, player, gamer, tech enthusiast, it almost feels like you're applying a bandage to self-inflicted stab wound while you're using a smaller knife to stab yourself some more. And yeah, I know it's reductive, but that's how stupid this solution is. And I have to put an emphasis on this again, TSR or upscaling version of TAA is a mandatory feature to make the game look the way artists imagine. They rely on TSR, TAA and upscalers to hide the dithering effect everywhere. This especially becomes disgusting when you remember that old games without any AA solution could look like this. And oh my god, I can't believe I'm gonna give compliment to fucking Star Citizen, but their work still looks great without any AA applied, even though you can't disable it outside of console commands. And that's how it should be. Without AA, the game would still look good, and AA solutions should be an optional nice to have, rather than a mandatory part of experience. And I repeat again, it's mandatory to smear the screen. And Unreal Engine is definitely the main culprit that pushes this technology forward as a norm. And as a wannabe developer, game enjoyer, simply a customer, I reject this notion. Now, at this point in the script and research, I stumbled upon one Dallas, who claimed to be a developer with a certain bias for Unreal Engine. And that's fine. Hell, the man even points out a couple of things I did as well.
You see, Nanite and Lumen are not bad, and they're also not broken.
Imagine if game developers are developing games to look good at lower-end machines.
What do you think I found?
So if they could achieve a good look at lower-end systems, imagine how that will look on a higher-end system.
Buddy, you just look like an idiot.
But I don't think they're doing that.
Familiar, I gotta say. Anti-aliasing, the friend and foe of gaming, aiming to provide greater visual clarity free of jaggies or pixel stair-stepping at the cost of some performance. Oh, that's a screen grab from my video. Oh, but what is this? Dallas cropped the image? Now, why would he do that? Oh, because of course, in every Yamix video, Yamix puts a logo right there. Now, of course, anyone could have replicated that image. Okay.
Now, if it looks fuzzy from the actual gameplay camera, sure, call them out. Again, I will call them out with you. But blanket complaints about anti-aliasing or grass textures across every genre, wrong.
Oh, but this looks a bit more familiar. Now see, it's one thing to use dithering for LOD transitions far away, and the closer it gets to the camera, the worse it gets. But it's a whole other thing to leave that effect on full display shamelessly. Case in point, Stalker 2. Now I can only hazard a guess as to why dithering effect is still left on the trees. Oh no, Dallas again cropped the image to hide my logo. It's also funny that Dallas starts the video showcasing other creator thumbnails, and yet mine is nowhere to be seen. How weird. There's also no text in the description or on screen to credit the source he took these screen grabs from. In fact, cropping of the image to hide my logo becomes not just negligent, but deliberate. Removal of credit. Now that's a piece of shit coward move, Dallas.
Buddy, you just look like an idiot.
And yet what's more interesting is that Dallas uses this image for reference to
zooming in 500% on a blade of grass and calling it proof that anti-aliasing is bad.
However, in Yamik's video, this image is used as a reference for how a game looks without any AA solution, aiming to provide greater visual clarity free of jaggies or pixel stair-stepping at the cost of some performance. Now, to spell it out for you, Dallas, right there, what you just did there was misrepresent not only just my footage, but your own point, by using an image, or images, without any AA applied, to claim that
and calling it proof that anti-aliasing is bad,
when the images themselves don't contain any AA.
Buddy, you just look like an idiot. So be wary of a creator who zooms in on a pixel as if they've just discovered the Da Vinci Code while trying to tell you how terrible it looks.
Oh, but it somehow doesn't end there either.
Now, if it looks fuzzy from the actual gameplay camera, sure, call them out. Again, I will call them out with you.
This clip not only, again, is the game without any anti-aliasing applied, but also is the segment where I specifically talk about dithering effect, not AA. Now I can only hazard a guess as to why dithering effect is still left on the trees. And the stupidity on display somehow just doesn't end there either. Let's throw in a good ad hominem for funsies.
While trying to tell you how terrible it looks. Odds are he's full of boogers and just ate one off camera.
Now, considering that in this segment specifically he only uses my footage or screen grabs, essentially I can only assume that he's directing those comments my way. However, being the most cowardly developer that I've ever seen, he does so in the most indirect way possible. So then, Dallas, unlike your cowardly ass, I'll showcase your work that I'm talking about, credit you, and directly address you. You used my footage, or screen grabs if you will, to misrepresent what you yourself are saying and talking about. Then you repeatedly removed credit from the footage that I can only assume is a deliberate and knowing action due to the repeated logo cutouts and indirect insult, but I really don't care about the ad hominem, I really don't. However, it only adds to the pile of pathetic cowardice at display here today. A real piece of shit move, especially in the light of how you seem to be presenting yourself as this friendly, balanced, and easy to talk guy that says, and I quote, "The true line of my career has been helping people." Yeah, I can see that. Now, I can understand helping people. And I quote, "The true
Okay, where is that? Where is it?
line of my career has been helping people." Yeah, I can see that. Now, I can understand making a mistake or two. Hell, I made plenty of them in the video that you took screen grabs from. However, this is a real scumbag move. And for the viewers in the audience, remember, where there's one instance of this behavior, there likely is more of it. So then, from me, Yamix, to you, Dallas, sincerely, fuck you, you cowardly cunt.
Buddy, you just look like an idiot. So be wary of a creator who zooms in on a pixel as if they've just discovered the Da Vinci Code while trying to tell you how terrible it looks. Odds are he's full of boogers and just ate one off camera.
Alright, so I might as well do addition to this one as well. A day after I released my thing, Dallas decided to make his own response. Go check it out if you want his side. I did leave my comments down below. Enjoy. Though there is one thing that I need to comment on. Now, under the original video, Dallas did leave a comment of saying something along the lines of, "I mean, my point stands," in reference to zooming in on AA solutions to prove that they're bad. Right, let me just show you why it's important to show the full picture as well as the very zoomed in. Right, so this is a 4K picture, assuming that you're watching this in 4K, and this is what happens when you start moving. Yeah, I think you see the problem with it. So this is why you need to show the full picture as well as the zoomed in portions. And finally, let me emphasize this again. I don't fucking care if it's my video or someone else's. You cite the fucking sources, and certainly do not remove credit from said sources. Anyways, if you want his side of the stupid...
okay.
His video. And if you want my extra comments, they'll be down below his. After getting a motherfucking bullshit strike, I have no mental capacity or care for this shit anymore.
Bullshit, I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
But let's turn to the...
So there was like a little bit of YouTube drama
to the general public.
Right there between two content creators having like
Epic Games.
two different viewpoints on the same subject matter.
You have to have a green screen behind you. And what that does is that instead of projecting beautiful lighting from what the environment would be behind you, it basically puts a lot of green light on you. And we call that spill. If you wrap an actor with a big 360 LED wall, you can light in a way that you would never be able to do on a green screen.
In a scene like this, surely they just built a simple set, right? Wrong. All of this is that same LED screen. According to Richard, only the desk, the floor, and 1 or 2 columns were really there.
Everything else was displayed on the screen. But this allowed us to limit the amount of stage space that we used in shooting season 1 of Mandalorian, which has understandably a big impact on time and budget.
So what happens is on a volume, you'll move the camera, you get this perspective change, and when all the pieces are lined up, you get a great subject, they're receiving the reflections, the background's changing, and then the next day you can change it out and you all come back to the same stage, all the logistics are all the same, but now you're in a different location. Very, very cool. The problem is, in order to create that asset that's running on the game engine that works in real time, required 3 months worth of a team of 20 people working on it. And people seem to forget that.
Because it's just like on the opening shot of the cat.
That's unreal.
Lightning on, that's a what?
It's unreal. All unreal. Yep, the Agmo guys did it.
What?
I feel like I'm getting tricked.
Because I was just Like, how many hairs? How many hairs are we looking at here?
They got hair now, don't you know? Unreal has hair.
They did a presentation on it at Unreal Fest.
Oh, I had no idea. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There is no denying just how amazing Lumen and Nanite have been to facilitate rapid and easy and great looking productions both for TV and movies. The volumes alone are incredible for making Mandalorian Season 1 look leagues better than movies half a decade ago alone. And I'll be the first to praise Unreal for all of this. However, movies and TVs, well, maybe with exceptions,
The blue. I am a Baggins. Wait! Of Baggend.
run at 24 to 30 FPS. And as for TSR and TAA, well, unless you're filming Hardcore Henry, you won't ever have to deal with rapid and random movement of a game world. So majority of the time you don't need to worry about temporal smearing and ghosting as much either. So for movie industry, hell yeah, Unreal is amazing! But there was one very specific exception of utter excellence.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
I think the auto exposure plugin or whatever is working there is doing so much of the heavy lifting.
It's doing a ton of it. The sensation we're getting when we're watching this that makes us go, oh, this looks kind of real. It's actually this spectrum of really classic visual effects tricks. This is like post-processing that we're talking about here. And there's other post-processing stuff that's happening here that's a little subtle too, such as barrel fisheye distortion. He has a post-processing shader that's able to give us that nice fisheye GoPro feeling.
Plus that like shaking vignette.
Yeah, and that
vignette.
little blue chromatic aberration on the edge of the vignette that changes depending on the exposure behind it. Like, it's really nice.
Yeah.
The other thing that really kind of sold this for me to begin with was the fidelity of the animation of the hands. It looked very realistic.
Yeah, animation, obviously, is like the huge sell with this. You're seeing wobble with every footstep, basically.
Yeah.
That's a big part that's selling it for me. The last thing just to mention here is a big part also, once again, why does this look so stupidly good? Well, they're using tons of photo scanned elements.
Right.
A lot of stuff that is on the Unreal Marketplace.
Okay,
but
yeah.
it's like you have mega scans, you have all these other packs that are coming out.
Very, very nice high quality photo scan.
Exactly. This is just these other packs that are coming out.
Very, very nice high quality.
Did you notice the lumen ghosting? Did not see it.
Photo scan.
Exactly. This is just a real environment that's been photo scanned and then using some extra lighting, you know, a couple little post-processing tricks. You don't use photo scans in games normally.
No, it's because they're too heavy.
And so this is
Too many polygons.
Is this the end of video? This is kind of the end of video game graphics in the sense that, like, when Unreal Engine 5 came out, everyone was amped. There's Lumen, there's Nanite, all these things. You get more photorealistic lighting on the fly, and also you can do super multi-million poly like objects in your scene. It's like, this is what we get now.
Yeah.
We get insanely detailed, like natural-looking environments now that can have tons of textures, tons of polygons, tons of everything.
And now you can only fit 3 games on your 1 terabyte SSD.
Yes.
Oh, and did you know that days before I finished this, the developers announced they are fully funded, and partially by Tencent. Also coincidentally, there's a game called Bodycam, which basically is a copycat game that rushed itself out before Unrecord. And yep, you guessed it, its performance is the same as the other Unreal titles. Even so, the gameplay, it actually feels a bit weird, and it definitely looks better than it is. But in pictures and video, it does look really cool. Until you see the lumens boiling and graininess in the picture. Or if you go with TSR, massive amounts of smearing. So, at the end of the day,
The fact that like everything we're seeing can pretty much be entirely done in a single program, from like animation to rigging and rendering.
It's cool.
It's a cool thing.
It sort of opens up for me that Unreal is sort of the thing where you don't need someone's permission anymore to make a film. You guys know this well because you do amazing creative work as well. But being able to sort of say, I've got the tools, I can use MetaHuman Animator, I can do all the things that create really high quality content that can evoke emotional reactions, and Unreal sort of unlocks that for people.
For games though, you have to fight tooth and nail with art design, effects, modeling and story against the performance, rather it being a supporting part. Unrecord and Clair Obscur are great examples of it. Even so, unless you're one of those console peasants who thinks the 30 FPS is fine for some reason, I think we all deserve better than Unreal slop for games.
Maybe because I'm older and my eyesight's not that good. I don't exactly see the difference between 30 and 60 FPS.
By its existence, unlike its predecessors. Also, if it wasn't obvious, I'm clearly no.
Because either way, it looks blurry to me.
That said, please point out every.
Yeah, either way it looks blurry. It doesn't matter whether it's 30 FPS, 60 FPS, 120 FPS. They all look blurry to me.
So, be as mean as possible. Yamix ain't no bitch. After all, from the last episode in the game graphics, I ended up actually learning quite a few things. So go hard. And unlike some cowards, let's go. Prove Yamix wrong. But anyways, for real then, what can we take away from all of this? So Unreal Engine provides even more detail for games environments, which is extremely impressive, and nearly every Unreal 5 game is very...
Honestly, it's a game. You don't need all that details, especially if it's not part of the gameplay.
Especially is bizarrely the same. Wildly different studios and art styles. And again,
what makes a game good is the gameplay, and if it's a story-rich game, the story itself, not the high-fidelity graphics.
Rather than, oh well, it's in...
Having high-fidelity graphics is a bonus. It's not the requirement for a good game. It's a bonus.
At the end of the day, the result is simple. Now, for our average customer, the worst thing really is the performance.
If you can have high-fidelity graphics,
especially when you're
with good performance, good gameplay, good story, and it's fun to play, amazing, amazing. But if the only thing that is holding your game back from being good is high-fidelity graphics, lose it. You don't need it.
Kingdom Come 2, having easily twice the performance on similar visual levels as, say, something like Stalker 2, while DICE's Battlefield 6 and Frostbite Engine blowing things out of the water completely on performance aspect. And if ray tracing is concerned, Doom the Dark Ages just ruffle stomps the industry. Now, that said, Unreal can look the prettiest, or the most realistic ever, to a point that games like Unrecord tricked so many people in believing that it was a straight-up GoPro footage. Still, you gotta keep in mind that good look only ever works in videos or while standing still during your own gameplay. You know, when you, the player, don't play the game. Now, Lumen being the ray tracing method tanks the performance for often seemingly no benefit, and even in the games that do benefit from it, they have to cut so many corners from ray tracing method itself, reducing the update rate and quality, that in the end these shadows produce so many ugly artifacts or visuals, especially in low visibility areas, that the question of, well, what the hell is the point, becomes obvious. And then comes the other performance hog, Nanite. Being a form of automatic LOD optimizer thing, sure, it frees up the artist, just like Lumen does, to quickly and easily craft very, very detailed scenes. It's still an algorithm, a general purpose feature that will never be as performative as a handcrafted LOD, and this leads to extreme levels of overdraw, which in turn not only wastes draw cycles but also produces extreme grainy look. Call it the pixel crawl. So to fix this problem, let's pour even more gasoline onto this dumpster fire in the form of TAA and TSR, which solves one problem and introduces several others, namely the despised ghosting and smearing. And this is not an optional thing when you use Nanite, unless of course you really want that pixel grainy look. And yet, knowing all of this, I and many other people still say that we rather prefer grainy, clear picture than smooth but smeary ghosting one. So then, really, why use Nanite and Lumen if they both suck ass so hard? Well, as I chatted with some developers about the engine and why it was chosen, despite the negatives, the answer nearly uniformly was the same. Developers are able to use these super high film level ultra mega poly models to craft unparalleled environments and light them very, very fast. For games that try to look realistic rather than stylistic, this becomes more and more important to compete in a marketplace where cranking up the perceived quality in trailers and marketing screenshots is an instant overall quality boost. But then why Unreal when, say, for example, CryEngine can do about the same with better performance, for example? Or hell, Amazon's Lumberyard, or even Unity. Well, for CryEngine, yeah, good luck with the good support and marketplace, plus knowledgeable developers that Unreal and Unity have. Well, okay, what about Unity then? Plenty of people know how to work in that, and marketplace is really supportive. Well, here, yeah, you can use about the same assets, especially from the Quixel, those mega scans and all that stuff, but the lighting especially is notably lower. And as for ray tracing, yeah, even I know that it's not there yet. Essentially, Unity always has felt a step behind when it comes to technologies and the good looks. So the more I chatted with developers face to face, the more the sad reality set in. Unreal Engine is the only game in town. I mean, sure, exceptions exist, like Battlefield 6 and Kingdom Come have proven. Even solo developer projects like Wicked Engine is really interesting. But that's the thing, they're exceptions, which require a lot more effort with a lot less support. So then back to Unreal. Oh, but developers just need to learn how to use the engine. They need to optimize early. Just blame the developers for being lazy and dumb for not using the tools right. You know, be like Mr. Sweeney and some other delusional developers. For us, the customers, yeah, just let's blame the developers, right? Not the tools. And yeah, let's be frank here, gamers are really quick to shit on a game and its development team for bad performance, which is understandable, but in the case of Unreal, maybe because I'm a hardcore Stalker 2 stan or something, I decided to take a look deeper, and what I spotted was a common theme, a pattern which has led me to a different conclusion. No, out of what, over a dozen higher and smaller budget titles and teams, the performance is same across all of them, with maybe only 3 to 4 exceptions. The Finals, Arc Raiders, both using special sauce from Nvidia, and the fucking Fortnite and Marvel rivals. Oh, but speaking of Embark Studios...
But reality is showing that people are starting to pull out of AI investments, and companies like OpenAI aren't able to make any money because people aren't willing to pay for their shitty products. Until something changes, it's important to speak out against companies like Embark Studios justifying their use of generative AI. It required the exploitation of creatives that make your favorite games possible in the first place. Which sucks, because I really would like to play Arc Raiders.
Still, all these titles that perform rather poorly are all using Nanite and Lumen. However, if you look at games like Ready or Not, who are using traditional methods of light baking and no Nanite, results in a decent looking 100 FPS 4K native performance. And that results from a relatively small team. So I for one refuse to blame developers like this when the engine out of the box comes bloated and requires a level of engine knowledge, let alone connections to access, like for example Finals have had, to coerce the goddamn engine to produce passable performance for the level of visuals we are seeing. What's more, thanks to Doom the Dark Ages showcasing just how real hardcore dev team can make ray tracing run in an engine, I think I'm ready to call bullshit on the claim that, well, Unreal Engine just runs fine with Lumen and Nanite if you just know how to use it. In fact, due to Epic's propensity to push these particular features in everyone's faces, I'd not be surprised if traditional method pipelines are not well optimized due to their quote-unquote legacy role. But again, that's just speculation. At this point, I'd seriously urge developers to take a closer look at CryEngine, Unity...
So today we're announcing that Unity is going to bring their new in-app purchase SDK to all Unreal Engine developers.
Hell, maybe even Wicked Engine or Godot. More seriously, as Kingdom Come and Warhorse Studios have proven that even a so-called AA studio can produce something on par, if not more beautiful than average Unreal 5 slop. I for one refuse this stupid trend of just throw more hardware at the problem. And not just because it's genuinely lazy and stupid idea, but also Unreal's approach, more than any other engine, further pushes the idea that, the use of crutches like frame generation and upscaling will fix the problems. And that's nothing to say about the goddamn temporal smearing everywhere. Now, there's a lot to be said about ray tracing, LODs, asset streaming, and many other technologies involved in and surrounding Unreal. But for now, this is about the failure of Unreal itself. Looks good only when you're standing still. So, hopefully you enjoyed my little look into the engine itself. I personally enjoyed...
Okay, so that was the failure of Unreal Engine 5 by Mix. Go check it out.
My way.
It's more fun to watch than anything else.
Remnant 2, one of the first and one of the very smearing. And this is not an optional thing when you use save across all of them with maybe
itself, not the high fidelity graphics.
rather than oh well it's
Having high fidelity graphics is a bonus. It's not the requirement for a good game. It's a bonus.
at the end of the day the result is simple. Now for our average customer the worst thing really is the performance.
If you can have high fidelity graphics
Especially when you're
with good performance, good gameplay, good story, and it's fun to play, amazing, amazing. But if the only thing that is holding your game back from being good is high fidelity graphics, lose it. You don't need it.
Kingdom Come 2.
I need a scarecrow after what you did.
Customer, the worst thing really is the performance.
If you can have high fidelity graphics
Especially when you're
with good performance, good gameplay, good story, and it's fun to play, amazing, amazing. But
Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you mess with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a
play.
Spatially is bizarrely the same. Wildly different studios and art styles. And again,
What makes a game good is the gameplay, and if it's a story-rich game, the story itself, not the high fidelity graphics.
rather than oh well it's
Having high fidelity graphics is a bonus. It's not the requirement for a good game. It's a bonus.
at the end of the day the result is simple. Now for our average customer the worst thing really is the performance.
If you can have high fidelity graphics
Especially when you're
with good performance, good gameplay, good story, and it's fun to play, amazing, amazing. But
Incredible setting.
If
And this
the only thing that is holding your game back from being good is high fidelity graphics, lose it. You don't need it.
Kingdom Come 2, having especially is bizarrely the same. Wildly different studios and art styles. And again,
What makes a game good?
especially is bizarrely the same. Wildly different studios and art styles.
When I look in your eyes, I see the stars. They're shooting from the sky as if thrown from Mars. Hold me tight, please don't let me down. 'Cause we'll start falling, falling, falling towards the ground. Cause we'll start falling, falling, falling. Cause we'll start falling, falling, falling. Cause we'll start falling.
So I'm going to watch this one. Further CBA update and my retort to something like that. It's only 7 minutes long, so I'm going to check it out.
Good evening, folks. Did not want to hit the hay without another quick update on the CBA. So, Brianna Stewart's been out there talking. So let's just cover a little bit of what she said. She's floating this idea that, February 1st will be the magic date. Now, this isn't based on anything that has been cast in stone, but it gives them a few more weeks. They have agreed to bargain in good faith. They are not talking about striking. It's something they have in their back pocket, okay? The players feel like the WNBA isn't taking these negotiations seriously. And, I can't say that I blame them, honestly. So here's what we're looking at. The WNBA has told the teams that they can send out their free agent offers. However, it is unlikely that anyone will sign, given the current status of the CBA negotiations. So while teams are free to make their moves, there is little likelihood that anyone is going to sign anything that's going to commit them to anything before the CBA is finished. Okay? So it's kind of a moot point, but I guess it lets the team show people who's interested in the players at this point. Okay? You know, what's going to end up happening is that everything's going to be squashed in towards the end, okay? The expansion draft, we haven't got the schedule settled yet because the CBA isn't signed. The college draft doesn't happen until April anyway, so...
Okay, so if there is no CBA, can't the players just sign individually? I don't really understand how these things work.
So, which means that the free agency stuff and the expansion draft is going to be the most affected by this, I believe.
What if there is a player who agrees with what the team owners are offering?
Which means
can't they just, you know, sign with the team owners directly and accept the 4 times increase that the team owners are offering?
See that change? At some point, someone's going to have...
Again, for a league that doesn't make money, there is no such thing as revenue sharing, because it will just, well,
there are some people...
the league is already, I guess, sunk, and it's only being subsidized by the NBA. But in reality, the league hasn't made any money.
Dumping on the rest of the women that play basketball, okay? You know, comments like, you know, most of the women that play in the league are just, you know, not worthy of playing in the league.
Again, it's not about that, you know. It doesn't matter whether the women are good or not. What matters is that they're asking for something.
Number one.
Something from a league that hasn't made any money.
Very infrequently in all.
If the league was making money,
okay,
I'm pretty sure there won't be any conversation.
Generational players.
There won't be any conversation regarding whether they deserve the increase or not.
Professional
because the league was making money. But if the league is not making money,
generational players. Every player on a team has a role to fill. Some of those people play coming off the bench.
Again, NHL is making money.
Okay.
NHL is making money.
Specialists.
That's the big difference. The WNBA is not making money. The NHL is making money.
Some people are just fill-ins for other players. But that's why they have things in all of sports, like professional sports, called the Sixth Man Awards. Okay? Every player on every team is there because they're worthy of playing. Every person who gets drafted out of college is worthy of playing. Now, do some players not?
Again, it's really not about whether the women are worthy of playing or not. It's more about the league is not making money.
Okay, and it's insulting. And you know, I'm sorry, and I hate to say this, but it's a fact because I spent a considerable amount of time reading comments on almost every single content creators.
Why are you reading comments?
Every single publication.
I don't even read comments.
Invariably. There are...
Well, I do read them sometimes.
Like to dump on women's sports. And don't tell me there aren't. I'm not going to be gaslit by this bullshit because I've seen it far too much. Okay?
There is not a lot of people watching women's sport. I don't even watch the NBA. I used to watch the NBA when I was like younger, back in the 80s and 90s.
There are some people who don't ever.
If you can get me to watch a full game of the NBA, you will never get me to watch a full game of WNBA.
How about the guy who said the only thing that can save the WNBA is to lower the hoops? Oh, why? Because the only value is in dunking? Oh, stop, please. Don't annoy me like that.
The problem with women's basketball is that it's not fun to watch.
So
and it's not about women's sport because women's volleyball is very fun to watch.
I don't want to hear about how these
Women's tennis is fun to watch.
You've got to be kidding me, okay?
You will see me watching a full game of women's volleyball, and you'll never see me watch a full game of women's basketball.
Sport at one time or another. And I've been watching sports long enough to know that it has. So that's it. I'm just going to say goodnight. I will be back tomorrow. We will do some Caitlin Clark highlights. I got some great ones to show you. But tonight, I just wanted to get this in before I hit the hay. I'm back at work tomorrow.
And so,
Okay, so I'm going to take a look at this. Star Citizen versus Elite Dangerous versus No Man's Sky versus X4 Foundations.
like every year, Yamix is taking his big bloody beating stick to check the pulse on the usual suspects and see what they've accomplished. Or stopped moving entirely. Was it a good year, a bad year, or maybe it was simply one of those years of all times? And to just make it a bit more fun, compare each one of them and see which one won the Space Dad's award or the Space Nerd's hearts. Star Citizen, the Ultra Mega Poly Eternal Tech Demo. Elite Dangerous, the most complete, stagnating pool of great experiences. No Man's Sky, the kitty crayon vomit gem of the gaming industry. And also X4 was there. So, which one's actually worth playing? Or which one are you even rooting for? Well, let's take a look. Since every year,
let's see, how long this... Oh, this thing is like almost an hour. An hour long.
What space sims have to offer? Well, this year, let's kick it off with the most polarizing one. Star Citizen, and the amazing Dig That.
Most of us here, in the back of our head, have had a dream game in mind. The one where you pilot a futuristic spacey ship through the void, seeing incredible sights, landing on alien planets to walk through exotic flora, geology, and atmospheres, watching impossible alien animals roam the frontier before heading somewhere with a cityscape to trade what you found in the wild for better ships and better equipment, finding yourself in the middle of an adventure with space pirates, then after winning the battle, trying to keep your ship in one piece, fighting fires, making repairs, and rigging up your systems and engineering so you got enough power to limp back home to get your ship back in fighting shape before the next adventure begins. Now, when it comes down to it in space games, there's something about Elite Dangerous that has the flying through space part on lock. Nothing else touches that aspect of it yet. But for filling out the rest of the dream game that we've had since kids, Star Citizen been in hot pursuit through 2025 now. Since I last did this with Yamix Escobar, a lot has happened. The year opened with quasi-grazers, what everybody knows as space cows, starting to make an appearance, expanding the animal kingdom with different variants based on the biomes they live in. Fauna is a crucial ingredient in the make everything feel alive nachos, so every new one helps. Static server meshing, the biggest of tech milestones the game needed, was implemented, which finally uncorked the bottle for the genie to pop out and start unleashing some of the more interesting things we've been waiting on for quite a while. For those unfamiliar, server meshing turns single large universe shards into smaller connected servers to distribute the processing load, giving you better stability, higher player count, seamless movement between the servers, and the headroom to implement the more ambitious thing.
Would be really, really amazing to see when this game gets finally a commercial release with their server meshing, but with only like 100 people playing. Imagine that. They spent like years developing this server meshing thing so they could handle like thousands of players in a server or in one universe, only to have 100 people playing when the game is actually released. That would be super ironic.
And a unique culture among the inhabitants. This is also where the beginnings of a more nutritious MMO experience began. Contested zones were introduced as the dungeon/extraction shooter areas. Overarching narratives began. System-wide skirmishes expanded to an intergalactic conflict, as well as isolated medical anomalies becoming an existential threat. Rather than it just being lore that's broadcast in the background about them, both narratives requiring players to step into the story with their ships, gear, and investigative resources, and the collective actions of players spurred tangible changes in the universe. And this was just 2025's opening hand. Additional creatures were added, including the big Shai-Hulud apex predator Valakar, which serves as the finale of some of the new MMO-style raid gameplay. Players finally got served up with meaningful large group gameplay involving interlocking segments that had you flying from one planet to the next, assaulting facilities, risking radiation exposure, and looting the Valakar for rare items that could be traded with the first alien American immigrant the game has seen in any form. Wickelow's emporium full of curiosities emerged as the primordial version of crafting, where recipes of items around the verse could be exchanged for unique useful items like weapons, ships, and even a combat mech suit. Other roads led to trading with Wickelow, like the Hather facilities, which is a sandbox activity where you fight through facilities, gathering the items you need to power on an orbital mining laser that blows open a cave to mine rare materials in, and the Onyx facilities, which are a major component of one of the narratives and lead to all kind of missions, including a fight with a very impressively animated boss fight of sorts. For years, all the content we were delivered was just a new way to earn credits, which was cool, but it felt like a pretty static loop. Earn credits and buy ships till you got them all, or at least the ones you want. 2025's raids, dungeons, and sandbox activities, combined with an expanding reputation system with different factions, finally added progression to the game. Not the kind of progression with character level.
Again, the game, the video, the screen went white. Why is it happening?
Facilities, which is a sandbox activity where you fight through facilities, gathering the items you need to power on an orbital mining laser that blows open a cave to mine rare materials in, and the Onyx facilities, which are a major component of one of the narratives and lead to all kind of missions, including a fight with a very impressively animated boss fight of sorts. For years, all the content we were delivered was just a new way to earn credits, which was cool, but it felt like a pretty static loop. Earn credits and buy ships till you got them all, or at least the ones you want. 2025's raids, dungeons, and sandbox activities, combined with an expanding reputation system with different factions, finally added progression to the game. Not the kind of progression with character level numbers and stats, but the organic kind with factions trusting you with higher tier work, gear, ships, and tools that have to be earned and can't be bought with credits or cash, which can't hold a good citizen down. So inevitably, this led to the birth of the player economy. Not everybody's gonna want to run into a dark cave to kill Copians for their horns or pursue ace pilots with rare metals in their pockets. Before 2025, there wasn't much to buy from each other besides a few weapons that really weren't that hard to get. Now we got billionaires whose sole gameplay loop is arbitrage, buying low, selling high. Third-party marketplaces have popped up online to facilitate sales and trades. Quite the little capitalist revolution. Being such a large-scale game with so many details, big and small, you're bound to run into things of a more divisive nature. Can't please everybody, boss. Tier Z item recovery was implemented this year, which for some was the best thing since sliced space bread. It allowed people to finally wear their finest armor and weapons without worrying about losing it. If they were killed, they'd wake up in a med bed still wearing it instead of the medical gowns we had before. Kind of a big deal because it's a huge injection of diversity in the armor and weapons you see around the verse, because you can bring out the good stuff instead of leaving it at home, which most folks appreciate. On the other hand, it also means those weapons and armor can't be looted by other players, which piss some people off to no end. Ain't no punchline to that. These people are mad for real they can't take your stuff. But it's a temporary measure until the next two tiers are implemented, which will bring balance back to the force. Flight blades, which are components you can install in ships to give some stats a slight buff while slightly nerfing others, were initially sold on the RSI website for their first run, which created some sensational headlines, and then everybody forgot about them once they were sold in game. Spawning in ship medical beds became a hot button issue till folks just accepted it. Unlimited respawns were out, and beds powered by consumable and very expensive med gel was in. Sounds simple on the surface, but it was a significant change to the dynamics and economics of gameplay. If a pirate boards your ship and murks you out, you can't respawn into the med bed ad infinitum like you used to. When the juice runs out, so does your shot at immediately retaking your ship. If you die, then respawn. A couple times while on a mission, you gotta restock your med bed with med gel, which costs 100k a pop, so that can cut into or even erase your profits. Med bed tiers started dictating the maximum distance you could be from the ship and still respawn into it, which the jury's still out on that one. The highest tier bed lets you respawn into it from across the solar system. So instead of putting those beds on ships that you would actually fly a smaller ship away from and maybe utilize that respawn range, or they put it on a ship where you never actually need that and removed it from the capital ships where you just might use it. So 2025 ain't been all sunshine. In fact, been pretty rainy. The landscapes and the cities of Pyro always been picture perfect until CIG started unleashing dynamic weather systems. We went from 2D clouds to static volumetric clouds to dynamic volumetric clouds that moved and morphed naturally, some of which became storm clouds that make it rain harder than your favorite lap dance lounge. Storm clouds form, precipitation falls, water accumulates, making wet terrain, puddles, and a visibility hazard. And when it's really getting down, thunderstorms develop and produce lightning, which can take out your ship mid-flight. Dynamic snowfall was also added in areas that already have snow, but since it doesn't accumulate, doesn't make much of a difference to the experience. Star Citizen wouldn't be Star Citizen without new ships and whips. About 24, give or take, were released over the year. Too many to get into, but the simple but useful Anvil Asgard has secured a lot of hearts and minds in the verse. Some say it looks like the Chieftain, or the Halo Pelican, or the Aliens movie Halcyon Dropship. I say it looks dope on the outside, but Spartan on the inside. Folks dig it though. But for me, the standout ship that really pours some Mountain Dew into the verse is the Gray's Market Shiv. It's a quote-unquote manufacturer that throws various salvage ship parts together to make one rickety junkyard ship for the masses to afford. Might sound like it's about to shake itself apart. Might not be the one you want to pick up the dancer from the lap dance lounge in. Or maybe it is. But it's a solid performer that gets it done, even if it ain't pretty. This is the type of thing I want to see more of. It's just a ship, but it makes things feel a little more real when there's a guy out there welding together used parts to sell to you to make a buck. It almost is pretty in its jankiness. What's definitely pretty is the third star system to enter the verse, second this year. The Nyx star system brings a new city built into a giant bored out asteroid, a new super dense asteroid belt called the Glacium Ring, where a lot of the resources and action is housed, and among a lot of other things, clashes with the Vanduul. The Vanduul is humanity's main antagonist, like the Thargoids are in Elite. Up until now, we've only seen them in dev videos that Squadron 42 revealed, and that one dead one being experimented on in the Onyx facility. But now they done showed up and showed out, crashing out hard with some mysterious human faction in Nyx. Nyx borders Vanduul space, so the incursions will be numerous and belligerent like Morbo's kids. It's good times for the OG backers who waited years for this fight. There have been way too many additions in 2025 to list them all here, so this list has been pretty condensed. But the biggest update is what we're testing right now. Engineering is the difference maker, more like a package than a single feature. It starts in the engineering section of your ship, which up until now has been pretty much useless. A panel gives you access to the ship schematic to track down problems, shut down power to specific rooms, or vent those rooms. You can also adjust and divert power, which isn't completely new, but is deeper, and you can create presets for your power distribution. Why does this exist? Depending on the quality or the condition of your ship components, if you're giving her all she's got, Captain, you may be running up the temps on the components, which can cause a failure or a fire. Fire is a new hazard you might have to deal with, either by venting the rooms to starve them of oxygen or grabbing a fire extinguisher to snuff them out. So now you got this room system and life support to fill the rooms with air, and all this gives you choices. You could kill life support and not worry about fires, but eventually you'll run out of suit oxygen. And if the cooler's output isn't enough, then the heat's gotta go somewhere and you'll pass out from being a space sous vide. Ballistic weapons can pierce your hull and damage components, so hopefully you got an engineer on board, or you'll have to decide between fight, flight, or running around repairing components by hand. To spell it out a little further, ships just don't run out of HP and explode anymore. It's a fight to immobilize your opponent's ship, then either board or destroy them before they can run around and repair their systems. It's an interesting variable in the equation, which everybody has been around for years has been waiting on, and has some newer people throwing their hands up like Willem Dafoe in Platoon. Not everybody cut out for this level of detail, but those folks can just regularly head to base for repairs. But where this really makes an impact is solo players and capital ships. Lone people using the Polaris or Idris to bully other players into submission will be critically demoted down the food chain. Capitals are designed for multiple crew members, and trying to take one into combat without anybody to keep an eye on temps, make repairs, put out fires, well, they're gonna end up as food for anybody with a big enough ship or enough buddies or enough ballistics and a strategy to damage their components. It's a brave new world. Not everybody's gonna be ready to navigate it. Beyond the nuts and bolts of gameplay, performance, I stopped using my frame counter except in the test build, so it's not something I'm actively thinking about, unless of course it's bad. And in 2025, Haven't really thought about it. May have been small instances of noticeable drop frames here and there, but overall, night and day between the previous years. In the latest release of the brand new Nix system, we're talking little pockets here and there of 15 to 20 frames a second at the main hub. That's during testing and test servers of the shakedown flight. And since then, those pockets have been bumped up significantly in the live servers. So the moral of the story is, if I'm getting 60 to 120 frames on my old rig, then there's no reason folks with their fancy systems with 90 megs of cache and 64 plus gigs of RAM shouldn't be crushing it. Star Citizen is continuing through development, so bugs do exist. 2025 was supposed to be the year of playability, and I think they kind of shifted the definition a bit to mean stability. You can't eliminate all the bugs and develop at the same time, but as a player that's been around for over 6 years, I can tell you that this year has made it light years better for both bugs and stability. Crashes used to punctuate every session a minimum of 2 or 3 times an hour. Now it can happen on rare occasion, but it's no longer a fear in the back of every space trucker's mind. Still get a few little ticky-tacky things like a navigation hiccup every once in a while, trying to jump from place to place, which is annoying, but jumping to a random location solves that. Jumping through a planet is rare, but not impossible. But hilarious as long as it's someone else. Probably the most frustrating thing you might experience these days is losing items. I've heard of folks bringing hard-earned items to Wicklow and then vanishing down the freight elevator. I've lost a few scripts, which is alt currency, like the Beskar bars Mandalorians get paid in. Some rare items don't survive new patches. I mean, it ain't end of the world type stuff, but it's not nothing. But they're under investigation along with a host of other things that not everybody will experience, but generates enough reports to throw on the to fix pile. I think there were 130 bug fixes the previous patch, so they cooking best they can. That's all you really ask. 2025 is the maturation of Star Citizen.
If you're looking to play this game, you'll need a high-end rig. I tried again. I tried playing this on my potato PC. It did run though. It did run, but I was like getting 1 FPS. One freaking FPS. It didn't crash, but I was getting 1 FPS. I was surprised that it run on my potato PC.
Yamix! See, in my mind, this is still the best true space sim with the most complete experience and immersion. That is, of course, if you're willing to shell out obscene amounts of money for privilege goggles and immersion sticks. But that aside, the game focuses primarily on flying the spaceships more than anything else, despite having the buggies to drive around and even in the most recent expansion, oh gods, 4 years ago, adding the first-person mechanics and gameplay. But that said, more than any of the today's dead horse beating victims, Elite possibly is the largest grind fest. But the more pressing question is, what has Elite accomplished since the last year? Well, how about the alien mothership explosions? Yes, the hostile existential alien threat, the Targoids, got their 8 shiny motherships to show off, and for the end of 2024, only 1 was left standing, which of course the player base teabagged like it's Halo 2. And so the players of Elite Dangerous, at least the ones that were around at the time, got to witness the conclusion of the Second Targoid War as the last of the 8 motherships finally keeled over and in a big spectacle got explodinated. Now sadly, if you missed it, well that's too bad, so sad. Elite does not believe in replayability of its story, so you can't do it at your own time. But those who were around to collectively splooge the Guardian-infused loads all over the behemoths, you got some cool cosmetics to keep. This was still 2024, and the next big event was the 10-year anniversary. Even though Yamix was taking a years-long break from Elite at the time in light of the new monetization push, but we'll get into that. For this event, Yamix made the only community-made anniversary celebratory video, other than the officially PR fluff piece that they made. And yes, Yamix's version is totally better. The game itself got a new life injected into its development, with new ships, a couple of updates, and all that really shook up the game and its community to a point that player numbers reached levels not seen since the disastrous Odyssey expansion flop about 3 years before. Now in light of this, even players dusted off some of that collective dust, as the biggest expedition, The Distant Worlds, a community-organized event, resumed its operation after that Odyssey garbage. So if you want to partake, well, the registration is still open. And of course in the background, for the game itself, more microtransactions get released. And we'll certainly talk about those. But returning to the game itself, updates released that sparked such a great player return was first the Power Play 2.0, a refresh on an old mechanic. And then, after that, Colonization, a cut feature from Odyssey's original release, now allowing players to build their own star points and facilities in nearly any system in the game, providing players with, well, literally their own designed home stations, with a lot of asterisks. Now, the feature itself basically is a trading-based grind exclusively, but it allows players to somewhat design their own systems and get passive income depending on how many stations they've completed. A decent but rather buggy and simple feature that, like previous feature update, the Power Play 2.0, was better than we had before. Now, what the Colonization fails to do is provide the player with gameplay beyond just trading. You can't set up what stations sell, what taxes you put on them, what interior decorations are placed. It's a very template-driven trading goal, and on a weekly basis you get, well, passive income. That's about it. After that, the second feature, Update, came in the form of an updated guild system called Squadrons, possibly the most mishandled, broken waste of potential ever. Now, with this update, the feature gets a new UI, a little bit of a gameplay perk, and 100 more members per squadron. Yep, the guild system in Elite Dangerous allows up to 600 members for Elite Dangerous, a game without any raid bosses, instances, or any other MMO crap that you usually would think that would require the limit to be placed in the first place. Honestly, at this point, it's pretty hard not to point at other games or projects, like for example, for let's say Star Citizen, that allows more than 1,000 player guilds. Oh, look, they even allow 10,000. Oh, that's amazing. But Elite? Ugh, what a waste of time. But okay, moving on then to the last added jingling keys for the Space Dad distraction, the new ships. Corsair, a copy-paste of Python, made horribly overpowered to a point that you start to wonder, what the hell is the point of any other ship in the rest of the game? After that, we got Panther Clipper, the largest ever cargo ship that was released with Colonization and a community goal that benefited from trading gameplay, to further drive the FOMO tactics in order to sell the pay-to-win access to the ship. Oh, right, did I forget to mention? Yeah, well, all these new ships were released for paying customers first, as in the people who bought the microtransactions. Anyways, moving on, we got Type 11, the best ever mining ship that was also released with a community goal that benefited from a mining ship. Do I see a pattern? And because I've been taking my sweet time to finish this damn thing, they've released already Caspian and released it. Basically, this is supposed to be a large exploration.
Oh, look at that. Look at that ship.
Not only it looks like something...
That is a Federation ship.
The unique frameshift drive allowing for a 6 times more...
Look at the ship. Look at the hull of the ship.
4 times.
The shape of the hull. That is a Federation ship.
530
Star Trek is in Elite Dangerous. They added a Federation looking ship in the game. Look at that.
The ship. Now, for any game, it's really...
Imagine if they added the pylons.
It's really nice to see new spaceships arise. And it's even better to see these new spaceships being really powerful. However, at the same time, it really is not that hard to see why these new spaceships are always a step above whatever came before it, why they are so powerful, or why all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they get new modules that just perform better than anything before, and no other ship can equip. And I rightfully back in the day called them pay-to-win packages. And of course, to make these microtransactions even more appealing, developers time-gate these ships off for the 3 months before giving access to the rest of the plebeians for in-game credits. So yeah, this was the reason why I took a break for a year. Oh, and before you snarky little shits mention this, yes, Star Citizen is even worse. Don't you worry about that. But I'm not covering it today, now am I? And to my dismay, it only got worse. See, just recently, Elite Dangerous attempted to sell a $38 space station But unlike the ships, they wanted this station, with the unique features, of course, instantly buildable too, to be exclusive to the money purchases. So no longer it was the cuddly regular pay to win, where the main advantage is the time you get to skip, but this was the exclusive pay to win, the one that everyone thinks when they hear the term. However, a day later, after a massive outcry from the community, Frontier had to walk that shit right back up, and now attempt to sell it like the ships, a few months paywalled, and afterwards it's unlocked for the rest of the community. Except for the fact that microtransaction afterwards doesn't disappear and is still around. Now you might be thinking, well, that this is horrible in every sense. And yeah, it is. It's very much like Star Citizen. In fact, it is literally the same thing, except the prices, at least yet, are not reaching the sky. And yet the only person who might think that this is not a bad thing, except for delusional fanboys and space dads, is the company itself, as in their annual financial report. The company reports 150% increasement in revenue for the game. Yes, these further worsening microtransactions have driven 150% more revenue for the game itself. And guess what? Even if this time they fail to push this credit card gameplay, yes, that's what we will call it from now on, it will only get worse. And they will try again. Mark my words and prepare those #Yamix was right, when inevitably we see more and more gameplay getting the microtransaction stank on it. See, the gates of credit card warriors is a Pandora's box, dear ladies and gentlemen, and it will only get worse. I mean, look at Star Citizen. On a positive side, throughout the year, developers have been releasing community goals with different rewards, not only in form of credits, but also special items, sometimes cosmetic, other times special modules, which are really nice. But the more modules get introduced into the game, the more you have to wonder, is this just not the form of digital pollution? I mean, the outfitting screen already is a mess. Maybe it's time to change something, meaning the UI, and getting rid of useless modules, like most of Experimental Tab. Additionally, a unique event took place at the end of the year. A pyramid-locked system was finally unlocked, and inside we found a unique type of a planet. A rather hostile planet where during the daylight, like in the film Riddick Chronicles, you would burn. But what's the significance of this plant? There was a community goal for it, but nothing. It does nothing, it just looks pretty. Now, as for the future plans, well, the development team has stopped producing their monthly streams called Frontier Unlocked, and instead opting for pre-prepared video releases instead. It's kind of funny that none of the PR efforts from Frontier ever seems to last longer than a few months. But that's beside the point. With the released vague roadmap of 2025, as per usual to Frontier's lax delivery dates, the delays were only a matter of time. In this case, the very last feature of 2025, now called Operations, gets delayed till early 2026, with a vague description of, well, it's gonna be some new missions, I guess, for on-foot FPS combat, taking part both in the planets and inside megaships. Yes, finally, the blandest and most basic bitch tier FPS gameplay is getting something? Question mark? Now, what most people fail to notice seems to be the promise to rebalance the FPS combat. Right, because again, this has been taking me a decade what it feels like to release the damn thing, but they released these FPS rebalance changes, and yeah, they're better than what we got before. Now, both the laser and kinetic weapons are closer together in the consistency of the damage they deal, but there's a lot more that needs to be done before the FPS gameplay for Odyssey actually becomes even mediocre, and as a resident FPS tryhard, I beg of you, just avoid it. I really think that the FPS is gonna ruin your experience for the rest of the game, so rather just not touch it at all. This change, a step in the right direction among 20, if not 40 different other steps that need to be taken. As for news on 2026, well, there's nothing. Not at least yet. What we can make educated guesses on are, well, a few. Definitely there will be more ships released, which all of them will be driven by marketing, meaning that they will be, one way or another, very good, and, well, most likely overpowered in order to sell those microtransactions, rather than, you know, make the game better. And maybe, almost certainly at this point, Frontier will also attempt to push the microtransactions even further, like what they just tried with the station, so stay vigilant. Basically, just more monetization with little to no content or value to you as a customer. And for that, honestly, I'm worried. I'm worried for Elite Dangerous more and more.
Oh well, what a perfect time to shift to a game that was never really criticized for its monetization. Almost. And keeps delivering with high quality DLCs. I'm talking about X4 Foundations by Ubisoft. I'm Captain Collins, and big thanks to Yamix for having me here to talk about its current state. Although the game's gigantic, I try to keep it short. X4 Foundations is space sim sandboxing at its finest. It's a solo experience in a fully simulated universe where you can lead your own faction. You decide your playstyle, fly around in a small ship to trade, mine, or fight, or manage an empire with massive stations, fleet, and diplomatic agents. The game is yours to shape as you like. There are story missions that add depth, but you're never forced down that path. And unlike many other space games, every trade impacts the economy, and every ship must be built from intermediary goods, made from raw materials that you or other factions mine and process. It's not just for your benefit, but for every faction in the universe. And the
Oh, look at that! It's
scale is staggering.
It's buffering again.
To capital ships, from stations to races to factions, there is so much to do, and that richness holds up for hundreds of hours of gameplay. Over the years, Ubisoft has added a lot. 4 major DLCs have expanded the galaxy with new quests, stories, ships, characters, and mechanics. But more recently, there's been a shift in strategy. In February 2025, they released a smaller DLC, the Hyperion Pack. This added the legendary Hyperion, now a sleek expedition class capital ship, plus a mission chain to unlock it, a new starting scenario, a new sector, and new music. Man, the music is awesome, I'll tell you that. Pro tip from me to you, it's on Spotify, and when you listen to it there while playing, you don't have to listen to eons of the same fighting music when doing combat. Yes, you're welcome. And alongside that came the 7.5 update, which completely overhauled the flight model. They revamped ship handling, reworked boosts to use its own energy pool, which is great, added a behavior inspection mode, and even improved graphics. They included DLSS and FSR support. This update was developed with help from a former Star Citizen physics programmer, and as a result, flying now feels much more immersive and challenging. And by the way, yes, the AI uses that advantage. Then, more surprisingly, in September 2025, Ubisoft launched the 8.0 Diplomacy update together with the Envoy DLC. The Diplomacy update is free for everyone and introduces an embassy room in your player headquarters where you can host faction ambassadors, hireable agents, diplomacy and espionage specialists, who you can send on missions to spy, negotiate, or even interfere in faction relationships. Yes, not just your own. And a system for diplomatic interference, letting you trigger and manipulate political incidents from trade disputes to cyber warfare to shift alliances and economic networks.
I missed the opportunity to own this game for free. This was being offered to me in a K-mailer maybe a few months ago, but I wasn't really interested in a space RTS or real-time strategy game.
Plus,
so I kind of ignored it. And then when I saw that it has like, it was a combination of various genre. You can fly in the ship, you can do what they call this, base building and strategy. When I checked my Keymailer, the offer was like, the offer was gone. So yeah, I kind of missed owning X4.
Shortly afterwards, fixing some diplomacy agent bugs, improving ship behavior,
because I don't accept games that I don't plan on playing.
Or are larger.
It's unfair to the game developers.
They remain tight-lipped about upcoming projects. They're a really good team, by the way, doing so. but the roadmap does mention exploration. That means anomalies, new missions, and deep space content are planned. Given the track record, I trust they deliver. And as Egosoft CEO Bernd Lehan has said before, the galaxy is now complete, meaning they're likely to continue building on the foundation we already have. More content, more systems, more sandbox to play in, for both veterans and newcomers. This means more to explore and more to master. Maybe even more overwhelm, but in the best possible way. I can't wait to see what comes next. And of course, thanks again to Yamix for having me, and thank you all for listening to my really short X4 talk.
And finally, but most certainly not least, our friendly rags to riches success story in the whole gaming industry. Grab yourselves some crayons and prepare to sniff glue, children. No Man's Sky has had one hell of a year. The most casual, friendly, consolitis diseased comfort game, as some would call it, hides ever more gameplay and creative universe to explore. Sure, none of the features No Man's Sky has are deeper than a puddle of rainbow vomit that you'll expel after a few minutes of gameplay, but that's the funny thing. Especially in the comparison to today's hardcore nerds, No Man's Sky manages to accomplish similar things, similar gameplay, similar features, even if they are more basic. Coincidentally, also proving that none of the things the other three try to accomplish or shy away from are really that hard to implement. So that's why we can't have, I don't know, ship interiors or a working game, or that you need predatory monetization to even have these bombastic things in the first place. Nah, No Man's Sky says, nah, screw that, we can do that and more, without even asking for more money. You know, actually respecting the customer. Okay, fine. No Man's Sky is an exception in of itself. But unlike most of the gaming industry, this is a positive role model that we should strive to have more of, rather than less of. But okay, enough glazing No Man's Sky like it's the world's biggest donut. What did Hello Games actually manage to accomplish in the past 12 months? After the fishing update came the 16th expedition, the Curse. Frankly speaking, it was pretty annoying to complete, but at least you got some free special saucer-looking ship and a squid face. Following was another expedition, but this time a redux, reintroduction of one of the most famous expeditions, the one where you got the Ass Effects Normandy. With improved goals, it certainly wasn't as annoying to complete, and this also started the trend of redux versions of old expeditions being put in place, a very nice thing for people who either missed them or weren't around at the time. However, this also is a time-limited thing, so yeah, I'm still waiting for the expedition browser. For Xmas 2024, 4 other Redux expeditions were Gatling guns spammed out, leading us into 2025. This year, the very first update ended up being the Worlds Part 2, the long-awaited follow-up to the most popular update of the game yet. And it was good, but somehow underwhelming still. Now sure, you get really deep oceans and landable gas giants, a feature that no other space sim has actually accomplished, or at least none of the other 3 of today. Still, a large bit of focus of the update was spent on deep sea stuff, which at the best of times will captivate maybe a few people. Following was the accompanying Titan expedition, which showcased the new features like the deep seas, and again, this was probably the most annoying part. Oh, also as well as the new gas giants with the floating island gimmick. Moving on, then we had Relics and Beacon updates, both bringing in a smaller set of features, namely improved grave robbing and slightly different hostile enemies, and improvements to those controllable settlements, my personal least favorite addition to the game in the last while, but still, it's not unwelcome. However, then came what looked like, and by all accounts was, another small update. Voyagers. However, what it brought in was ability to make your own spaceship. Yes, they basically copied Starfield, which also was the only good part about Starfield. Actually speaking, what is Starfield doing these days? Oh, yeah, well that checks out. Go die in the fire, you mediocre garbage. In No Man's Sky, the shipbuilding is notably easier, but the variety both in cosmetical as well as functional parts is very low. Colors are restrictive, your ship only could do basically 5 things: cooking, refining, mission board, storage, and plant growing. However, even with this basic foundation, No Man's Sky managed to give players the first taste of features to come. And boy, did players, like the Starfield shipbuilding, took off with amazing things. And the result of that, the highest player peak count ever on Steam charts, nearing 100,000 active players, is an astonishing achievement, especially for a game 9 years old. And achieve it with one of the smaller updates? Seriously? Well, this, my friends, is the power of creative tools, and more so to the shipbuilding itself, and ship interiors and space sim genre. So let it be said again, there is something utterly amazing about having your own spaceship that is not just a flying coffin, but a whole environment. I mean, hell, Star Citizen proved it at the very start, and why it is so successful. Starfield then proved it again, and showcased just how cool shipbuilding is. And now No Man's Sky repeats it again. And more than anything, it kinda is telling that only one of today's members decided not to bother with such a feature. Nah, it's not worth it. It wouldn't be fun.
We understand some people may have wanted to have the full ship interiors, but I will go back to what we've already discussed. Everything done with Odyssey is purely based around longevity of gameplay and stuff like the sheer scale of these ships to sort of. It would be fun, in my opinion, and I'm happy to be at odds with different people in the chat, which I'm sure I will be. It would be fun to run up the steps the first 5, 6, 7 times, but then after you've done that 1,000 times, you're probably going to be a little bit more, I just need to get into my ship. And especially if you are leaving someplace in a hurry in a big ship, you probably wouldn't want to be spending 10 minutes running down the corridors as people are laying into your ship. So a lot of this stuff is done to enhance the gameplay. And to focus on really those core gameplay loops which we spoke about. But for me, I think it's something I'm used to, and it's there. You've seen it now.
But anyways, back to No Man's Sky. And finally, we got the Breach Expedition, built upon showcasing the Corvette building and adding little things like EVA gameplay. Yep, surprise, surprise, for a space game to have EVA. What a brilliant idea, right? Starfield, you fucking hack! And so, right after the Breach Expedition, another Ass Effect expedition takes place, and that's it for news, at least for now. Like it is always, the future content of No Man's Sky is never talked about by the developers, and as for their next game, Light No Fire, also nothing new has come about. Though one thing is certain, the Corvette, shipbuilding, and features surrounding it will expand, but for that we'll have to see for what the next year brings. Alright then, so there it is, the short list of the 4 biggest space games out there. All of them close to a decade old, or more.
So again, 4 space-based games, space simulator, space sim games, and the best, in my opinion, from the 4 that I've seen is No Man's Sky.
Are you a real game now?
I don't have Star Citizen, I have Elite Dangerous Odyssey, I don't have No Man's Sky, and I missed getting X4 Foundations for free.
Bursting.
That was my bad.
More things
I could have gotten X4 Foundations for free.
Bucks, but for 100, 200, and more. It's a perpetually delayed microtransaction store with amazing marketing team. And I got plenty of things to say about it, but I'll leave it at that. Elite Dangerous releasing more ships and occasional features sounds like an enticing thing, yet there is a very noticeable change in monetization practices. A very dangerous dip into further exploitative microtransactions that remind you awfully lot of Star Citizen, but without the dazzle and pizzazz. Elite is getting more development and attention, that's for sure, but it comes with strings attached. Very smelly microtransaction strings that spell out 3 letters. Is the cost really worth taking on to look and resemble Star Citizen? Or is there a better way? Well, we'll never know really, as Elite has already chosen its path, and I fear for the next year. All the while, X4 chugs along in the background with yet another expansion release that comes with a little good set of features, and an oddly good looking ships. Now for me, it's always been the accountant level of UI that turned me off, but it's still hard not to root for the little guy in the corner doing its own thing, and actually succeeding. Sure, X4 community is grown slowly, but Steam charts don't lie. Every update, despite not having multiplayer or any other multiplayer features, like the rest of today's titles at least, X4 fans have stuck around. Hell, I'm even sticking around to tell you about it, so you go, X4! And finally, no conversation is complete without the bestest boy. Not only in space sims, but gaming in general. No Man's Sky. Yet again releasing free updates throughout the year with more content and features, improved old ones, even special events called expeditions. And the best that the space dads can do is cope as hard as they can, saying, "Oh, but it looks like a child's game," while grabbing their $1,000 immersion sticks and playing with their totally grown-up super realistic space flight simulator ultra game they dumped thousands of dollars in through microtransactions. It genuinely is astonishing to see just how unreasonably positive No Man's Sky is, this year breaking their own records alone, and not even with the mega update Worlds Part 2 at the least, but with a smaller one where they copied Starfield's shipbuilding and offering the holy grail of space sims, the ship interiors, and even some EVA action. And so then these are the 4 main space sims of the current day. Star Citizen to me still feels like the unholy antichrist due to the razzle-dazzle marketing and the copious amounts of money, while at the same time not producing an actual product. Well, at least it's pretty, I guess, and this year they've done, well, yet again the same, but different. Elite is going down the dark path, following Star Citizen of all things. Well, at least in terms of monetization. But hey, the fanboys can be happy and say that, "Oh, we're getting new ships and piddling amounts of updates, yay!" And frankly speaking, the 2 games that are more and more calling my name are X4, which keep on ticking onwards, thanks to their honest and upfront monetization, with expansions that release good amounts of content, while No Man's Sky utterly dominates the positive vibes that make me wish every game and game studio was like this. Unequivocally lovable, a company that respects your time and even goes a step above, and love their own game for the sake of the art and more so for the sake of the fun, maybe even for the sake of greatness. So then, from me and from my collaborators today, thank you for watching.
Okay, so what am I looking at here now? I'm looking at LeBron James not wearing a shirt. Yeah.
No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't want to show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heart be needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby.
I'm always trying to see through your flaws, 'cause I know that you got so much more to give. You made a real mess, but I miss you though, 'cause I can go to sleep when I'm alone again. Say you wanna fix our problems, how long should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in.
Oh, this is interesting. The Chicago Bulls blew out, or they blow out the Mavs. Let's go check this out.
I could make it last a little longer.
How about that? The Bulls had a blowout win. Not often we've been able to say that, and I believe on the broadcast Adam Means said it was actually the Bulls' biggest win by a margin of victory, which is pretty crazy considering it was only an 18-point win, when in today's NBA you see 20-point plus wins nearly every night around the league. And actually this game really should have ended up closer to a 30-point win when the Mavs waved the white flag around the 4-minute mark, and then it was garbage time after that, where the Bulls allowed the Mavs to make the game a little more respectable. But in any event, the Bulls get the win, a game they really should have won, by the way. Like, I wouldn't consider this to be an impressive win by any means when you're going up against a depleted Dallas team that has 14 wins on the season, but the fact that the Bulls actually took care of business against a bad team and won in convincing fashion says more than what we've historically seen from this team this season in playing down their competition. Also, I'm not a football guy, most of you know that about me, but that was an insane ending to the Bears game, and coming back and beating the Packers once again, this time of course in the playoffs, which means more. That had me hyped, even though I don't follow the NFL, so congrats to all Bears fans as well. Big night in Chicago. Anyway, back to this Bulls game. I was looking forward to this one mainly because we got to see our first look at Cooper Flagg, and also we finally got to see Modest versus Cooper Flagg and that matchup that has been anticipated. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that Modest is better than Flagg or that he has more potential, because Cooper Flagg is really a special player. And to see what he's doing at the age of 19, just turned 19 in fact, entered the league at age 18, you know that he's a future star, a generational type player with his potential on both ends of the floor. So I don't want this to come off as me being delusional or insanely biased, because I recognize that Cooper Flagg's ceiling is exceptionally higher than Modest Bucella's. That said though, Modest did a really good job on Flagg in their first match.
It doesn't matter though.
Always matched up on each other.
Basketball is a team sports. You can have the best player on your team, but if the best player is not working well with the other four on the court,
and stayed with him on cuts to the basket when Cooper Flagg was playing off the ball,
they'll be beaten by a team with no superstar, but work well together on the court.
1 rebound and 2 assists, was a -14 on the court. For a guy who's averaging 19 points per game on 48% shooting, 53% on twos, 6 rebounds and 4 assists, I would say that's a subpar game for him. The Bulls were not giving him anything, they made him work, and they even got a little bit under his skin. On the flip side, Modest, I'm not going to call it a stellar game for him by any means, but 15 points on 7 for 16 shooting. Most of his misses came from behind the arc, where he went 1 for 7 from 3 to go along with 6 boards, 2 blocks, and only 1 turnover, and he was a +19 in his 25 minutes of play. Modest's impact on the court, at least in this game, was more than what we saw from Cooper Flagg. Of course, to be fair, Flagg doesn't quite have the best talent around him at the moment, which makes it harder to impact winning when the rest of your team sucks. But either way, Modest showed up for this matchup and even had a little extra energy and motivation. Look, we always talk about the egalitarian style of offense that the Bulls play with, right? They get everyone involved, they play team basketball, there's no your turn, my turn with this team. Once again, another 7 players in double figures in this game. The Bulls have 7 players on their roster averaging double figures, not a single player averaging more than 20 points per game though, which is insane in today's NBA to not have a single person on your roster averaging more than 20 points. But really, a lot of great contributions from guys in this one. Kobe White, who missed the last game, the game before the Heat postponement. The game before that, where he did play, he didn't look right when he played. This was one of Kobe's better games on the season, where he looked more like himself. Started off the game with that bad turnover where he just throws it away on a kick out, but he settled down a bit, chose his shots wisely, went more inside. He would finish with a team high 22 points on 9 for 15 shooting. Great contributions from Trey Jones as well, 13 points, 5 assists. Vooch, 15 points, 6 for 11. Like Modest, most of his misses came from outside. 15 points, 12 boards, 3 assists, a steal, and 2 blocks for Nikola Vucevic. Io, man, can't forget about Io. He has been on one coming off the bench, just insanely efficient, 20 points, once again on 7 for 9 shooting, 3 for 4 from 3, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, and 4 steals. Ayo has really played that role well coming off the bench. Like, he's probably not going to win 6th Man of the Year, but he should certainly be in that conversation. And then Kevin Huerter coming off the bench, he really showed up well in the 4th quarter to start breaking open that lead. I know Huerter has been struggling these past few games, but even though he's struggled with his shot, he still makes smart decisions when he's on the floor. His impact is still there. He plays hard. And wouldn't you know it, in this game, a game like this, he was a team high plus 22 in box plus minus, 13 points, 5 for 10 from the floor, 6 assists for Huerter, and actually 3 steals as well. Also, it was good to have Jalen Smith back in this game, even though he didn't shoot the ball that well. It's good to have a big body out there in the second unit that can crash the boards and protect the rim. The Bulls have been much better when he's in the lineup versus when he's out. So good to have Jalen Smith back. Hopefully, we don't continue to see any other setbacks with that concussion protocol of his. Crazy stat from this game for me. The Bulls had 38 fast break points to the Dallas Mavericks 8. The Mavs didn't get their first fast break point until the 4th quarter. I mean, the Mavs transition defense was really bad in this game. The Bulls are a great transition team. They love to play fast, but that disparity is wild. Also, points in the paint, 68 for the Bulls, 44 for the Mavs. That's what was driving me crazy throughout this game, especially when it was close, was the Mavs. I mean, they had the lead cut down to 4 in the second half, and the Bulls were just chucking up a bunch of threes. Even when they were getting second chance opportunities, they would get the offensive rebound on a missed 3, and then would just kick it back out for another 3 and miss it again. Like, go inside, man. You're killing them in the paint. Like, I'm not mad when the Bulls are taking a lot of threes because they are a pretty decent 3-point shooting team, but they're also a very streaky 3-point shooting team. When the shots aren't falling and you're doing well inside, go with what's working. Punish them in the middle, get some easy buckets, give yourself a nice cushion of a lead, and be done with it. Anyway, Bulls get a win, a needed win after snapping a 3-game losing streak and trying to buy a little bit more time to get their guys healthy, particularly Josh Giddey. They've got a few more days off as well before taking on the Rockets in Houston on Tuesday. Let me know what you guys thought of the game. Let me know in the comments. Also, let me know what you guys thought of the Bears game as well. As always, guys, be sure to subscribe, and I will see you in the next one.
Until you find your way back home.
Ooh, what's this? It says here, JJ Redick has reached his breaking point. Breaking point on what? Let's go find out.
Mike Trudell, what did the coaching staff think?
The first thing that he said was they have to kind of leave the officials alone, stop worrying about things that haven't been called, and go ahead and get back on defense and get set. Get back on defense and get set.
Defense and get set.
No, I don't think I will.
Going. LeBron trying to bully his way in. Can't finish on his wallet, so they've got numbers to
get back on defense and get set.
Luka's asking for some help from the official there.
Leave the officials alone.
That's not bad advice. Play on.
Let's see if they heed it.
There's only so much you can do. 4 and 10 rebounds for his 13th double-double in the loss to Gold. Now it's 3 on 2. Rollins is going to go all the way.
Get back on defense and get set.
And y'all bought into that.
Honestly, if I have like a player that's not, I'm the coach, and I have a player or players that are not
get back on defense, show some
doing well, and they're just basically sabotaging the team, I'm going to sit them down, even though they're the highest paid players on the team, on the roster.
Against the Bucks was a nightmare, with LeBron and Luka begging for fouls and giving up easy points in transition to Giannis and friends. And shout out to this lady, she did not give them their usual calls. Wait a minute, is that? The breakup must have been nasty. Luka only shot 8 free throws, which was one of his lowest totals of the season, and even the calls he did get, he wasn't always given the act of shooting. That's usually how the Lakers pull these kind of games out, with their league highest free throw and foul differential. Teams really aren't allowed to play physical defense against them. Before this game, they were undefeated in the clutch, but the moment they played a real contender, they got blown off the floor. This is actually the first game they lost that wasn't double digits. And even with their great record, they somehow managed to have a negative point differential. Luka had his worst game of the season. He shot 8 for 25, with most of his misses searching for fouls. He always begs for calls and gives up in transition, but in the first half alone, it had to have happened at least 5 times. Luka allows himself to get mentally deteriorated by the refs. Fouls can be his oxygen. If he doesn't get them, his entire game suffers. His defense, effort, shot selection, playmaking.
Luka doesn't have defense.
At the end of the first half, the first thing JJ demanded from his team was to stop crying for fouls and to get back on defense. Seems to be a common issue for this team. They not only continued begging for calls, but they blew a close game with Giannis stopping LeBron on back-to-back possessions. But this isn't the first time the Lakers ignored Redick. When he demanded more from them earlier this season,
no, I think guys will say they want to win. I'm not doing another 53 games like this.
DeAndre Ayton made a joke of it.
Good team. And y'all bought into that.
And you believe that. You really believed our head coach. You believed the head coach of our team. Think we listened to him, that bum? Let me grab my 4 rebounds and get paid. The Lakers have also struggled running plays out of timeouts or even their basic sets. Now JJ Redick isn't free from any blame, but the Lakers' biggest issues aren't related to coaching. There's no other coach you can bring in with this same roster and get significant improvement. He's asked for more focus on defense. He's asked for more effort, especially from LeBron and Luka, and now he's asked them to stop complaining and get back in transition, but no matter what JJ Redick asks, the Lakers just don't care. There's nothing a coach can do about it. The Lakers need to make the choice. The way Giannis won them the game should be a wake-up call for the Lakers. He played defense. He showed effort. He didn't complain to the refs. He got back in transition, and his team won the game. Imagine that.
It goes back to what I said the other night. It's a matter of making the choice. And too often we have guys that don't want to make that choice.
Right, so 2025 for AEW.
Okay, what is this? AEW 2020 just got out of control. What do you mean? What do you mean? Tell me more.
That feud with John Moxley earlier in the year, to women's blood and guts happening for the first time, to women's tag belts being introduced, to Swerve and Hangman having their stuff going on, and Hangman finally winning the belt once again in a huge...
Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. And every time it comes back to you.
I'm looking at OBS and it's using like 500 MB. What's happening with OBS? Why are you using so much RAM?
Right, so
Okay, there you go. It's running again.
was a very chaotic year, from the Death Riders' early year disasters to Adam Copeland's disasters in that feud with Jon Moxley earlier in the year, to Women's Blood and Guts happening for the first time, to women's tag belts being introduced, to Swerve and Hangman having their stuff going on, and Hangman finally winning the belt once again in a huge moment, just to drop it to Samoa Joe, just to drop it to MJF. I'd say that overall though, 2025 product-wise was a good year for AEW. I think they were by far the superior product to WWE, for example. Oh boy, I can read the comments on that one already. Lot of tears incoming. But obviously there was also that backstage chaos and all the drama that comes with any wrestling company any year, but definitely 2025 was one of the lesser dramatic years for AEW, especially compared to 2024, 2023, and 2022 of course. And with the new year being rung in for 2026, we've already had 2 AEW shows to take place, and 2026 thus far, product-wise for AEW, has been fairly chaotic, and a lot has gone on already in the big year of 26. So yeah, I thought I'd just recap what we've seen so far for the year in AEW and talk about Collision that took place this past Saturday and last night's edition of AEW Dynamite as well, reviewing them both in this show, talking about the highs and lows, all the drama, all the chaos, you know how it goes. So yeah, like the video and let's talk about how chaotic of a 2026 it's already been just 8 days in for AEW. Like the video, subscribe, and let's go. Right, so AEW Collision from January 3rd, 2026, the first AEW broadcasted show of the year. Unless you live in Europe, then Dynamite actually happened after 2026 passed, the NYE one, but we don't count that. So yeah, this episode of AEW Collision opens with all the backstage promos before we go into the signature intro, Saturday, and then we get the debut, the in-ring debut, I should say, of El Clon of the Don Callis family, the man that was brought into AEW to feud with Hologram, who is now unfortunately sidelined long term. And El Clon is up against my boy Angelico, who, if you don't know by the way, is legit one of my favorite guys in AEW, but he's a lower card jobber who never really gets much TV time. Always good to see Angelico though. Angelico Elite Wrestling, can't complain, but this was, as I said, just a quick squash match as El Clon beat Angelico in just about 3.5 minutes. Angelico got a tiny bit of offense in, but this was mostly to showcase El Clon and his high-flying ability and in-ring work, and I thought it was a good showing from El Clon. I really do wonder what the direction is going to be with him, given that Hologram is out for a while, and that was kind of like the only reason he was really brought in, was to feud with Hologram as his evil counterpart. And after the match, El Clon and other members of the Don Callis family, they attack Angelico and his partner Serpentico before Commander comes in to make the save. As that wraps it up for the first AEW segment of 2026, as we then go backstage and see Jon Moxley cutting a promo on Shelton Benjamin, who he's facing on Wednesday's Dynamite. We will of course talk about that. And then we go to women's tag action as it's the timeless love bombs of Toni Storm and Mina Shirakawa up against Hyan and Maya World, who are getting yet another outing following the whole Tegan Nox incident fallout. It was also announced recently that Hyan and Maya World are all elite officially and signed with AEW, so that's pretty good news in my opinion. And I thought this match was just fine. It actually got a bit of time, going 9 minutes, which goes to show that Hyan and Maya World are looked at more than just jobbers now and enhancement talent. But yeah, Toni Storm and Mina Shirakawa of course pick up the win. I thought it was a fairly average match, and the two teams show respect to each other, but before they can walk out, they are interrupted by Marina Shafir making her entrance, as she is also now in tag team action. She's teaming with Megan Bayne as the Mega Problems, and they're accompanied by Penelope Ford as well. Good to see her. They're up against Rach Chanel and London Dior, and this was a squash match. It went 1.5 minutes as Megan Bayne and Marina Shafir dominated, and ended with an interesting tag team finish where Megan Bayne F5s their opponent into Marina Shafir, who has a submission locked in. I think it looks kind of cool, but could maybe look a little better, but it's definitely a cool concept for a move or a double team finish. Also, a big shout out to Penelope Ford for staying booked and staying busy while she's going through injury. I really think before she got injured, which she got injured at a super unlucky and unfortunate time, I think Penelope Ford was doing some of the best work of her AEW career so far. So yeah, big ups to Penelope. I'm looking forward to seeing her come back as we then get a backstage promo with the Don Callis family with Lance Archer and Hechichero and Josh Alexander. This is being done because Hechichero is out next to face Commander, who we saw previously on the show, as they are going one-on-one with a title shot against Mark Briscoe on the line for next week's Collision. This was the match of the night here for me. I feel like I could tell this was going to be the match of the night before it even began. Hechichero to me has been one of the most consistent guys in AEW the last 6 months or so, and Commander is really fun to watch as well, so of course these two had good chemistry, and it's Hechichero who gets the win here, the clean win over Commander. Well, not clean, I don't really know why I said that, as El Clon did attack and interfere on behalf of Hechichero on Commander during this match, so I imagine there'll probably be something going on with them two is the direction now. But yeah, Hechichero wins, and himself and Mark Briscoe next week for the TNT title should be an okay match. Then out next we get Eddie Kingston, who brings out Ortiz, who recently made his return back to AEW. Great to see Ortiz back on the company. Eddie Kingston first shouts out multiple birthdays in the crowd, and then Eddie Kingston and Ortiz start talking about the grizzled young veterans, as that's who they are currently feuding with, which I think is actually a pretty cool feud. But yeah, at the same time, Eddie Kingston's return to AEW just continues to confuse me because it has been anything but a main event run, whereas Eddie Kingston before injury was otherwise a main event guy. This feels very lower card. You know, taking on more or less a jobber team as good as the grizzled young veterans are, they've not really done much in AEW or picked up many victories, and it's on the B show as well, so it's just, I don't know, it just feels like Eddie Kingston's return has been super off and hasn't felt really big at all. Ortiz being back helps, so I guess they'll be doing stuff in the tag division, which is cool to see, and they say that they are coming for GYV, so that match will probably be happening soon. Then there's backstage promo with Big Bill and Brian Keith, who have a bounty to collect on Jet Speed. That's right, the bounty hunter Brian Keith is back. No more of that bad apple shite, no more of that learning tree shite. Chris Jericho is gone. Well, hopefully. He's still listed on the AEW roster page, and Tony Khan can't really give an answer if he's gone or not, while he's also being rumored to appear for WWE, and many people thought he'd appear on this past Monday's Raw, but he didn't. So what is going on with Y2J? Who knows? And that match between Big Bill and Brian Keith and Jet Speed of Speedball Mike Bailey and Kevin Jet Knight is up next. It's a nice tag match here. The crowd are pretty into it. I'm a really big fan of Speedball Mike Bailey and Kevin Knight. In fact, I like Big Bill and Brian Keith as well, but definitely there is a lot of future in Jet Speed as both a tag team and individual singles guys. And it's a big win for Jet Speed over Big Bill and Brian Keith, as next up on the show is Shelton Benjamin of the Hurt Syndicate up against Dante Martin of Skyflight. This match was meant to be Shelton Benjamin up against Scorpio Sky of Skyflight, but Scorpio Sky ended up getting injured, and so Dante Martin steps in here. Now on paper I thought this was going to be a really good match, potentially match of the night contender here, but I think I was a bit let down by this one. I still low-key enjoyed it, but I think it could have been a lot more, and there were moments of the match that really didn't hit. Like they tried to have Dante Martin on the mic get a good clap back on Shelton Benjamin, but it just didn't work. The crowd didn't really react in any way, and I don't know, I guess I was just expecting a bit more in terms of sequences and high spots in this one, given, you know, Dante Martin and the flight that he can go. I know Shelton Benjamin doesn't really work that style as much anymore, but I was still hoping to see some good high spots, but this match was very grounded. It was okay-ish. Shelton Benjamin got the win in about 10 minutes over Dante Martin as he goes on to face Moxley on this Wednesday's Dynamite. Then we get a Sammy Guevara backstage promo because he's challenging Ring of Honor World Champion Bandido on this Wednesday's Dynamite. That's a match that's happening. Stokely Hathaway gives a medical update, which is hilarious. I still laugh whenever I think about that bump that he took, just completely missing the table. It actually just works perfectly with Stokely's character that he took that bump. And we go to the main event of this show, which is Darby Allin up against...
Oh, do we have Danix for CH? Thank you for the raid.
I like Utah and I like the Death Riders guys, but can we just please separate them? My word, Darby Allin has done nothing but fight against the Death Riders for months now after beating Moxley decisively already. I thought it was a fine match, but you know, this also had its fair share of bloodline rule stuff as well, with run-ins from Daniel Garcia and other members of the Death Riders. Darby Allin and Wheeler Yuta are two guys that should just be having a straight wrestling match, or just not wrestling at all because of how many times they face each other and met each other in various forms of matchups already. Please separate Darby Allin and the Death Riders already. But yeah, Darby Allin gets the win over Wheeler Yuta here as he gets the coffin drop, which gets a near fall, so he then gets the Scorpion Deathlock locked in and gets the submission tap out victory. And that ends AEW Collision and the first AEW show of 2026 from Arlington, Texas, which I should have mentioned at the start. They're doing another Arlington residency for Collision. I am fine with these residencies, but I think they should only do them for Collision / Ring of Honor. I don't think Dynamite should be part of these residencies, so I think it's a good thing they're doing it in Arlington. And the crowds at these Arlington shows are usually pretty hot and are always ready to see the action, so it's good stuff. I thought this AEW Collision episode was just about above average, maybe like a 6 to a 6.25 or 6.5 out of 10. I'd say 6.5. Match of the night, Hechisero versus Commander. Worst match of the night, probably, I guess, one of the squash matches, I mean, you'd probably have to say. But yeah, not the worst showing to start out 2026 for AEW. A bit of just a nothing show, though, as we then go on to AEW Dynamite taking place on January 7th, 2026. This one is live from Tulsa, Oklahoma, as the show opens with a very interesting backstage angle which shows the bounty being collected on jet speed by none other than the newest member of the Don Callis family, Jake Doyle, formerly known as Jake Something in TNA or DPW or any indie you might have seen him in. Yeah, Jake Something, now known as Jake Doyle in AEW, is officially all elite and a member of the Don Callis family.
That is quite an interesting name.
For the AMC.
Jake Something.
And yeah, I like Jake.
What's your name? I'm Jake Something.
Never really thought much of because they never really did anything with him. It was only when he started doing stuff with DPW that I realized this guy is a complete beast and TNA have been wasting him. Yeah, he was in TNA for years just doing absolutely nothing. I think he will really suit here in AEW and as a member of the Don Callis family. And to open this show, we get the aforementioned Shelton Benjamin versus Jon Moxley match. This is a Continental title eliminator match, which I should have mentioned. And yeah, what a match this was. I really enjoyed the work here being done by Jon Moxley and Shelton Benjamin. Easily two of my favorite guys in AEW right now. I can't stress enough how good Moxley's form has been for the last 6 months. After an absolute horror of a first half of 2025. These guys had a near 20-minute match, a great back and forth, good power moves, super hard hitting, and it ends just 5 seconds before the 20-minute time limit, right before I really thought Shelton Benjamin was picking up steam and could even pick up the victory, or it would just end in a draw. But Moxley's able to get a sneaky pinfall and get the win over Shelton Benjamin in this one. Really great opener, a great first AEW Dynamite match of 2026, as Shelton and MVP are distraught by the loss, but after the match, Moxley offered Benjamin a handshake and he actually accepted it, so I wonder what the direction is for Benjamin or the Hurt Syndicate now. Me personally, I want that Moxley and Bobby Lashley match. I think that would be one of my most anticipated AEW matches in like the last few years, in all honesty. We then get a backstage segment with Darby Allin, who is searching for Pac because he wants to fight him and attack him. It is confirmed that they will face each other the next week on AEW Maximum Carnage, so yeah, unfortunately my wish was denied of separating Darby Allin and the Death Riders, but please, after this one, can it finally be the time? We get an announcement that Kenny Omega will be returning back next week at Maximum Carnage. Kenny Omega is starting to remind me of Roman Reigns, how he just returns every 3 months and has like 5 returns a year now. And we get a trios match up next, as it's the demand of national champion Ricochet, Toa Leona and Bishop Con up against Jack Perry, who is coming out with mystery partners, who, no surprise, end up being the Young Bucks. So yeah, the Elite reunion has happened once again. This time it's the 2023 version of the Elite that is now back. I can't lie, I'm not super keen on Elite lore like I've said in the past. I think it's fine when it's the Young Bucks and Kenny just doing fun babyface trio stuff, but I don't really care to see the revival and the revitalization of the Young Bucks and Jack Perry era of the Elite, if I'm being real. I know Luchasaurus is injured right now, so Jack Perry can't do Jurassic Express stuff, but he was getting over as a singles guy in the C2, so why not just keep him doing stuff in the mid card? Regardless, this was obviously a really fun fun match, and it didn't go for too long either, which is a problem I usually have with a lot of these trios matches. I thought it went just the right amount of time at just under 13 minutes. Good fun offense from all the high flyers. I thought the Gates of Agony did a great job as the muscly guys in this one, as the Hosses. It was a really good dynamic there. JR on commentary was infatuated by the Gates of Agony as well, which was pretty hilarious too. And of course, the baby faces of Jack Perry and the Elite get the win here over the Demand. And post-match, there's some more antics as the Don Callis family come out of Mark Davis and Jake Doyle and attack everyone. Jetspeed make the save and they take out Lance Archer and El Clon, but then the lights go out, and when they come back on, there is a masked man in a suit who attacks them both, and we know who it is already because they did this angle already and are just pretending it never existed. It's Andrade! Andrade is making his third debut for AEW. What a guy. Yeah, obviously Andrade returned back to AEW about a month or two ago in this exact same way, joining the Don Callis family, unmasking himself and attacking a member of the Elite, that being Kenny Omega that time. But then it got revealed that WWE were essentially keeping him hostage on a really weird no-compete clause where he couldn't work AEW for apparently up to 2 years. But thanks to Rush of all people and his lawyer, which may or may not be the Beast Mortos, it's all been sorted. He appeared for New Japan, he's appearing on US Indies, and he's back in AEW once again. They just redid the return angle once again, which to be honest I think is a great...
It's always mind-blowing
FTR and
hearing that the Beast Mortals is actually a lawyer.
Guys, a lot of interest going on in the tag and trios division outside of the trios titles right now, which we'll talk about later. As up next, it's time for Willow Nightingale's TBS Championship celebration. She of course beat Mercedes Moné for the belt on the main event of last week's Dynamite on NYE in an awesome moment to close the year for AEW and a great match. Since she failed to win the title for Chris Statlander, Mercedes Moné's downfall has definitely begun. She lost the Ring of Honor belt to Red Velvet, she lost the Repro belt to Alex Windsor, and she lost the TBS belt to Willow Nightingale, so there's definitely the downfall going on, and it's been good to see so far. But this segment I have mixed feelings on. So first you had Willow and Chris Statlander and Harley Cameron coming out. The lighting was a bit off at first. It seems as though the lighting people didn't know what they were doing, as the lights kept flickering on and off before they got a spotlight going on Willow finally. She talks about the win and how much it means to her, and says she's going to be a fighting champion, and whilst also holding the Women's World Tag Team Championships, she'll do 2 matches in one night if she has to. I love that. After that, Mercedes Moné comes out and she literally doesn't say anything to them other than just start screaming and crashing out and wrecking the whole set before she is then put into the cake face first and then slammed into it right after. Yeah, Mercedes Moné got absolutely cooked as they then do the conga line around her, and yeah, Mercedes Moné's crash out arc is continuing on. I'm not sure how effective this angle really was though. It kind of felt like a Road Dogg SmackDown segment if anything, which is obviously not complimentary in the slightest. Thought it was good to get Willow out there and have her cut a good babyface inspired promo, but I feel as though nothing was really set up for a future match unless it's going to be Mercedes Moné and Willow Nightingale facing off again. This kind of felt like it was the end of that feud though, as Willow kind of just owned Mercedes, and maybe they'll go their separate ways, or maybe they'll face again. I don't really know what the direction is. We get a backstage promo with Mark Briscoe talking about his upcoming match with Hechicero on Collision. Very much looking forward to that one, as we then get a backstage promo with the Triangle of Madness of Tekla, Julia Hart, and Sky Blue. I gotta say, I really like this trio. Tekla is brilliant. I've always been a big fan of Sky Blue, and I think she's been really good and her best form since she returned back from injury. Julia Hart is definitely hit or miss in ring, but in terms of presentation, she has some of the best in the entire company, as does the group in general. It's a good promo here, as they say they're going to get toxic, and there's going to be a trios match next week with Chris Statlander and the Babes of Wrath up against the Triangle of Madness. I imagined that the direction was going to be Tekla versus Statlander for the belt, so this makes sense. Then we get a match between Bandito and Sammy Guevara, as it's a battle of the Ring of Honor World Champion and one of the Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions. There was mixed reviews on this match, I imagine because not a lot of people like Sammy Guevara, but for me, I think this was the best match of the night in my opinion. I enjoyed this more than any other match, with the Moxley and Benjamin match closely behind it. Yeah, that's probably an unpopular opinion, but I really enjoyed a lot of the in-ring work being done in this match. I wasn't the biggest fan of Sammy Guevara and the character work he was doing, or his character in general really, but Bandito simply is that guy.
Yeah, he's
one of the best in-ring workers.
Sammy is
arguably the wrestler of 2025 as well. The crowd was super into this one. one, and Bandido does of course pick up the victory over Sam Guevara in a good hot match. And afterwards we then get an angle with MJF, who is joined by John Cruz. MJF and Bandido are facing for the world title, of course, after Bandido won the Dynamite Diamond Ring. They're facing for the belt next week on AEW Maximum Carnage. And John Cruz, if you don't know, he was MJF's manager whilst he was wrestling in CMLL in Mexico for the last year, and they had a very effective partnership, and the work that MJF was doing in CMLL is arguably some of the best work of his career. And I was worried about how this promo was going to go, given the history with MJF and luchadors in promo segments, but they kept it pretty tame here. MJF ran down Bandido as John Cruz translated for him, to which Bandido then got on the mic and said, "I can speak English, you stupid son of a bitch," and then ended up beating up MJF and beating him down to go on top in this segment. I thought this was a super effective promo segment and made Bandido look badass. I thought the MJF and Cruz partnership being debuted for the first time here in AEW was effective as well, and I'm now really looking forward to that MJF versus Bandido match next week. Good stuff here from both guys. We get a vignette for Brody King, so maybe Brodido is now seemingly over and they're doing single stuff now, which I'm obviously not against, as much as I did love Brodido as a team. And then we go to Toni Storm versus Marina Shafir in this match, a one-on-one between the two, and this match was probably the most disappointing of the entire night, because AEW just continues to not give the women the time they deserve on weekly TV. The match went under 8 minutes for the shortest one of the night and ended in a disqualification when Wheeler Yuta pulled out the referee, and then the Death Riders got involved, and then Mina Shirakawa got involved, then Orange Cassidy got involved. It looks as though the current direction right now is an Orange Cassidy, Toni Storm, Mina kind of love triangle story, which is kind of a shame given how serious the feud was between Toni and Marina when it started at Blood and Guts. This should be a blood feud. And yeah, just disappointed to see not a lot of representation for the women on this show outside of the segment with Willow Nightingale and this match. It just isn't enough in my opinion, especially with 3 active belts. I just still can't believe we're still on the one women's match a week stuff. It needs to be at least 2 or 3 by this point. There is no excuse in my opinion. So many of the women's roster are just waiting around doing nothing or just cutting backstage promos on nobody. Let's get some more women involved in the mix. Where is Shida? Where is Deonna Purrazzo? Get Jamie Hayter back involved. Get Ty Mello involved again. Heck, Megan Bayne didn't even come out for this match here despite teaming up with Marie.
Honestly, I'm not clamor. I like Toni Storm, but I don't like her wrestling. I like her character. I like the female characters in AEW, but you wouldn't see me clamoring to watch them wrestle.
Disappointing. Worst.
I'm sorry.
For me, maybe of the.
I am really sorry.
We go to our main event now, which also was a match I don't think I was too keen on. It was Adam Page and Swerve Strickland teaming up to take on the Ops of Hook and Powerhouse Hobbs in a lights out tag team match. And my main problems with this match, while there were some fun spots with, you know, the stapler gun and the cinder blocks and whatnot, I think I'm just generally fatigued of these lights out and street fight matches taking place on free TV. I think after Blood and Guts, and especially after that match in the women's tag tournament that got made into a street fight, we could have calmed it down. Obviously they then did a Christmas street fight, which I do understand. After that they should especially calm it down, but here we are once again with a lights out match to main event. And like I said, it wasn't bad stuff, but for me, I am really just not feeling Adam Page and Swerve Strickland teaming together. It doesn't feel organic to me at all. It doesn't feel earned at all to me. I think you can get away with putting them in like an all-star tag where there's some tension there, or where they're in a blood and guts match together or something like that, but just the two of them in.
Unfortunately, I don't agree. I freaking don't agree with what you're saying. That's why I gave it a dislike.
While almost exactly midway through the 82-game grind, the quote-unquote fading dynasty Dubs sit just 8th in the West, let's not dismiss the fact that the Warriors own the NBA's 3rd best record since December 20th. The Dubs are sitting 8-3 since then, which only trails the LA Clippers and Boston Celtics for the association's top record over the last 20-plus days. The Stephen Curry carried dubs, who are getting pleasant surprise contributions across the board as of late from D'Anthony Melton, Guy Santos, and even the proving doubters wrong Brandon Pajemski, could easily be undefeated over this span, as their only losses over it have come to the Toronto Raptors, who they blew a 12-point fourth quarter lead to the OKC Thunder when they didn't have Curry, Butler, or Green, and to the LA Clippers, where they lost by 1 point and had a chance to win it at the buzzer. Holding the NBA's 4th best offensive rating and the 8th best net rating since that aforementioned date of December 20th, over the last 3 games specifically, the Warriors are second in the league in fewest turnovers committed, only trailing the OKC Thunder. In regards to that, here was Stephen Douglas Kerr on how he's been addressing his team.
How actively are you ignoring the turnover conversation? Like nothing in film?
I just say, I don't mention the word. I just say, hit singles, be solid wins the game, and I'm not bringing it up anymore.
How about film? Will you show a bad pass?
Nope, not showing any. Just total ignorance. It's just bury your head in the sand like an ostrich.
When did you decide this? Do you remember?
A couple weeks ago. We did it in 22 after the Memphis series, when we were turning it over left and right, and we just decided, after showing clips of turnovers and talking about it and hammering the point home, and it wasn't working, we just stopped talking about it, and that worked.
Was it a specific game this year you remember it being after? Like, Toronto?
It's been the last few games.
Okay.
It's a good life lesson. Just ignore all of your problems and, never acknowledge them. Don't look in the mirror.
And they get fixed.
Bliss, so.
They get fixed, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Against the lowly Kings, the Warriors ultimately took advantage of a much weaker opponent on Friday, as after another L, the team from down the road in the Bay Area in Sacramento now sits dead last in the Western Conference with a record of 8-30, plus have lost 7 in a row. The Warriors were, however, in a battle with this team for over 3.5 quarters. However, behind D'Anthony Melton, who scored 6 straight points after the game was tied at 84, as well as 9 of the Warriors' next 13 points, the Warriors went on a 15-0 run. From there, it was role players Guy Santos, Brandon Pajemski, and Gary Payton II carrying the offense and enforcing garbage time. Your role players finding their flow and therefore going off against a weaker opponent is exactly what you want to see if you're the Warriors' personnel and coaching staff, because for an NBA team, that's exactly what's supposed to happen. Due to Curry keeping the Warriors in it before that by scoring the majority of his 27 points when the game was going back and forth, combined with the role players doing their thing to extend the lead, and the Warriors closed the game on a 53-19 run after it was tied at 84 late in the third quarter. The Warriors' offense has carried them this season, as while I said early in the year that defense has to be their identity, I was evidently wrong about that. I'll be the first one to admit it, because from top to bottom, at least
this win is not impressive. They beat the last.
Score with the best of them. The Warriors 120 points per game.
They beat the team in last place. So what's so impressive about that? They beat a weak team.
The Minnesota Timberwolves and the Cleveland Cavaliers. As I said, most of sneaker free agent Stephen Curry's starter high by far 27 points to go along with his team high by far 10 assists came while the game was in back and forth mode and before the Warriors took over. But without Curry dominating in the moments that he did, the Warriors wouldn't have been in this ball game against Sacramento. Curry's dime dropping and bucket getting came beautifully within the flow of Steve Kerr's heavily scrutinized but recently very effective motion heavy system, as Curry was both scoring and facilitating off DHOs early and often. Stephen's two-way effort was evidently there against the Kings like it has been all season long, as Curry's defensive rating equates to what would be top 10 at his position. Steph was a plus 14 against the Kings, as he was beating defenders with backdoor cuts moving off the ball, where he would relocate to either the paint or the perimeter for easy buckets. How Curry operates is so damn ethical and smooth to watch. Displaying the ethics of Wardell, Stephen's 228 games played with 25 points and less than 5 free throw attempts are the most in NBA history by far, well ahead of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and LeBron James. Despite having missed 10 of the Warriors' 39 games so far, 37-year-old Curry now sits first in the league in three-pointers made, back where he belongs, as he surpassed Donovan Mitchell and Con Knipple, who seem like they're going to be the Chef's biggest competition in this area in 2025-26. We'll stay with the Curry highlights here, but let's give a massive shout out to DeAnthony Melton, Brazilian Gui Santos, and Brandon Pajemski, who are 2nd, 3rd, and 4th respectively in Warrior Plus Minus, dating back to December 20th. The scoring of Melton over the last 2 games specifically, where he scored a combined 41 points, has been huge, while the on-ball point of attack and all-around scrappy defense from the high IQ and seemingly always in the right place offensively, Gui Santos, can't be overlooked either. Pajemski took a lot of hate on Twitter after early season struggles, and at least most of that hate was rightfully so, to be fair, because Brandon wasn't playing up to his usual standards. Clearly better suited in a bench role than in a starting position, which he's been in for the last 11, of course. I'm happy that it seems Brandon is finally carving out a role for himself as a solid backup point guard on both ends. But it's all about whether Pods can perform in big games, and most importantly, keep up this positive stretch where he's been a plus 53 over the last 11, which obviously matters the most here. We don't want to celebrate this man's success too early. This was your boy D-Flow, and I'll see you next video.
Yeah, they found something by beating the last place team. Oh my goodness.
Before I even begin this video, I want to say allow me to speak my piece before you come to any conclusion, because I promise you this is not where you think it is going at all. By the end, you will hopefully understand that the goal of articles like the one I will debate in this video and the games that these people are using to divide us are chosen to fan flames and so divide and not grow unity. But oh boy, here we go.
Okay, so now I'm just getting this buffering thing.
Before I even begin this video, I want to say allow me to speak my piece before you come to any conclusion.
Okay, finally. Well, no, not yet. I thought it was playing, but it wasn't. What is wrong? Why are you not playing?
Before I even begin this video, I want to say allow me to speak my piece before you come to any conclusion, because I promise you this is not where you think it is going at all. By the end, you will hopefully understand that the goal of articles like the one I will debate in this video and the games that these people are using to divide us are chosen to fan flames and so divide and not grow unity. But oh boy, here we go with probably one of the most volatile things I've seen in a while, and I already know everyone is going to have their own opinions on this that will vary all over. But today I want to talk about
Brave is using a lot of RAM.
Before I even begin this video, I want to
look at that. This tab is unresponsive. I don't know why. Why is it unresponsive? Okay, so that one tab is like using, it's using like 2 GB of RAM. Amazing. How can something like that happen? Okay, so because I can't, goodness. Let's see here. How am I going to? Okay, I'm going to try again. Let's see. It's just using too much RAM.
This video, I want to say, allow me to speak my piece before you come to any conclusion, because I promise you this is not where you think it is going at all. By the end, you will hopefully understand that the goal of articles like the one I will debate in this video and the games that these
Okay, so there is something really weird happening here. Yeah, there is something weird happening. Why? It's not letting me play videos. I don't know why.
game is through. Making of it yours, so I'ma sit and just lay in my bed with the fries in my hand, getting stuck to the race with you. For a sleeping cruise, no. Stress is getting just a little bit lower. Mind's getting just a little bit closer. Find somebody in my life that
Okay, so if it's not letting me watch videos from YouTube itself, I guess I'll watch it on a different source.
I've been crazy, been faking for too long now. Let it take on the world with two arms now. Got me singing right in the dark. No feelings I couldn't.
Before I even begin this video, I want to say allow me to speak my piece before you come to any conclusion, because I promise you this is not where you think it is going at all. By the end, you will hopefully understand that the goal of articles like the one I will
Okay, there you go. Now it's running. I think YouTube has implemented something.
flames and so divide and not grow unity. But oh boy, here we go with probably one of the most volatile things I've seen in a while, and I already know everyone is going to have their own opinions on this that will vary all over. But today I want to talk about something that will definitely cause everyone to get mad, which is the political firestorm that is gripping everything currently, and specifically how the games industry, as well as just mainstream news, tends to view everyone they disagree
Okay,
with.
there you go. Now it's playing.
It's stupid, I know. I can't even say the word on YouTube because of their policies, but you know what I mean. Nazis, or Nazi, you know, the German movement to World War II, that kind of was the main force. The entire world was pretty much fighting as a threat in all of existence back then during World War II. Look, I'm going to state this now so everyone just knows I don't align myself in any way with the Yahtzee movement, okay? A bit of lore for you as well. My grandfather and a few of his own siblings were the only surviving members of my father's side of the family during World War II. My grandfather was thrown into concentration camps where he saw his entire family ripped away from him. He never saw his sister again. His parents were taken by Germans, and their fate was unknown to him all the way until he passed away in his 80s. The only reason my grandfather was kept alive by the Germans was because he was a carpenter. He knew how to build things with his hands, so he was seen as useful. He also had a knack for understanding languages quickly, so my grandfather, who was a full-blooded Armenian man born into a Christian household, was able to speak, of course, Armenian and then German, of course, to communicate while in the camps and whatnot, as well as other various languages in Europe that he learned from other captives and then some in the camps. He, of course, learned to also speak Serbian as well, and after the war...
I am Spy Litten is raiding with... Okay, so thank you for the raid.
Yahtzees were bad because they are. They decimated my family. On my mother's side even, her grandfather swindled the Yahtzees too. He would actually work with them, and they would give him, her grandfather I mean, people to like dispose of. And then my mom's grandfather would then falsify the documents of these captives that the Yahtzees would give him, and then he would give those people new identities, and then smuggle them out of the country, like without them knowing, while giving fake documents to the Yahtzees, claiming that those people that they were given were you know, dead on paper, but they were very much alive actually. So my entire family history on both sides has been nothing but completely altered and changed for the rest of time by the wake of World War II. I lost people I never got to meet. Entire bloodlines in my family tree were pretty much decimated due to that war alone. So before anyone ever tries to claim that I'm somehow a sympathizer to the Yahtzee movement or somehow align with them, I want you to know this from my own mouth that that is not true, and it will never be. But what I hate more than anything is how the media, from games to TV to movies, everything, just all of it, weaponizes this political divide and uses it to dehumanize those they disagree with. So now that I dropped my lore, let's continue on to the subject of this video, which ties into everything I want to explain, which is this article from Kotaku, which is titled, "For Wolfenstein 3 to be good, it needs to punch Yahtzees even harder. The sequel could arrive in the twilight of a second Trump presidency." As you can see, I even have to censor out the words and even the armbands because of YouTube's policies. I can already tell making this video is going to be exhausting, let alone talking about it. But as you can see, Kotaku, a website that has largely lost their viewer base after victimizing and attacking them for years with mass layoffs over plenty of years too, has now decided to go full-blown pure-blood fanatic is what I would really call them this time. So these pure-blooded journalists are the types who believe that they're on the winning side always, believing that their shouting of punch every Yahtzee and everyone I disagree with is one in which I have to make this video in the first place. Like I said before, my entire life was shaped by the outcomes of World War II. My family forever changed due to the actions of the Germans during that time period. My family was white, by the way, Serbians to be exact, and my family fought against this threat and bled like any other person. But even I think when the current trajectories of the world is going, especially with how journalists throw terms around so easily like this, is doing nothing but harming the world for the worst. Claiming that a game needs us to punch the bad guys harder because of a president they hate that's currently in power is pretty much insane. The thing is that there's a lot of problems in the world, but it's division that is the true poison. Nobody can get along anymore. It's either us or them. There's no more nuance, no real tangible way of really understanding each other if either party has even a slight disagreement in ideology, which happens all of the time. The rise of that German threat in World War II was not just a conservative-minded movement. To understand the rise of Hitler, you need to realize he was someone who played everyone. He was left, he was right, he was everything he needed to be, and his ideology and viewpoints were actually a mixture of the most extreme versions of any political ideology that he could find that would result in what he would eventually create when he made his party what it ended up being. Again, my family are Christians. By definition, the majority of them were born and raised in a right-wing-esque way of living by today's standards. Family is everything. Get married, have children, respect the values and ideals of your nation, and be proud of who you are and all that. Yet even when my family alongside thousands of Serbian soldiers fought the Germans during World War II anyways, how does that make any sense then? Why would the Serbians fight a threat that the left sees by definition to be something they should have embraced then? Some Serbians did, sure, the same way some Italians aligned with Germany as well during the war. And there's other places, there's always outliers, but the vast majority of Serbians said no and fought and died protecting their homeland from Hitler and his armies. I know this because my mom told me how her own family was losing sons over the war plenty too. They died protecting their loved ones. I never once thought to myself, because we were Christian, that we were in a sense, as these sorts of crazy people view people today, to be anyway seen as a Yahtzee sympathizer group. My family hates what the Germans did in that war. All I heard growing up was how my family fought with blood and steel to defend their nation. Yet every time I come online in this digital world, someone is calling me the very thing that destroyed my family back then, and I honestly hate it because I am not one of those people. I will never be. But trying to claim that games now need to use their platform like machine games with Wolfenstein in some way to counter Trump or something is just going to honestly cause more divide, which is also only going to cause even more chaos. As Kotaku said there in their opening paragraph for you to see, the hope they have for the sequel to Wolfenstein the New Colossus, that they don't want it to ease up on the gas. They want the game to instead push for more extreme content and rattle the cages, so to speak. Kotaku continued with this: Wolfenstein the New Colossus was an entirely different story. Arriving in the fall of 2017, the New Colossus struck like lightning. Its unveiling and marketing beats reveled in the joy of ripping fascists to shreds while leaning into the dystopic headlines Americans increasingly became inundated with. It adopted the punch Yahtzees now ask questions later ideology that emerged amid Donald Trump's first presidency and the rise of the alt-right. The thing is that New Colossus didn't target Trump at all. It was in development before he was even in the race, and that doesn't even make any sense. The game would have came out even if a Democratic president was in charge, so what then? What would it be saying? Nothing. It's just a sequel to a game. You can't claim that New Colossus was somehow a game specifically designed to attack a president that they didn't even know was going to be president before the game came out. Again, it came out a year into his presidency at the time. That would insinuate that it was at least 2 or 3 years in development by the time he was even elected, pretty much. Yet still you took something and simply applied it to something you hated to make yourself feel better. This is the kind of rhetoric that worries me, and I'm tired of it. It's too much division, and the problem is that whenever people are met with facts on things, if those facts don't suddenly align with their belief systems to a T, they just choose to ignore them instead. At one point during the Kotaku article, they bring up that lady who got shot by the ICE officer in Minneapolis. That has been on the news for a really long time now. I'm not going to show any footage of what went down there, but you obviously know what I'm talking about. But anyway, as seen here, in Kotaku's article, they speak on the ICE officer and how ICE in general is, according to Kotaku, Trump's personal police force, and that the deportation of illegals is something they oppose because it's seen as a far-right thing. Despite the fact that if you simply use Google and look it up yourself, as seen here, the presidents with the highest deportation numbers...
Whenever they use the word immigrant or immigrants, they always leave out another qualifying word, and that is illegal.
Despite this happening, none of this is brought up as
people who believes what these people are saying are just
yet they conveniently ignore
stupid.
What presidents have done far more in their runs.
If you're an immigrant in the United States, a legal immigrant,
simply because people weren't following ICE,
there wouldn't be any problem.
Deporting those over 3 million immigrants, which again
my wife
completely burned.
Well, I guess
what Trump is doing now.
My wife has like relatives that are in the US and they are immigrants, and they're not hearing anything because they went through the process. They got their visas, they got their green cards, they got everything. They are now citizens of the United States, but they are immigrants. They are legal immigrants. Again, whenever a left or woke left or someone in the left uses the word immigrant, they're not qualifying it correctly. And a stupid person would just read it and say, "Oh, they're attacking, they're deporting immigrants." That's bad.
They all do the exact same thing.
And I guess those that believe them are that stupid to not even realize that those who are getting deported are illegal immigrants and not legal ones.
They're omitting real-world data and history from their articles on Wolfenstein 3 just to rally readers and other publications to then just start up further dividing their audiences even more. It didn't work for Kotaku in the past because, like I said, many of their staff already got laid off for trying to do the very same things they're doing now too. But I think now Kotaku probably doesn't care anymore. They want more bloodshed. They want more divide. They want games media and the very development studios to make games that sow more discourse on purpose. My whole angle was always to destroy the discourse, remove it at the nerve, and try to bring everyone to an equal understanding that none of this is going to help anyone, and showing just how hypocritical many of these outlets are seemingly all of the time. Like I said, the rise of Yahtzee stuff is an amalgamation of all ideologies. It's actually so evil I wouldn't even consider it left or right at that point, because it takes the worst elements of both sides and becomes its own spectrum. Like, the best way I can describe it is if left is liberalism and right is conservatism, then the Yahtzee belief system is like somewhere on the far end of both sides, if that makes sense. And with how vitriolic games media has been, especially to white players, has been nothing short of disgusting too, because it's not like it was only minorities that lost their lives during World War II or something due to all of this either. Like, for example, a simple Google search would tell you, as seen here, that the people who suffered the most losses during World War II was actually Russia. They had almost 27 million of their own citizens pass from either military-related stuff or like famine and then some. 19 million civilians passed during World War II, a number we can't even fathom today if that many people were suddenly taken out in like such a short period of time. Despite many history books trying to hide the truth from you, in actuality, it was the combined effort of the Americans, the British, and the Soviets, and really everyone else obviously, that took down Germany for good. The Soviets actually would arm their women and children to fight due to how hell-bent Hitler was on conquering Russia.
And people should remember that the two world wars started in Europe, and now they're like gearing up for another war. And I keep saying, or I keep asking, maybe, just maybe, Europe is the problem.
Information is so skewed and hateful, it's just insane. It's why I have to make this video. The actual history of what
the two world wars didn't start in the US, it didn't start in South America, it didn't start in Asia, it didn't start in anywhere. It started, both of them, in Europe. E-U-R-O-P-E, Europe. Again, we have two world wars that started in Europe, then maybe, just maybe, Europe is the problem and not the rest of the world.
Also white. Like, you see what I mean? It was white nations that stopped the Germans, because even they did not agree with what Hitler was doing at all, clearly. You can't sit there and believe that places like Kotaku will give you any sort of nuance, though, when it comes to this. They just want to sow more discord amongst the populace because at their heart, they are full of hate and they know it. Kotaku knows what they're doing too, as seen here. I highlighted it for you, but they bring up on how in Wolfenstein the New Colossus there's a sequence where you have to end BJ, that's the main character's own father, in a flashback scene because BJ's father claims America is a white man's world now. But again, I understand what Machine Games was trying to convey there, but we need to realize this overtly weaponizing of hate specifically towards white-skinned individuals is always going to be...
How can it be a white man's world when the white race is actually, what do you call this? A minority compared to the other races like the Asians
That is what happened.
That is just so stupid. There are more Asians than the white people.
Somehow either. I do think the other big problem is that places like Kotaku and the Western media in general is that they place 21st century ways of thinking against 20th century political definitions. In terms of America today, the right, so to speak, is pro-freedom of speech, a free market, gun ownership, and small government.
India alone, look like India has like 2 billion. China has like 2 billion. And that's just 2 countries in Asia.
Talking about these games,
what about the rest of
or what these game developers
Asia?
may believe in place their
Russia is not that many, even though they're white people, but they're not that many.
liberal in America today would view themselves as a
So what the white people are a minority, so it is not a white man's world, for crying out loud.
Europe versus America, where Kotaku operates, of course, would oppose each other despite technically both being liberal. Are you confused yet? Because I'm sorry, but this is why all of this is stupid to begin with. In actuality, Hitler himself has even specifically claimed that the basis of his political party would be considered a syncretic movement, which by definition, as seen here from Google, a syncretic movement is a fusion of diverse beliefs, cultures, or philosophies into a new unified system, blending elements from multiple sources to create something distinct yet recognizable from its origins, common in religion, culture, and politics. It's a melting pot where traditions merge, unlike multiculturalism, which keeps them separate, results in unique expressions. That is how Hitler's party was structured. It's a melting pot of all belief systems of any side. Wolfenstein has done a good job, mostly I would guess, of portraying this, although they do screw their own story at times too. And I can never forgive Youngblood for existing, because that game was just complete unfettered garbage no matter how much anyone tries to justify that game. Seriously, it was really bad. But anyways, the fact that Kotaku, and I'm sure other websites that will jump on this bandwagon of hate, will try to do, is say that all gamers who oppose them are right-wing Yazis should understand that their enemies in this ever war are stupid, are also morons who also can't tell you without fear what a woman even is to begin with either. The point is that I believe the overall absolute state, if you will, of the games industry and how people view one another is so skewed and messed up and downright stupid that words at this point mean nothing anymore to most. Being called something or even getting labeled these days is pointless because the people calling you something don't even know what they're saying half the time anyways. Like, remember when that Obsidian art director tried to claim that he hated Elon Musk and all that other stuff, and then people found out that he was only willing to hire non-white people at Obsidian? And then Chris Avallone, one of the founders of Obsidian, said that the art director, named Matt Hansen by the way, could be fired for hiring based on skin color and omitting others too. Even Asmongold reacted to this. Here's a screen cap of that by the way, but by definition what Matt Hansen of Obsidian confirmed when he openly admitted that he would only hire black people for jobs over white people, that by definition, is that not a racial purity ideology, like staring us in the face? Does that not by definition mean that this Matt Hansen of Obsidian is pushing some weird pseudo-like version of racial purity when it comes to his hiring practices then? But it's fine if he does that because the people who benefit aren't white, which is why Kotaku won't write a hit piece on that. Like, you see what I mean? What you have to understand here is that fundamentally at their core, these people in games or on the news, in politics, whatever, they are swindling you with easy buzz terms to simply radicalize you to not only follow you, but it's also just as beneficial to make you angry against them because then they can use that to their advantage as well. Either way, they're going to get what they want, which is why I think it's important to drive a stake in this heart before it gets too crazy, if you ask me. Because we don't need more division. We don't need gaming journalists who are hypocrites trying to sow more and more discourse. They don't even understand on a fundamental level what the words they throw as hateful even mean in the first place. When the very definition of what terms like Yahtzee even means have lost so much meaning when it's basically two sides of people who don't agree with what the Germans did, fighting over who gets to call the other the buzzword first, I guess, in today's culture war. Hitler's ideology also was a total dictatorship, and at their core, the principles of such a group like this would be vehemently against concepts like freedom of speech of their citizens as well as the freedom of the press. This same group that Hitler ran, which according to Kotaku, conveys what the current American government is, and this is why Wolfenstein must punch harder, I guess, would have to then be a government that uses violence to silence their political opponents, yet last time I checked, Charlie Kirk wasn't a liberal, was he? Not to mention what I just explained as in what a totalitarian dictatorship is you could easily quantify and place those labels against not only Germany of its time, but also the Soviets with communism, as well as Italians and their fascist governments at the time as well. Yet the Soviets, like I said, were instrumental in defeating the Germans, so as you can see, Kotaku won't tell you any of this, and what you need to understand is that the world and how things work are far less black and white as you would expect. Everything instead is gray. You can't just say that Hitler is right, okay? No, he was everything. He would take anything he could from any ideology if it benefited him, and if you disagree with that, then you know that you're lying to yourself. Even Mussolini, a famous fascist dictator of Italy, believed that a totalitarian dictatorship must remove the individualism of the people to ensure that they follow the rules of the government. That doesn't sound like America at all these days. People are free to say whatever they want online, and the First Amendment protects them either way. By definition, then, what Kotaku equates as fascism with the current presidency they hate, and why they want game developers to now quantify that hatred, I guess, and the propaganda sold to the masses is just wrong on all fronts already. The very existence of your articles being allowed to be shared online freely, Kotaku, means that you don't live in a dictatorship or some Yahtzee government. Because if you did, your website would already be taken down, your freedoms would be stripped. And
Exactly. These people are just insane, crazy, and mentally retarded. They keep calling. They keep calling.
Kotaku won't attack Britain because the government there is left-leaning. Go figure, of course. So we need to understand.
They call people they disagree with the as fascist or anything, but
is freedom of speech.
they
By definition, is not that. You
when all they have to do is look in the mirror and they'll see an actual fascist.
It's contrary to your own personal beliefs being true. What you need to realize is that the majority of people are mostly in the middle with left and right ideologies on either sides, but the best and most realistic way to really look at how real politics exist and what Wolfenstein and games like that fight against is...
Again, all they have to do is look in the mirror and they'll see an actual fascist.
Okay, this ties to the theory that is well known, is literally called the horseshoe theory. Basically, if you imagine all politics as a horseshoe, with each ends of the horseshoe being the extreme left or the extreme right of the political spectrum, what you then come to realize is that the only 2 points in politics that actually have anything in common are the extreme versions of the very parties that are always trying to control you. This means that the right-wing fascists, as they say, actually have nothing in common with common right-wingers, nor do they have anything in common with common left-wingers. But they have a lot in common with the far left communists instead too. And in that way, both the communists and the fascists, so to speak, want you stripped of your individuality. They both want your freedom of speech gone. They both want your ability to own property and much more gone as well. That is how you should view the enemies in World War II, and even in games like Wolfenstein, Call of Duty, and then some as well. These Yahtzees that you slaughter are not right-wingers, nor are they even left-wingers. They are the perfect fusion, or I guess unfortunate fusion, if you will, of the absolute worst elements of both parties that are placed into these human meatballs for you to now slaughter, that have been brainwashed by a man who views all political sides honestly as a joke. Effectively meaning that when you buy into the elements and ideas that, oh, of course I want to play Wolfenstein because I want to shoot right-wingers, you're actually buying a game where you're shooting left-wingers too. You're just too stupid to realize how easily fooled you really can be, and are instead buying into the very hands of the people who benefit from your outrage and lack of brain power to even see the difference. You need to be smarter than that, otherwise you will be destroyed by that extreme version of the very people you thought you were aligned with, regardless of whichever side of the spectrum you're on. Like I said, if my family, who are Christians, likely conservative in nature, looked at the German military and went, what the hell is even going on there? By definition, Kotaku believes that that was my family was suddenly somehow liberals when they weren't. Like, the two extremes are so freaking messed up beyond any belief that it's these extremists like Kotaku, who I would consider far left, that actually they have more in common, honestly, with the very Yahtzees that you're shooting and maiming in all these games than you and I do. Like, the Kotaku writers and editors and people like them, they see the world in black and white. They see people not for who they are, but how they want to perceive them instead. The very person who wrote this article in Wolfenstein is just another one of those very soldiers in those uniforms that you can slaughter in those games. And they don't even realize it because their own hatred has consumed them so much. My worry is that the people at Machine Games will also have gotten so far off the deep end with their messaging and politics that they won't even realize they're basically making a game about slaughtering the very kinds of people who are making the game in the first place in an ideology sense. But they'll go, but I'm not a Yahtzee, but I do want the right to live in fear. I do want to dox them. I do want them arrested. Wait, I actually do want my government-approved candidates to have the power to censor the people I don't like who have speech that I don't agree with. Yeah, that kind of makes you more like a Yahtzee than you even realize.
Exactly.
Everything you hated so much.
Anyone who
are so hateful. They don't know the difference.
who wants to silence you
Famously burned many books on stuff like communism and more, but they would also censor their political opponents. And right here,
is closer more to a fascist than
incite riots to increase political. Wow, that sounds a little left.
that you can imagine.
That is right too. Wow, almost as if they're the worst of everyone or something, and not just one simple ideological force for you to conveniently place them in or something too. Who could have imagined that happening? Like, don't forget that Germany at the height of Hitler's power, they had nationalized healthcare, and their government was involved in every iota of their nation's well-being. So a good term.
Look at that. Who has national health care? Oh my goodness. Most woke most woke countries are.
By definition is a conservative.
Because the goal is to control the people by controlling everything. And not just controlling, but making the people rely on the government when it should be the other way around.
What the force in Wolfenstein is placed around to fight, or Call of Duty, or anything, or what Kotaku pushes here, it's all being lost in nuance, lost in what it means, and it's being conveniently placed to anger you and not educate you at all. It's better to keep you stupid and angry, honestly, but hell, I bet most people who watch this video learned a thing or two for sure. The point is that I don't want the games industry or whatever to believe that they are in some revolutionary fighter war and some like guerrilla thing where they're just making content, when they are nothing close to that. And this sort of mentality will only bear like more activist types when that's the last thing we all need right now. The point is that when you play Wolfenstein or whatever else as either a liberal or a conservative-minded person, what you need to understand wholeheartedly is that the enemies that you are facing are neither opposing side of any political divide. Instead, what you are facing is a dark mirror, the worst version of what happens when either side of any political aisle gains the upper hand and actualizes their beliefs to an extreme degree. Again, the horseshoe theory, guys, look it up. I promise you, it'll make you understand things so much better and let you realize just how crazy and far gone people are. Not just in video games, but like on Twitter, YouTube, anywhere. It applies across everything. Killing Yahtzees is not a left-winger or right-winger thing. It's just the extreme of both. And the lefties out here who salivate at the idea of, oh, I get to shoot right-wingers in a game, suck at Trump, are the very milquetoast sub-80 IQ morons these sorts of publications and game studios want to weaponize instead. If Machine Games is smart, they'll make sure they make the distinction. If they claim the threat is right-wing only, you'll know they lost the plot completely years ago already, pretty much. And they have given in entirely to drinking that Kool-Aid to the last drop too. But this article from Kotaku is not only wrong, but dangerous. I'm not going to call it to be censored. I'm not going to say we need to dox anybody or whatever else. All we need to realize is that these people, they want you to hate everything because it's the only way they can exist, okay? They need you to hate things. And I'm here to tell you, as someone with real ties to that war, to the blood that soaked Europe, don't fall for this propaganda. Don't give in to that hate. Don't let these people brainwash you. And always ask questions yourselves, because you're better than this. You are stronger, and you never need to stoop to the level of these journalists to understand them from their position. They're already lost and hateful and miserable piles of flesh masquerading as like human beings in a world they just want to tear down because they couldn't succeed in their own endeavors. So they want everyone to be just as miserable as they are. Please don't become like them, because that's what they would want. So thank you for watching. I hope this video helped you understand. Please share it if it did, subscribe and all that. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you guys next time.
Okay, there you go. I couldn't play the video in YouTube, unfortunately. It was like using a lot of RAM.
You hurt me, you did, several times. It hurts to admit that we're no different. I find it hard to commit, but you don't even try. Still I'm better with than without you. Oh, I'm on it, I want it, but why do you seem to call in your eyes? I can't tell if you're here or you're out there. Do you wanna be?
Okay, says here these are trending, but how are they trending if they don't have any views?
I just need
Weird.
fairy tale. You don't need a kill.
Because I'm not using YouTube. I'm not maybe I should, maybe I don't know what to do. What is this login thing?
We run and go still every time. Whatever it is, I keep on trying. 'Cause it ain't hard to forgive when you know what it's like. That's why I'm better with than without you. Oh, I'm on it, I want it, but why do you seem to call in your eyes? I can't tell if you're here or you're out there. Do you wanna be out there? You don't need to be Prince Charming to me. I just need this to be real. I don't need no fairy tale. You don't need a killer, pregnant for me. Ooh, I don't need no fairy tale. You don't need to be Prince Charming to me. I just need this to be real. I don't need no fairy tale. You don't need a killer, pregnant for me. Ooh, I don't need no fairy tale. I don't need no. Was wrong to say I wouldn't change a thing. 'Cause in the story of our lives, the best of times through colored glass, time rolls on enough to let me move on past. But every little now and then it creeps on back to shape my smile. Was wrong to say I wouldn't change a thing. 'Cause in the story of our lives, the best of times through colored glass,
Okay, let's take a look at this SpaceX's plan. How SpaceX will build a city on Mars.
There will be a city on Mars in the year 2050. It will be humanity's
Really? 2050?
outpost away from the shelter of
Wow, that's like really close.
that will cement our future as a multi-planet species. SpaceX is determined to make this vision a reality, but it's going to require more than just ambition and big rockets.
All this started because Elon Musk wanted to send a plant
For example, is
to Mars,
self-sustaining.
and he got denied.
A person living on the moon could still return to the Earth as often as they like. There's only about 1 day of travel time between the two, and likewise, that would mean that any resources the people of the moon might require from Earth would be within easy reach at all times. Mars is a different story. Now we are looking at 8 months of travel time one way from Earth. This could be improved in the future with nuclear propulsion systems, but even if that works out as good as can be expected, the trip to Mars would still be around 45 days. That means the people of Mars cannot be dependent on the resources of Earth. They have to learn to harvest everything that the Red Planet has to offer, and what it has is really not much. But that will drive the creation of a massive industry on Mars to extract those resources and transform them into the necessities of human life. With the idea being that one day the ships from Earth will just stop. Whatever the reason for that might be, support from our homeworld will come to an end and humanity will continue on from our second planet. This is going to require around 1 million people or more to be living and thriving in a Martian city before anything goes wrong on Earth. So that means we need to build deep roots.
Some people are like, don't see any value in traveling to Mars because they say there's nothing there.
Robots before any person ever
Exactly.
And
there's nothing there. And that will drive innovation. Once you're there and there's nothing there, what are you going to do? Just going to sit around and do nothing? Of course not. People are going to work. Those who are going to there are not just, your run-of-the-mill, everyday people on the streets. These are engineers, doctors, and experts in various fields of science, and once they're there, they're going to work. And if they can survive, on Mars and make things on Mars, those things can go back on Earth and be used on Earth itself. Like maybe they'll find some ways to survive on extreme locations, like maybe the desert, maybe the Arctic, or maybe even underground. Those are technologies that will benefit people here on Earth. Maybe because of traveling to Mars, we'll have underground cities. Instead of building cities on ground, we'll have like cities underground. There's a lot of possibility. You just have to think creatively. And I'm not creative enough to think of everything, unfortunately.
There's almost nothing separating the Martian surface from the colossal nuclear reactor in space that we call our sun. This is why SpaceX has already made their plan to launch the first ships to Mars with Optimus robots on board. Optimistically, this could happen as early as 2026. SpaceX has a roadmap that shows 5 Starship landers heading to Mars, each one loaded with 10 tons of payload. Now, the only real goal of that first transit will be to land at least one ship without crashing. That's why they want to send more than one at a time, because there will probably be a learning curve. One of the things we know about SpaceX is that they learn through trial and error, and oftentimes that means stuff blows up at first, but once they get it right, they're able to lock in and just keep executing very consistently. So, assuming that one ship lands safely and releases a handful of Optimus robots into the Martian landscape, they're still not going to have a whole lot to do until the next wave arrives. 2 years after the first successful landing is when the first real colonial fleet arrives. 20 Starship landers, each carrying 75 tons of cargo, most of which is going to be infrastructure for the first people to arrive. Now, let's talk about where this Mars colony is going to be located. SpaceX has already identified the Arcadia region as a prime candidate for settlement. This is just northeast of the volcano Olympus Mons, the tallest mountain in the entire solar system. Arcadia is a flat plain that's close to the equator, yet still believed to contain large deposits of water ice, which is going to be the single most important resource on Mars for a couple of reasons. When we talk about the infrastructure that the Optimus robots are going to be building for their future human comrades, there are two critical machines that they need to get up and running. One is a water treatment plant. People need to drink, but water is really heavy. Just bringing enough of it to keep everyone alive on the 8-month journey from Earth to Mars is going to be a challenge, and that already involves using a lot of recycled water. But there are only so many times that you can turn last night's pee into this morning's coffee. Now, the cool thing about water is that it can serve many purposes beyond just hydration. For example, you can break water apart into two base elements, oxygen and hydrogen. So as part of the same process that converts ice into drinkable water, our robot scouts can also produce oxygen for future colonists to breathe. Then there's hydrogen, not particularly useful for human consumption, but very important for making rocket fuel. Now here's something to consider in the long run. Signing up to be a Mars colonist is probably going to involve a one-way ticket to the Red Planet, but in the short term, before we have a big awesome city for everyone to live in, people are going to want a return trip. And just like with water, rocket fuel is very heavy. Just bringing enough of it to last the journey and land on Mars will be difficult, which means there won't be fuel left over to launch a second time and come all the way back to Earth. So a second big infrastructure project for the Optimus bots is going to be constructing a rocket fuel production plant. Now, there are some rockets that burn pure hydrogen as their fuel source, but it's not a popular choice because hydrogen is a very difficult element to work with. It's very prone to weird chemical reactions and is extremely hard to contain because it's the lightest element in the universe. That is why SpaceX chooses methane as their fuel for Starship. It's hydrogen with a little bit of carbon mixed in. 1 carbon atom for every 4 hydrogen atoms, and that carbon just helps to stabilize the mixture and weigh it down enough to make this whole process a lot easier. Now we know hydrogen comes from water, but carbon will come out of thin air, literally. What little atmosphere Mars does have is mostly carbon dioxide, so a carbon capture device would be able to extract the necessary atoms from the air. You get carbon to make methane and some bonus oxygen for people to breathe. Now, in order to support the new robotic manufacturing industry on Mars, there's going to need to be a mining operation as well. The water ice that we are going to need is located under the ground. That means we need to dig it up. And again, probably not by coincidence, SpaceX is going to have access to some boring technology from another sister company. Now, a full-scale tunneling machine is not going to be practical for early construction on Mars, but taking that same design and scaling it down into a Martian mining rig is going to start unlocking those resources that make it possible for humans to survive and eventually create a sustainable colony. As a bonus, all of the soil and rock that they dig up while mining can be processed into a kind of asphalt and used to lay down hard surfaces for roads and landing pads. And that is where we end up about 2 years after our first large-scale robot landing. This could be as early as the year 2030. There's nothing wrong with a little optimism from time to time. And now it's time for the first people to arrive on Mars as part of this massive Starship fleet with 100 landers, each carrying 150 tons of cargo. There are going to be 2 new construction projects that need to begin once the first human settlers arrive. One is a power plant. Up until now, the robots have only needed enough electricity to recharge their batteries, something that could easily be handled by a few solar panels. But now that people are here, their energy needs are going to be much higher. So once the power plant is ready, all of the infrastructure that the robots have been building gets turned on. Life support systems that provide oxygen, water, heat, and air pressure need to run 24/7. The length of one day on Mars is almost exactly the same as a day on Earth, which means that every 12 hours or so, it's going to get dark. And that means solar panels need to be hooked up to batteries. Big ones. By now, we can probably say it's not a coincidence that Tesla has been manufacturing large battery storage systems that they call the Megapack. You can fit a couple of these inside of a Starship lander, and just one Megapack can power a small town for a couple of hours. So
there is a reason why Elon Musk has all these companies, from Starlink. My goodness.
With its gigantic size is that it can continue.
Of course, Mars will need an internet connection, and that is where Starlink comes in.
Not an ideal long-term home. It's very tall and narrow, and you have to take an elevator every time to get in or out. So now, people and Optimus bots work together to build the first permanent habitat on Mars. These habitats can take many forms. The first one that comes to mind for most people is going to be a big glass dome. And that's maybe something we can figure out a lot further down the line of city construction, but for the first Martian homestead, that's just way too hard. For example, we don't build a lot of giant glass domes on Earth, but the closest thing ever made to a sci-fi Mars city would be the Singapore Airport Nature Dome. This covers 135,000 square meters of internal space, and the structure itself weighs 3,500 tons, which would be at least 350 Starship loads of material just to build one dome, plus all of the construction machinery you would need on Mars to actually assemble something of this size. Now, we can build domes, we just have to think more about working with the natural environment of Mars. For example, we can make an ice dome. It's an idea that's currently being studied by NASA's Langley Research Center, and it takes advantage of the natural insulating power of water. This is the same reason why Inuit people in the north make igloos. Frozen water will keep heat in, but just as important on Mars, it's going to keep radiation out. You see, water is actually one of the best shields against deadly radiation from the sun. The ice dome begins with an inflatable donut-shaped module at its base. Then a solid mold for the dome shape goes up around that, and finally, autonomous robots would fill the dome with water ice sourced from the Martian surface. The ice would be translucent enough to allow natural light to shine through, which is going to benefit the natural sleep cycle and mental health of people living inside. This makes the ice dome ideal for a house, but it might lack the versatility required for bigger and more diverse infrastructure like research labs and factories. So keeping the inflatable module at the core, which is something that we can make on Earth in pretty much any shape and size we might need, and then fairly easily ship to Mars in a single rocket, then we just need a more versatile material to cover it over and provide that extra strength in a solid shell. Again, we need to take advantage of local resources. So if ice mining operations are going to keep progressing as humans arrive, then we're going to end up with plenty of rock that gets dug up along the way to finding that ice, which we can then turn around and use as construction material. We already looked at using this mining waste to make asphalt, but for building a sturdy shell around an inflatable house, we'll need something that's more like concrete. In order to do this on Mars, you need a binder. That's going to help the rocks stick together and form into a solid material. And this binding agent is also going to be easy to find in our Mars colony because it's going to come from human waste. This is a concept often referred to as astrocrete or biocrete, and it actually turns the bodily fluids of astronauts into a building material. The idea for biocrete comes from a study at the University of Manchester, and they've tested this process using human blood, sweat, and urine. Now, for an ideal Mars colony, we would hope to avoid shedding too much blood and sweat, but assuming we can all stay hydrated, there should be an abundance of urine to go around. We know that it's possible to extract drinkable water from our pee, but there's also a lot of waste product that gets filtered out. That's called urea, and that's the good stuff. It can actually be mixed with the soil on Mars to make a concrete even stronger than what we build with today on Earth. I know that sounds crazy, but medieval stonemasons actually used to mix animal blood into their mortar when they were building castles to make it strong, so this isn't entirely new. And then there's food. which is arguably going to be one of, if not the hardest aspect of a self-sustaining city on Mars. Just like water and fuel, there's only so much food we can possibly bring down along with us from Earth. So at some point, we will need an abundant supply of Mars-grown nutrition. Farming is difficult under any circumstance. Even on Earth, it's one of the toughest jobs around, but Mars poses a unique challenge to growing food.
Farming on Earth is one of the toughest jobs, and yet there are many farmers around the world who are in poverty.
Bacteria from growing. So the same goes for anything you might want to plant in Mars soil. The perchlorates are going to stop it from growing. And that leaves us with two solutions that are about equally as challenging. Either we need to transport all of our soil for agriculture from the Earth to Mars, which even a starship full of dirt is not that much when we're trying to grow food for 1 million people. Or we need yet another Mars-based industry for processing soil, removing perchlorates, and making sure that there's adequate nutrients available to make it viable for growing plants. Now, luckily, there's another outlet for repurposing human waste. If urine can be used to make cement, then the number 2 can be used to fertilize the fields and feed 1 million people. No one said this was going to be pretty, but if we can lock down those basic necessities of life, power, water, oxygen, shelter, food, and if we can produce those things in a way that is self-sustaining, that doesn't rely on the Earth to ensure the future survival of humans on Mars, then this is the first step towards becoming a true multi-planet species. Now, where do we go next?
That was very interesting. I'm not sure if that is actually how it's going to happen, but it's very interesting. For a scientist, this guy uses the word impossible. There is no impossible in science. It's just a matter of time. Unless, of course, Europe starts another world war. Yeah, for some weird reason, Europe likes starting world wars. My goodness. Maybe they hate themselves. Whoa, this was like 4 hours ago. It says here, Danish ruler tried to fight Luka Doncic in locker room and get suspended 3 games. Who got suspended? Dennis or Luka? Let's go and find out.
The Dennis Schroeder and Luka Doncic beef has gone to a new level now. Schroeder has actually been suspended 3 games without pay for trying to swing at Luka Doncic in the tunnels after this game that was around 2 weeks ago. As you see in the background, Luka and Schroeder were going at it all game. Schroeder even telling Luka that he'll beat the stuff out of him, and Luka was even doing some trolling, telling Schroeder he should have signed that huge contract that the Lakers offered that he eventually turned down and got a lot less. But after the game, Dennis Schroeder actually tried to get to Luka Doncic in the tunnels outside the Lakers locker room to try and fight him, saying to Luka that he can't call him a bitch on the court and pretend like everything is fine off court. Then Schroeder attempted to strike Luka Doncic, and that's when DeAndre Ayton stepped in and tried to drag Schroeder away from the altercation before security got involved. Then Schroeder was escorted to the team bus, and Luka left the arena in his car with his dad, and that's why Dennis Schroeder has been suspended 3 games, which is absolutely crazy. Obviously, there's going to be no footage of this. It was in the tunnels near the locker room. There's no cameras back there.
Oh, too bad. There is no footage. It would have been really interesting to see what happened there. Okay, I'm going to take a look at what's happening in the Epic and PC, man. Okay, so I've seen most of it. How about the cheats show? Let's see what's happening with the cheat show.
Did I miss it?
No, Chet. Again, the ball drops at midnight when it's the new year.
You know, I bet if they did it earlier, more people would watch.
Oh, Kyle, do we need coasters for your table?
No, it's okay. Okay, so they haven't uploaded a new episode yet. This was like last week.
I am not watching The Masked Singer.
This is a good one.
Chip, we're not going to watch reruns of The Masked Singer on New Year's Eve.
Change it back to Times Square.
So what's everyone's New Year's resolution?
Oh, that's a good one. Peter, why don't you start?
The guy holding the camera is really great at centering the scene. Look at that. It's always
I know.
It's always right on center.
My toe.
Oh, good one.
Thank you.
Okay, Chip, what about... Chip, stop changing the channel.
You guys were talking.
About a question you asked. Change it back.
Chit, what's your New Year's resolution?
Probably to work just...
The framing is really great. How is he doing that? How is he able to frame the entire thing right in the center?
I'm going to try to say yes to more things.
That's a good one.
Linda, do you want to watch The Masked Singer?
Now Linda can't say no.
This is the big reveal.
It's Chip!
How does it feel to be on The Masked Singer?
Good. Nice for people to finally see me as more than just a pretty face. Yeah.
What did you learn from this experience, Chip?
Mainly that yellow isn't really my color.
Well, is there anything else that you want to say?
Success.
Success. Success. This is just too funny. It's funny in a very simple and light-hearted way.
Chip, how did you end up on The Masked Singer?
Nick Cannon and I go way back.
How?
We were both up for the same role in Drumline.
Look, Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year, yes. Yes, cheers.
Chip, we cheers.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, everybody. That was just a fun episode. They haven't uploaded a new episode yet. This was like almost over a week now. So maybe they are still, yeah. They are still in, I guess, in vacation. Or maybe they're, taping new episodes right now.
Did I miss it? No, Chet. Again, the ball drops at midnight when it's the new year.
Oh, look at that. It seems that YouTube is no longer showing my content. That's so sad. I'm now at the third page and it's still not showing. Okay, there you go. But it's not my channel, it's Star Trek Online. YouTube is not showing my content. The content YouTube is showing is like 6 months ago. Wow. My shorts, look at that. Shared 56 years ago. How is this shared 56 years ago? Yeah, unfortunately, my channel is not being shown. It was not even in the top 10 pages. Ah, too bad. So sad. I feel sad, actually. It's actually very sad. Look at that. I have like a really good looking thumbnail. And I have cats on my banner. And YouTube doesn't like it. Why? I don't know why. Look at that. Even my... It's all about cats. Okay, Asmon Gold clips. Asmon Gold is like doing a lot of what you call this political content right now. Look at that. So there is Asmon Gold Clip, and then there's Asmon TV. My goodness. This one's like 1 million subscribers. The other one's like 4 million. Okay, so now I can see the latest video. So I'm subscribing to the content creators that I like, and including myself, because I like myself. And going to use this to see content that I haven't seen. Look at this, 1 hour of Asmon Gold. This is my video. It's a short, but it has like 0 views. Come on, guys, can you help my channel by watching my shorts, please?
Rather than
Having high fidelity graphics is a bonus. It's not the requirement for a good game. It's a bonus.
At the end of the day, the result is simple. Now, for our average customer, the worst thing really is the performance.
If you can have high fidelity graphics,
Especially when you're
with good performance, good gameplay, good story, and it's fun to play, amazing, amazing. But if the only thing that is holding your game back from being good is high fidelity graphics, lose it. You don't need it. she had no idea what Initial D is. Oh my goodness. Initial D is an anime where a lot of people are talking. They're talking about a race that happening, but they're not even saying what's happening in the race. It's so much fun. And there's a sequel to Initial D. I forgot the title. I'm going to search for the title of the anime. I haven't really watched. I've watched a few episodes of it. Well, the story is like Takumi is in Europe, and he trained this Japanese, Japanese kid, a half Japanese kid in Europe. So basically, Takumi is like his master, and then he went to Japan, something like that. I'm not sure if Takumi will appear in that series. Again, it's a continuation of Initial D. I forgot the name, the title of M something. That's M something. Forgot. And then there's a love story between It's interesting. It's interesting. I'm going to check this out and see what this is about. Initial D.
Today.
Initial D.
History.
Initial D.
That's me.
Initial D.
Okay, for our queen, what do we got today?
I clicked on the wrong video.
So rude. Anyway, January 7th, guys. No! Yes. Was released in Japan.
What is wrong with YouTube? Why is it showing me this one? I'm clicking on this one.
In Japan in 1992.
Ah, look at that. It's showing me the wrong video.
In 2003. And
okay. It's member-only content.
I need a second to take a breath to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head.
These are supposed to be the popular content or videos in YouTube right now.
Like stormy weather, can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, hate it.
I guess I'll have to search out the channels that or content the content I like watching. Like sexy dancing ladies.
Push me away. If you're gonna choose,
Okay, so this is about the fake Elder Scrolls 6 leaks that are, appearing in YouTube. Why is it taking so long to run? It's taking freaking forever. Why is that?
Luke, have you gone over Colt Eastwood talking about the Elder Scrolls 6 leaks yet? I have not. I saw that he uploaded a video talking about the painfully obvious leaks, but I've not looked at it. So who knows? Maybe his video is like being sarcastic and being like, this is clearly the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Maybe. Or maybe he's saying, maybe. But to me, they looked like hilariously stupid. Like the leaks were just like, no. Because at the end of the leaks, he said that the post said that it was coming in 2026, and this is, I'm gonna outline it as clearly as I can, okay, as clearly as I can. What happened was Todd was on the red carpet.
It's not going to happen in 2026. There is no way. Even GTA 6 is not gonna release in 2026.
Okay.
Maybe, but there is a strong indication that it's gonna be delayed.
This is our breakpoint for 27. Okay, this is 26. So this is just about where we are right now. Right, GTA 6 is expected to launch right about here, right in November, late November. GTA 6. Okay, this, just to be very, very clear, painfully clear, Todd was asked about this timeline. And the guy interviewing him asked, do you think Elder Scrolls 6, which game comes out first, GTA 6 or Elder Scrolls 6? And Todd said GTA 6. Now let's think about this. Let's process. If GTA 6 comes out here and Todd says Elder Scrolls comes out after, that means it's not coming out in 2026. So if a leak comes out saying that it comes out in 2026, that leak is wrong. Leak. And that's why you can like immediately dismiss that whole post that ended up, they said it came from 4chan. I think it literally was just a guy making stuff up on Twitter. I think that really is all it was. So yeah, I don't believe that post for a second. Okay. The moment you see that, if you have been like paying any attention to this stuff, that should immediately disqualify it, because people now, what you see them doing is they say, oh, well, maybe Todd was tricking us. Maybe it does actually come out in 2026 and he just wants to surprise us. For one, that's like literally making stuff up to fit what you want to be true. That's not rational. Okay. Two, you are literally trusting a random uncited post on Twitter more than the guy that runs the company. How does that make any sense at all? How does it make, if I find a random Twitter post that says the moon is made of cheese, I don't believe it and then say, well, yeah, but the scientists who say that it's not, they're just lying to us because they want the cheese for themselves. No, it's a random post on Twitter. That's not a source. Okay. Like, it's a claim. Claims are not evidence. Claims are claims. Okay, you need evidence to support the claim, but some people just don't do that because they want it to be true. They want it to launch right here. And so if they hear something, even if it's probably wrong and almost certainly made up, they'd rather believe that because it fits with what they want to be true. You know,
GTA 6 will launch in 26 June 26. Oh no, June.
Framing it.
Yeah, June 26.
I'm not speaking specifically about
2026. So
I typically see it from the fanboy.
that is when it will get released or launched. 26.
The video. So you're not going to hold it accountable or hold them accountable. I've seen it all over TikTok. People being like, so it's basically confirmed it's coming in 2026. You know. You know, it's not good though. Apparently Code Violet. Were any of you guys waiting for this? I mean, this was, I know it's supposed to be like
I don't even know this game existed prior to the
apparently she pretty bad.
The drama that the developers started.
Apparently it's just like a disaster. A few parts look good at a distance, but textures can get muddied up close. The camera can render some indoor encounters completely unintelligible mess until it's refocused. Yeah, apparently it's just like not good, like in any way, shape, or form. The variety of these Jurassic jerks is a letdown, with large or small velociraptors and poison spitting Dilophosauruses. Did I say that right? Dilophosaurus. I think I did. Making up the bulk of non-boss foes. Each type has its own behaviors, but they are shallow and predictable. Big raptors just run and swipe at you until you're dead. Apparently just not good. Which is too bad because a lot of people were like looking forward to it. This is the game.
Bothering you? Do not put weapons in their hands. They are too important.
I've been having dreams.
Okay, so yeah, music is playing in that one. Ooh, buffering. Oh, the quality dropped again. It's supposed to be medium quality. Why is it not medium?
It looks a little clunky.
Unreal Engine.
Whenever you see like really awkward camera angles like this, it always gives me pause because it makes me think they're trying to hide something, you know? It's just like, there's something. But I mean, IGN gave it a 4, which is like a 1. Code Violet is not the Dino Crisis successor you may have hoped for, and doesn't even clear the bar of a successful clone of the various other third-person shooters it cribs most of its ideas from. Woof. Woof. And then a number of others, like I think VGC reviewed it as well, and they also were like, nope. Looks horrendous. The Rad Brat is playing it. Looks okay, yeah. I mean, it's one of those games that's like really bad, but it also is like so bad that nobody cares. You know, it's not like funny bad. Funny bad is one thing. Bad is just, why is she wearing a diaper? I think it's just an unfortunate pair of underwear.
Why is she in her diaper? Okay, so I think I've seen this already. Yeah, because of the why is she in her diaper?
Aspect ratio. Oh. Oh. What am I looking at, dude? Like, you can't see anything that's going on. Thrilling. Dude, it looks like the movement, like you know how sometimes you're playing a game and the right stick sensitivity is too low, so as you're like running around stairs, you can't move the view fast enough to be looking down the stairs while you run the corners. That's what this looks like, because you see he's just kind of bumping into the railings because the camera isn't moving fast enough to the right to be able to go down the stairs. They couldn't get the stairs right. That's funny. That's a woof. That's a woof. It's too bad. Too bad.
Okay, yep, I've seen this clip before. Yeah.
You know what? There
again, what made me remember was the what do you call this? The praise or the question, why she was in her underwear. I explicitly remember that.
I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head.
Okay, what is this? I don't think I have seen this. Tedious YouTube tutorials.
24 minutes? How the hell can this be 24 minutes? Oh, wow.
24 minutes to how to capture a screenshot. And if you look at the you know, the seek bar, it's not moving.
Oh, I don't care. I don't care about you.
Right, guys, you're here to learn how to do gaming capture. Let's get into it. But before we get into it, I want to
You asshole.
Tell me how to game capture. Damn it!
Just tell me how to screenshot.
Funny story about just the other day. I was down at the coffee shop.
Oh, I'll kill you!
Because a lot of people are struggling. Anyway, guys, in order to get a screenshot, all you gotta do is hit that print screen button. See you guys next time. Here at Roll Duty Dog Tech Tips.
That's all you needed to tell me?
Tech tips in this crazy, crazy world.
Classic YouTube.
You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a
This sounds interesting. I paid 5 game developers $1,000 to make the same game by Code Bullet.
Hello, are you ready to do an experiment? Science! What happens if I give 5 Fiverr developers $1,000 to make a game? And I'm gonna give them all the same prompt. This is for science. It's definitely not because I'm lazy and didn't want to do anything myself. It's for science! Okay, so here's the prompt I gave them. You can read it if you want, but basically I gave them $1,000 and told them to make Skyrim, which in hindsight was a little optimistic, but that's what science is all about, you know? Okay, let's get into it. Game 1, baby. Game 1 was made by Fabian. I'll put links to all the developers' Fiverr pages and like anything else they want in the description. So if you like what they do, then go check them out. Brother, is that a bulge I'm looking at? Brother's man-spreading while standing up. I respect that. I've just noticed this. Can we get a zoom enhance on the sword? The sword's fixed, but the hand keeps moving, so he's just jacking off the sword. You know, I've already got my money's worth with just this title screen. All right, we run it.
I was born in Greyvale, a forgotten village where cliffs fight the sea and time stands still. They took everything.
What the fuck?
Grain.
That's just a movie scene. That's...
Our children. A fortress built into the mountain itself.
What the fuck is going on?
But I know what they're doing. And now, it's loose. The dragon.
What?
They summoned it.
What an intro! What the fuck was that? Okay, we're in. Oh, this already feels really good. This feels like really crisp. Is that a sword? Yeah, baby. Jump attack! Jump attack! Jump attack! Okay, note to self, jump attack does not work. Block, 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 block. Damn. Later, idiot. Oh, invisible wall. Coward, coward. I just noticed I have stamina, but it doesn't go down when I just keep clicking. So it's a perfectly viable strat to just spam click. Level up. I leveled up, but my damage numbers are exactly the same. Hold on, let me lock on. I forget where I was going. Oh, probably in that giant flaming building, huh? I can't be bothered fighting this guy. I'm just gonna run it. Oh, is that the final boss? Is that that's the dude from the cutscene? All right, all right. Is there invisible walls? Damn it. Uh-oh. I'm stuck in the hole. Fuck. No, wait, can I jump attack? I can jump attack my way out. Wait, is that guy stuck in the hole? Yes, he's stuck in the hole. Yes. No, fuck you. Fuck you. Game over. I still have 1 health. It starts again. Bro, that's challenging.
A forgotten village where cliffs fight the sea and time stands still.
There's no skip.
Never lasts long.
There's no skip. All right, can we run past everyone? Yes, yes, we can. My goal is to get everyone stuck in this hole. Come on in, come on in. That's 1 guy. There's 2 guys. And then I jump out of the hole. Yes, textbook. All right, there's only 1 guy left not in the hole. That's good. That's good. We like that. I would love to find another hole. Hold on. Can I climb this? Can I climb this? Yes. Wait. Wait, did we skip the boss? Hold on. I'm doing parkour. And then we come down here. Beautiful. And then we've got past the gate. I'm going to just leave. Later, bro. Later. They don't give you a jump, but they give you a jump attack, so you can actually jump over stuff.
The warden has fallen.
Yes! Is that the end of the game, or do we... Yeah, that's the end of the game. Hold on, I want to actually fight the dragon. I'm actually having, like, so much fun. This is sick. Staying alive, staying alive. Wait, that's 3 in the hole. That's 3 in the hole. Okay, it's just you and me, dragon, and that other guy. Don't worry about him. We need to find a second hole for that guy. Oh, the dragon's here, the dragon's here, the dragon's here, the dragon's here. Oh, fuck. What the fuck was that? What happened? Did I kill the dragon? I killed the dragon! Yeah! I thought he was at, like, full health. I don't know what happened.
Okay, so how did he kill the dragon? The dragon died out of pity.
My whole life died.
The dragon pitied the player and died.
What's happened? What's happened? What's happened? I can fly now? Okay. Let's go over here. I don't know how I've done this. Touchdown? What do we got in here? It's nothing. I don't know why I expected something to be here. What's down here? Oh, we got some little floating shacks. Yeah, okay, that's fine. All right, let's go back to base. Let's go back to base. There's nothing out here. I can't even, like, walk normally if I tried. The warden has fallen! I like how he's setting up like sequel bait here. God, the man spread is so good. Yeah, if you want to learn how to make games like these ones, then you got to learn to code. But the way I learned involves 4 years of watching some old guy write insanely slowly on a whiteboard. Oh my god! I thought that was the only way it could be done until I experienced today's sponsor, boot.dev. Boot.dev actually makes you enjoy the process of learning to code. It does this through a little thing called dopamine. You might have heard of it. It's got experience points, chest, levels, achievements, potions, quests, and even boss fights. But what are you actually learning? Well, let me just name some courses that I think are cool. It's got teaching you how to use Linux, how to build the game Asteroids, how to make this cool maze solver program thing, and how to build an AI agent in Python. If you're just starting out in programming, or if you're like a veteran in the space, it's got a bunch of courses from beginner to expert, so it's got you covered. The best way to learn is by doing, and that's why the courses have this interactive programming window where you're actually like writing code and running them and debugging stuff exactly like how you would be doing if you're programming for a job or university or something like that. And if you're ever stuck, you got my man Boots, who is an AI bear wizard. Boots is trained on all the courses and can help you out if you need it. He won't just straight up give you the full like programmed answer because that would defeat the entire point of the website, but he does give you hints and nudge you on the right track. So if this sounds cool to you, then you can check out boot.dev by scanning this bad boy right here or by clicking my link in the description. And you can use my code CODEBULLET to get 25% off the annual plan. Okay, thanks boot.dev. Back to the games. All right, let's jump right into game 2, which was made by Saba Daniela. Just a quick heads up before we start this game, there are some like flashing lights in the first part of this game, so if that's an issue for you, then skip forward to whatever time I've put on the screen. All right, build unknown. Whoa. Is it Russian? There's voice acting? Yes! Woohoo! Whoa. Is this a horror game? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? Do I have to hit it? Yeah, boy. Whoa. Okay, we're on. What the hell? They inverted the controls? You sick fuck. Spacebar to roll. Okay. What is going? I can't tell if I've broken the game or this is the intended experience. Validating input. Please. Okay, we're back. We're back. Why did that happen? Woo! I fucking love the Russians so much. Yo, this actually looks so sick. What the hell? Let's go. Oh, okay. Okay, we're in a sewer. What's this fella want?
Привет, дитя. Как твои дела? Конечно, ты ищешь ответы, и ты их получишь. Но сначала найди оружие.
It would be helpful if I could read. All right, let's go. Oh. Really thought something would happen there. How do I? Ooh, there we go. Woohoo! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The vibes of this game are so good. Oh, fuck. I am not good at this. Oh no. What's up, brother? I'm back.
Она поможет победить этого монстра.
Alright, now we hit the portal. Alright. Oh, it's a dragon. Oh my god! Alright, now's our chance. Get him, get him, get him. Oh, what's happening? I'm on top of the dragon. Come on, go, 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 go.
This is more like sci-fi fantasy than fantasy.
Alright, we go again. Oh my god, I forgot. He attacks you immediately. Hold on, we can dodge the fire if we stay close. I feel like if we just stay behind him. Towards his tail, towards his tail. No, I just died. Oh, he's just chilling. Did he bug out? Oh, yeah. Oh, go nuts, go nuts, go nuts, go nuts, go nuts. Ah! We are still going up. Coming in hot, the meteor shower strat. Hold on, I want to land like here. Yes, yes. My meteor shower. None of them hit. Oh, wait. Now I can just shoot him. Excellent, excellent. Whoa. You gonna swipe? Good luck, mate. Can you hit me with fire is the question. Ah! No, he can, he can! Let him swipe. Get in, get in. Fuck, 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 fuck. Towards tail, towards tail. Let him land. Swipe, swipe. Get in there, finish the job. Yes! Pro fractals. Yes! That was build_unknown. What a vibe. That was so much fun. Aesthetics of that game was so cool. All right, game 3 was made by Jake Baker. Let's check it out. I'm excited, I'm excited. Let's go, let's go. Ooh, bit of a pixel vibe. Oh.
This actually looks nice. I like the aesthetic of this one.
I'm not going to make you sit through me struggling to read. We need to collect gems to save our daughter, because Demon wants daughter. Oh, magic. Whoa! Alright, alright. What's up, bro? Yo, you got that Sigma walk, baby. Woo! I died, fuck. Oh, I'm still here. I just shrugged off death. Oh, what's this? Demon head. I'm confused. What's happening? This doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right at all. Oh wait, this is the demon head. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Oh, no, stop. Fuck it. Oh, fuck. Okay, that time I fully died. Damn it. If I hold block, am I just a fucking immortal? I think so. I think so. Okay.
The player doesn't actually die.
Fireball ability unlocked. Wait. I just killed him with Fireball. I don't understand. Now that I've unlocked Fireball, I thought it would be a good time to test out my newfound strength on this big guy. This guy is so ominous. And Fireball does nothing. Okay. Fuck you. That did not go well. That did not go great. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? That scared the shit out of me. Oh, it's a gem. It's a gem. Oh, but that's a big health bar. I can't even see where you are. Oh, there you go. Oh, he's stuck. This is not as intimidating as I think they hoped it would be. Gaming, yes. All right, well, yoink. Thank you. Fuck, I still got 3 more gems to collect. All right, after getting lost for like 20 minutes because this game is so dark and the pixelation filter means you can't see anything, I eventually found this chick. Okay, no, we're good. I thought we were gonna have to censor that.
Whoa, look at that. Hello, lady.
Okay. I died. She killed me? All right.
He died from, you know.
Did I full die? It started me again. Yep, that's right. It starts you completely from scratch if you go to the deep. Oh, blocked him.
Okay, so this one looks nice.
No! Wait, no, you can't pick up your souls when you die? You just lose them permanently? Ah, I had so many! Ooh, can't touch this. Wow! That's 2. Get him. Dodge. Oh, I dodged! This game sucks. Ooh, soul of a fallen. Okay. Wait, these are money? Yo, these are money? Yo, I'm so rich. I think I'm supposed to fight this guy, but I can sort of just like come around here and grab the thing he's protecting. Yoink. All right, bye. More damage, more health. All right, I am back, but stronger. So clean. Oh, he's slick, bro. You went fuck. Oh, get rolled. You're lucky I can't crouch. Yo, what's in here? Oh, is this like a little secret passageway? Roll. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, okay. It's another flask. I would fucking suck dick for a bonfire right about now. It's so brutal. When you die, you lose all your souls. Oh, it's a bonfire! It's a bonfire! Yeah! I would like to retract my previous statement. This might be optimistic, but this looks a lot like a boss arena. This game is so gorgeous. That's ridiculous. Oh, it's a boss! He's got a health bar! It's a boss! I don't know why I'm surprised there's a boss in a Souls game, but that's so cool. Is he invisible a little bit, or is he just reflective? Damn it! Fuck! Damn it! That's alright, we run it back. Sauron?
Okay, so this is the 5th one.
Moves, bro. Oh, fuck!
They all have the you died, you know, style from Elden Ring or the Souls game. Okay, anyway, that was a fun video. Let's see, maybe I should subscribe to this guy.
We got him. No! He was so low! That was the run! Okay, wait, if I crouch, can he hit me? No, he can't hit me, he can't hit me!
There's a video here from 17 years ago, my goodness.
Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like
Okay, so since I can find anything to watch on YouTube, let's go back here. Maybe I'll create a quest. Let's see. Mine.
Now it's just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race, like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know. But you have to step away from it.
rapid, creative imagination began with a new art form.
Okay, so I'm making a simple mining minigame. Don't expect any complexities with this one. I'm not a programmer.
Up all night by myself, trying to think of ways to you. Your voice stuck in my brain, we never got to see it through. And now I feel more pain if we're speaking truth. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. Looking back at our time, hoping that we did it right. And give me any reason to call you up late at night. And we know it's for the best, I won't put up a fight. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. trying to keep my cool. I see what your colors shining through. Yeah, I do. Well, that I do. Is it too much to ask? I don't want you back. I don't want you back. Is it too much to ask? I don't want you back. I don't want you back.
Okay, so that's one of the problems with RPG Maker. It doesn't have a lot of icons. So I need a pickaxe, and all I have here is an axe. Wait, look at that. I found a pickaxe. Yeah. Thankfully. I'm categorizing it as a weapon. Yeah, because you can use a pickaxe as a weapon. Although the attack is like very low, look at that. Just let's make it 2 at least.
too deep, yeah. Am I just your little secret? I didn't hear the sirens. I didn't wanna see the warning signs, and now I pay the price, yeah. Oh, I should've known. It hits me like a tidal wave every time you say my name. It hits me like a tidal wave. It hits me like a tidal wave. A tidal wave. Tidal wave. Tidal wave. Tidal wave. I was so blind, waiting patient on the shoreline. Now you're leaving, but I know you got your reasons too. I didn't hear the sirens. I didn't wanna see the warning signs, and now I pay the price, yeah. Oh, I should've known. It hits me like a tidal wave every time you say my name. It hits me like a tidal wave. It hits me like a tidal wave. A tidal wave. Tidal wave. Tidal wave. Tidal wave. See the flame in your cold eyes, breaking free from the long night. Hold me close till the sunrise. Everything is gonna be alright. See the flame in your cold eyes, breaking free from the long night. Hold me close till the sunrise. Everything is gonna be alright. Everything is gonna be alright. Everything is gonna be alright. See the flame in your cold eyes, breaking free from the long night. Hold me close till the sunrise. Everything is gonna be alright. See the flame in your cold eyes, breaking free from the long night. Hold me close till the sunrise. Everything is gonna be alright. Everything is gonna be alright. feeling behind my eyes. You stood out 'cause you were in red. Against my intentions, I let you turn me violet instead. Summer high, met you in August. New York, back to my cold apartment. Distance sucks, but at least I'm still with you. White out skies, middle November. You and I, flights to wherever. I don't mind, as long as it's with you. As long as it's with you. At the festival that we met at, where you were just a face in a crowd, and now I can't imagine me with anybody else. As we close out the night underneath the lilac sky. Summer high, met you in August. New York, back to my cold apartment. Distance sucks, but at least I'm still with you. White out skies, middle November. You and I, flights to wherever. I don't mind, as long as it's with you. 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 Next year will be close. I will wait as long as it's for you. dreaming colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all in yours. Ended up with my heart beat needed. Skip the I can't keep score. You got me breathing. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you.
Okay, so I'm working on a simple mining system, very simple.
To cover I don't wanna show.
Because going to add a maybe a mining quest from the blacksmith.
Yours. Did I know when my heart beat needed? Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Yeah, you take me higher, baby.
I'm always trying to see through your flaws, 'cause I know that you got so much more to give. You made a real mess, but I miss you though, 'cause I can go to sleep when I'm alone again. Say you wanna fix our problems. How long should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in. I don't wanna see us going on enough again. Baby, all I really want is only on from now. Every time I see a glimpse of your good side, I start wondering how I could make it last a little longer. Say you wanna fix our problems. How long should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in. I don't wanna see us going on enough again. Baby, all I really want way sometimes. Sorry that I feel that way sometimes. Oh, oh, yeah. You don't really wanna know me. Hanging in the corner with a nose deep. High on whatever they sold me. That's the old me, yeah. 6 years later trying to find me. Still trying to figure out the mind piece. Looking for the love inside me. Sometimes, don't know why I feel that way sometimes. Yeah, they think all we can say that on the weekend. Funny how I kinda like this life. Funny how I kinda like this life. I like this life. I can't find my way back to you till you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home. Find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. find your way back home. I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Okay, so again, I'm trying to make a simple mining system here, a simple mining minigame, so I could use it for a quiz. Yeah. So right now you can mine, you can go and hit the rocks and get iron ores actually, and then yeah, you can sell it, I guess, to the well, it doesn't have much of value though.
Steady like steel, back on my feet, living for the thrill again, loving for another day. She satisfied me, gave me what I want, just what we need, never too far away, loving for another day. But she asked for something more. She asked for, yeah, she asked for something beautiful. She asked for, yeah, she asked for something beautiful. She mystifies me, tell me what I did wrong, I plead. Never did I think we would be loving for another day. But she asked for something more. She asked for, yeah, she asked for something beautiful. Something beautiful.
So there is an opening here in case I want to expand the mine.
You said that you've been lonely, makes you cold as ice. Hard to get to know me, but better than the lies. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no reason, but I'll sit here every day, waiting for the moment I won't feel like I should stay. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away? We'll take it day by day. Can we watch it fade, fade away? You said that you've been searching, silencing your mind, trying to be patient, but running out of time. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye.
Whoa, look at that.
You said there ain't no
Dav Paxki is now following in Pique. Thank you for following.
everything that matters here, the teardrops when I hold your hand. No way I'd let you slip by.
Again, guys, if you're new to the channel, I'm just playing around with the map editor of RPG Maker MV and, you know, trying to make a game out of it. Not a game developer, not a programmer, not anything, just a gamer enjoying the, you know, the map editor, basically.
a doubt about us. And now I'm right back at the start. Halfway through a bottle, baby, and nothing's enough. I thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before. So take it easy, take it easy. I thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before. So take it easy. And you know how to forget all the wrongs and every reason why we've changed. And there's a storm inside my head. It's getting me in trouble, baby, and I can't break away. I thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before. So take it easy, take it easy. I thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before. So take it easy.
How did they fit an entire PC in this thing? Okay, this is interesting because it is showing a keyboard, but it says there is a PC inside. Interesting.
Do you really need a laptop? You probably already have a monitor. You probably already have a mouse. What you're really gunning for is just this guy. And that's the idea behind the EliteBoard G1A from HP. This,
I wonder how much the thing is.
like the Commodore 64 of old, you have the entire system right in this little box. Oh, I guess the Commodore wasn't exactly little. I'll tell you more about what's actually inside of here when we take a look in just a moment, but I want to just look at the outside. You get a full-sized keyboard, but some kind of small arrow keys. I would have liked it if maybe they could have tried to squeeze in full-sized arrow keys. They're really trying to keep it in the laptop form factor. Like, look at it right here compared to an actual Elite book. Outside of the numpad, it is quite nearly the same size. Also in the top right, you get a power button. Notice that it's currently glowing. We'll talk about that in a second. That also acts as a fingerprint reader. We get two USB-C ports. One is USB 4, so that's 40 gigabits per second with 65 watt power delivery. And the other one is a 10 gigabit per second port, also with 65 watt power delivery. And they both support DisplayPort out, because the idea is that you're gonna be using this with a docking station, like a monitor with extra ports in it, or a desktop KVM type scenario. I would have liked to see a USB-A port so I could have plugged in some of my older peripherals. I don't have a lot of USB-C dongles, but if you want a little bit more I/O, you can get this with an attached USB 4 cable. So you'll have these two ports plus an additional USB 4 for 3. The one's on the port, one's the cable. You know what I mean. And just like that. When it comes to the typing experience of the keyboard, it's honestly a pretty standard chiclet style keyboard that you'd find on any laptop. And I think it's completely serviceable. Maybe I'm a little bit of a freak, but I kind of like the style of laptop keyboards, you know? So if you like the keyboard on your HP laptop, you're gonna like this keyboard because it's basically—
What is the spec?
The interesting part. Let's take a look inside. To get inside,
There you go. What is the spec of this thing?
screws, and look at that, there we are. It pretty much looks just like the inside of a laptop. So let's talk about what hardware's in here. The EliteBoard G1A can be configured with up to a Ryzen AI7 350 Pro 8-core processor that's going to be running at about 28 watts. If you're disappointed to not hear about the 400 series being in here, just wait a little bit. That's going to be coming in August later this year. You also have SODIMM memory, so you can upgrade your memory if you want, but you can configure this to come with 64 gigabytes running at 5600 mega transfers per second. This is such a slick little board. I just want to take a moment to admire the design. From the single heat pipe that's handling the CPU to the fan that's going to be pulling in air through the bottom and exhausting it out through these heat sinks in the back. It's also going to be configurable up to Wi-Fi 7 with Bluetooth 6, and you may have noticed this already, but there's a battery. The 32 watt hour replaceable battery in here is going to allow you to get about 3.5 hours of what HP's calling standard productivity. Not really sure what that means, but the cool thing is it'll allow you to unplug from your hot desk, toss it in your backpack, and then when you get home, you can keep working because the hustle never stops. And you'll get 2 days of battery life while this is in hibernation. That's a full weekend, baby. We also get stereo speakers and front-mounted microphones. This is really all you would need. Just bring a display and a mouse. But maybe you're not in a hot desk scenario. Maybe you're in a really not hot desk scenario. Let's talk about gaming. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you, man. Our sponsor for CES, they dropped out. And this is the 3rd time that this has happened. I don't know what they're doing over at these companies, but clearly they need to get their stuff together. Thankfully, D-Brand has their stuff together. They were able to swoop in and help us out. So why don't you go help them by buying stuff at thiskeepshappening.com. Consider this a public service announcement. HP gaming stuff is now all branded HyperX. But they're still maintaining the Omen family, and they just announced their Omen Max 16 laptop, which can be configured to use up to 300 watts of power when you configure it with up to a 5090 or a top-of-the-line Intel or AMD CPU. Look at the size of this power brick. It's a GAN charger, but because it's 460 watts, it's still freaking huge. But I guess that's just what you need when you have this powerful a laptop. And also, just look at the display. They have a 2.5K 240 Hz OLED, and it looks gorgeous. Naturally, a laptop this size is aiming to be a desktop replacement, so they also provide a display out and an Ethernet jack at the back, as well as 2 USB-A ports. Let's go. But if this seems like a bit much to you, you can get the much slimmer but still pretty powerful Omen 15 laptop. Well, this doesn't go to 300 watts. It's stuck at just a already kind of crazy 170 watts. You still get a beautiful 2.8K OLED display, and a 8K polling rate keyboard. And the beautiful displays don't just stop at the laptops. They've also announced beautiful HyperX branded displays. This is the HyperX Omen OLED 34 display. It's a 34-inch ultra-wide with 360 Hz refresh rate. But if you're craving more frames, then you can take advantage of their 27QS OLED monitor that has a refresh rate of 500 Hz at 1440p. They've also announced updated peripherals, including a mechanical keyboard with a swappable case, new gaming mouse, and they have a fight pad that comes with a swappable transparent faceplate so that you could print your own design and put it on there and have the coolest fight pad at school. Thanks for hanging out with us here at the HP booth at CES. We had so much fun.
Oh, so the keyboard PC was like interesting. You know, you just have the keyboard, but it doesn't have a lot of ports. Behind my desktop is like a lot of things are connected. Okay, so we have here a mining area. Should I add encounters in it? Yeah, maybe. Let's I'm good. I don't have anything here. Maybe just the bats. Let's call it. I'm going to change them into something else. They can't be house bats because they're in a cave. Okay, so we have here Luke Stevens clip. We have, it says here, there's a serious cheating problem in Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders cheating problem is getting worse. Of course, it's a popular game. It'll be infested with cheaters.
Let me mention this too, just in case you're
Why is it buffering?
I'm confused. Internet's gone loose, so time is through. Making of it yours, so I'ma sit and just lay in my bed with the front of my head, getting stuck to the race with you. For a sleeping cruise, no.
Some of you were like, dude, I don't know how Marathon could possibly find players. I think this is exactly how, okay? Arc Raiders has had a pretty severe cheating problem and like hacker problem and exploit problem specifically. So if you don't know, in Arc Raiders, there's been all sorts of exploits to like clip into walls where players can be inside building geometry and shoot out of it, but you can't shoot into it. So they can just shoot players, killing them without ever taking any damage. And there's no problem on PC and on console, because a lot of these exploits also work on.
What happened?
On console, where you can also clip into certain spots. It's just a game problem. But the studio, Embark, has largely been on like literal vacation for the holidays. I know some people are like, they're just on vacation. In this case, it sounds like literally that's what happened. But during this time, they are back in the studio now, but even now there are new exploits being discovered that are ruining the game. And in my opinion, let me know your thoughts. I'm going to show you something in a second, and I think that this should just be banned. Like, I think you should be banned if you do this stuff. Look at this. So there's a guy who's streaming, and what he's doing is he's bypassing the in-game limits on movement, on locations and things by modifying the config files in the game like install folder to force ultra wide FOVs and high visibility presets.
Oh, it's an Unreal Engine game. Yeah, okay.
Like, I can see the future. I can see where everybody's going.
And to be clear, I think he's just demonstrating this exploit. I don't think he's using this in matches or anything. The point is there are players who are using it in matches to gain competitive advantages.
Am I a bitch?
Well, maybe he is in a match. Is he in a match doing this?
Oh. The Stitcher's so much better than the Bobcat. It's actually dumb.
See the high visibility stuff? So it's removed all of the post-processing, all of the stuff for distance.
How small the tunnel is. What is it? Oh, what is this? Game looks fire. I might cop this. Oh yeah, you should definitely play this. It's really fun.
I'm sorry. I think if you go into any matches with this type of stuff, I think you insta-banned. I think you're insta-banned, dude. Like, I'm sorry. You're going into a game with having altered the game files to give yourself a competitive advantage. How is that any different than using a mod or something to cheat? You know? Like, how it's literally the same thing, just instead of using a script to do it, you went into the INI files and did it yourself. It's ugly. I agree. That's not the point. The point is that you can put these filters on it. So normally, you know, there might be a little haze in the distance because it's dark. The lighting is dark, so you can't see all the way over there. And that's how 99% of other players are doing it. 99% of other players are playing with the standard graphical loadout and balancing that has certain things in shadow, certain things lit. You have the fall off from haze and different post-processing effects like bloom. When you turn all of that off in the config files, you gain an advantage over those players because now you can see like this. The other advantage is that if normally the like actual screen is cropped in significantly, so if we just crop it to like this, the amount of detail that you're now able to see is significantly higher, because this is what all of your competitors are seeing when they're in this same spot, but you're seeing all of this extra detail. all over this. So there's somebody running around over here. You couldn't see that if you were playing in the standard game, but you can see it if you're playing in this one with all of the stuff modified. So I mean, I thought maybe he was just demonstrating it. It seems like he did this. Yeah, I didn't realize he kills a player at the start. So they're in a match using this. Yeah, get banned. I'm sorry, get banned. Like, it's cheating, dude. I don't know what you want me to say. That's cheating. So be aware that's happening. But when I bring it up in the context of specifically like Marathon, the reason I've said that Marathon actually stands a chance at getting a player base is because a lot of the more casual community is getting fed up with this kind of thing, because they're playing matches and they're seeing players that have unfair advantages, and eventually once these clips start to go viral, it breaks down the
that's why you don't
integrity of the game to the point
you remove the config files
and I think
from the installation.
Alternative, you'll just keep playing. But I think if Marathon comes out and is like pretty solid as an offering, a lot of people will pop over there and try it because they're just sick of the cheaters and the exploits and stuff. So Embark needs to get a crack on it and lock it down, because right now it's just, in my opinion, it's unacceptable. They got to figure it out. Bad. I hope Marathon's good game. Yeah, I hope Marathon is really good, and I think the delays will significantly help it. And it seems to be way improved over what we saw even in April. And so, and it's not just like graphically. A lot of people are like, well, yeah, duh, they added post-processing effects and stuff. Of course, because the game was delayed and like it wasn't finished when you saw it. I agree. What I'm saying when I say it's significantly improved, I mean like they've added prox chat, which they did not want to have in the game when we talked to them in April. Which is like such an obvious, like, you need prox. What do you mean you're not going to do it? Because we're worried about toxicity. Suck it up. Like, it was just so crazy. But because they felt the heat, they had to put their like pride behind them and be like, okay, we'll add in the thing that everybody wants, and it's going to help it. It's going to help the game. But I think that the problems they suffered, to put it lightly, forced them to give players and respond to that feedback specifically, which should have been the starting point. I mean, you should start from the outset going, what do our players want? Listening to the feedback and building on that, instead of going like, no, shut up. You're not going to have prox chat because we can't trust you. You know?
We could see clearly now.
What happened? Oh, okay, so that's the end of the clip. Yeah. So, if it's an Unreal Engine game, you can go to the config files or any files, and that's how you can run a lot of games that were made with Unreal Engine on potato PCs like mine, because you can remove almost a lot of extra things, from shadows to post processing, a lot of things. You can remove a lot of things, lower the graphics, you know, make the textures super low, like, to almost make it almost look like the graphics or the textures are super blurry.
I smoke too much, I drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now.
Can I read you something?
Okay, so this is an old video, but
So yeah,
just turned into a short today.
awesome, cool, and nice guy that makes my heart leap. When I look at you, I think you're so thoughtful, kind, and sweet. Your eyes are like a deep green pond, which twinkle like the stars beyond. With hair that's dark and wavy, it really makes me crazy. We have a lot of really good fun. We get along better than everyone. We make a really good match. It's super plain to see. So all I want to know is, will you go on a date with me?
That's a super sweet poem. I can really feel the sentiment of it. I don't know who the guy you wrote it for is, but he's gonna love it.
Oh, and
But if you are looking for a few pointers, I can give you some because it's not that good. The rhyming structure was kind of weird. You started with second and fourth line rhymes in the start and then moved into pairing rhymes in the middle. There's also a lot of really basic language. You should chuck some of the words into thesaurus.com. Maybe get some better ones? Good luck with it. Just kind of wish it was for me.
Adam, the poem.
Whoa, 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 no, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. No hugging. Cameras. Cameras, cameras, cameras.
That was old Playtech. They are now in Tech Town, so that was an old video that was turned into a short. But I don't remember seeing it. That was my first time seeing that one. Okay, let's take a look at what's happening in the WNBA. This is very interesting, you know, because the players are demanding money the owners don't have. The WNBA hasn't made any money, so the owners don't have any money. They're demanding the money that they're going to get from their latest media rights deal. And even with that, it's not a guarantee that the owners are gonna make money, and they want revenue sharing. I think what the owner should do is to give them the revenue sharing, and then also with that, they also share the expenses. You know, the loss. There's revenue and then there's loss. So if the league didn't make money, and they have like a massive loss, for example, they have like a 20 million loss for that year, the players should also shoulder that based on their percentage of the loss or revenue. I think that would be fair, you know. So if the league made 200 million, then they can share with the the revenue. Of course, the only thing that they can share is after, of course, expenses. And if it's negative, then they'll have to share the negative. I think that is quite fair. That is very fair. Maybe they can even do 50-50, like what the NBA is doing. 50-50. So if there is, net profit, net revenue after expenses, you get the actual revenue, the profit, and then you share it 50-50. So if there is a loss, they should also share it 50-50. I think that is very fair. So there will be, imagine if that was happening for the last 30 years. That means none of the women will be getting, wouldn't have been paid any money because the WNBA never made any money.
Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando. terminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él.
Oh, look at this. Look at this and look at this. It's the same video, but different channel. The question, which is the original? Okay, I'm going to take a look at this one. Maybe this is the original one.
Pero hace 5 dimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que
How do you explain her? Kobe Bryant with a ponytail? Seriously, like Apex.
Okay, hold on. I'll be right back.
Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso y si el juez está de paso termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él.
Hey, desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. Your heart set, I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place.
Predator, great basketball player.
Growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go.
Okay, why is this buffering? I left and came back and it's still buffering. Oh my goodness.
Who wants to steal your soul?
Every building she goes into is a different energy.
For a long time, Caitlin Clark was described as a once-in-a-generation basketball player. Then, almost overnight, she became the face of a league. But now, something else is happening, and it's harder to define. Because what Caitlin Clark is building doesn't seem confined to the WNBA anymore. And most people are still trying to understand what they're watching. Early in her rise, the conversation was simple. It revolved around scoring, records, and numbers that felt almost unreal for women's basketball.
Here comes Clark. How will she go for history? The all-time leading scorer in women's college basketball.
Glue of the team, the mother hen as they've called her.
Caitlin Clark hits the three-pointer, and Clark makes history once again. No one in the history of the sport has hit more threes in a season than Clark has this year.
And with that, beats none other than Steph Curry, arguably the greatest shooter of all time in the men's or women's game.
Those achievements mattered, but they were never the whole story. At a certain point, Caitlin Clark stopped being evaluated only by what she produced on the court and started being measured by how the environment around her responded. Attention followed her, conversations bent in her direction, entire schedules, broadcasts, and storylines adjusted based on whether she was present. That shift is subtle, but it's significant. It's the moment when a player stops being just elite and starts becoming structurally important. This transformation didn't happen during a highlight or a buzzer beater. It happened quietly, in the background.
By the way, never ever do that because you could choke somebody.
Television coverage became dependent on her availability. Media attention expanded beyond basketball-specific spaces and into broader sports and cultural conversations. These aren't normal reactions to talent.
I remember the time back in the day when
reorganizing itself around
there is something crazy or insane or absurd being shown on television, maybe an ad, and then there is a disclaimer.
She's growing.
There is a disclaimer on the ad or a warning saying, "Do not try this at home," something like that.
Nike doesn't attach
Professional.
unless they believe those moments can grow into errors.
The
company's history shows a consistent pattern.
the actors are like professionals, so don't try this at home.
Caitlin Clark is a prolific shooter or a viral sensation. They saw someone capable of pulling multiple audiences into the same space at the same time. Men's basketball fans, women's basketball fans, casual sports viewers, and even people who don't usually engage with basketball at all began paying attention simultaneously. That
Again, the only reason why I'm interested in the WNBA is because of the drama, not the basketball. You won't see me you won't even see me watch a full game of an NBA game these days.
differently. Platforms create opportunities not only for the person at the center.
I would watch highlights from the team where a player I like is playing, but I wouldn't watch a full game. So when it comes to WNBA, I'm
those around her.
Watching the videos about it,
discussed as a whole.
Not because of the games, but because of the ongoing drama.
Pass to my teammates.
Because drama is interesting and can be entertaining as well. That's why soap operas are very, very popular.
Sure, you can take away my shots and stuff.
Because of
Find a way to get my teammates open.
drama.
Pride in that.
When you look closely at the players who share the court with Caitlin Clark, a pattern starts to emerge. Their visibility increases. Their performances receive more context and attention. Their names circulate more widely than they otherwise would. This isn't because those players suddenly became different athletes. It's because the spotlight widened. True stars don't absorb all the attention in a room. They redistribute it. And that redistribution is one of the clearest signs that a player's influence is extending beyond themselves.
My biggest focus is just like going out there and playing basketball and having so much fun, but I would be lying if I didn't say like I do realize everything that's happening around me. And
Here's where the dynamic becomes uncomfortable for some observers. When one individual carries a disproportionate amount of attention, everything else in the system starts being measured relative to them. Games are framed around whether she is playing or not. Ratings are discussed through her presence. Momentum is analyzed through her availability. That doesn't mean the league lacks talent or depth. It means the league hasn't experienced this level of gravitational pull before. And systems always struggle briefly when something new stretches their existing framework. The WNBA is the stage where this is happening, but it isn't the ceiling. Caitlin Clark's appeal crosses traditional boundaries. She resonates with NBA fans, NFL audiences, and global sports viewers who may not have followed women's basketball previously. Her recognition extends into cultural spaces that are typically difficult for athletes to access. That kind of crossover power doesn't stop at league lines. Once an athlete becomes a shared reference point across multiple audiences, the scale of their influence changes permanently.
It's nice. It was like, oh, she's the best player in the country. I was like, oh, I see it now. Like, you know,
Right.
like when you walk in and you
like
don't
it.
even know who anybody is, and they just be
Yeah.
like, yo, that's the best player in the country right there. It's just like, yo, that hit you out of nowhere. Like, let me really focus in on her.
Timing is the invisible force behind most major shifts in sports. Women's basketball is currently at a point where the audience is larger, the infrastructure is stronger, and the conversation is more open than it has ever been. Caitlin Clark arrived precisely when the sport could expand, rather than simply grow. That alignment between talent and timing is uncommon. When it happens, it accelerates everything around it. One of the most misunderstood aspects of Caitlin Clark's rise is her pace. She doesn't move like someone trying to capitalize on every opportunity immediately. Her appearances are measured. Her partnerships are selective. her messaging is controlled. That restraint isn't hesitation, it's intention. People who are building something durable don't rush the foundation. The most valuable thing Caitlin Clark is gaining right now isn't money or accolades. It's leverage. Leverage allows you to choose timing, platforms, and direction. It changes how conversations happen and who gets to control them. And Caitlin Clark is accumulating that leverage quietly, without forcing the moment. That's why her influence feels different from typical star power. This story doesn't end with Caitlin Clark. What she represents is a shift in what young players can imagine for themselves. When they see a women's basketball player with global reach, long-term brand strategy, and influence beyond the court, the ceiling changes. Not just for superstars, but for the entire pipeline of the sport. Fame tends to be loud and fast-moving. It spikes, peaks, and fades. Influence is quieter, but it compounds. Caitlin Clark is moving steadily into the second category. That's why her presence feels heavier now than it did at the beginning of her career, even though the highlights remain just as spectacular.
Others coming into the game. Logo! Clark with a deep three. Three that you've been waiting for. Clark, nice feed. Wallace with the layup. And Caitlin Clark catalyzing a comeback here. Bonner gets denied by Boston. Wheeler finds Clark from the logo.
Look at Wheeler staring to the right side, knows who's there, drop pass behind. Could be the deepest shot we've seen Caitlin Clark make as a pro. Big one.
And this building is rocking.
Every league eventually reorganizes itself around its most powerful centers of attention. Marketing strategies shift, broadcast priorities change, structural decisions follow the gravity.
Okay, so yeah, the title is Caitlin Clark is building something bigger than the. What is it? Okay, you titled your video like this, but you didn't say what it is or what it was. Okay, I wish I could dislike this, but I'm not watching this in YouTube right now, so yeah.
But because one.
I hate it. Most AI videos are like that. I think that was an AI video. Yeah, they present the idea. Okay, they present the the hook or something or whatever it's called in the title, and the title is very interesting. So you go and watch it. It's like 20 minutes or maybe 40 minutes or however long it is, and you're almost at the end of the video and they're not even answering, giving you the information they teased in the title. I hate that. I really hate that. And if I was in YouTube, I'm going to just click on don't recommend this channel. But unfortunately, I'm not in YouTube.
Was wrong to say I wouldn't change a thing, 'cause in the story of our lives, the best of times through colored glass, time goes on.
Okay, I'm going to try and go to YouTube because I have like a problem with YouTube. It was like using up all the RAM and it was insane. Jim Ross is racist. If you don't know who Jim Ross is like the the announcer, a veteran, a legend in pro wrestling in the United States, and by now he is working with or working in AEW. Is working in AEW. I'm not sure what his role is because usually I see him as a commentator, but I think he has a higher position in AEW, maybe part of management or something like that, or talent or creative. But it's not just a comment. I'm pretty sure it's not just a commentator in AEW.
Every little now and then, it creeps on back to shade my smile.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? It's Cone, and the Luka Doncic trade continues to get weirder. We are coming up on the one-year anniversary of the day that shook the NBA sports world in general, to its core. I had non-basketball viewing family members asking me, what's up with Luka? Who's this guy? What's happening with that trade? And a lot has changed over the course of a year since that deal went down. A lot also hasn't changed. It's still one of the worst trades ever made, but there are some interesting developments, particularly over the last couple of weeks on both sides of the equation that I want to go ahead and talk about for a little bit. First of all, on the Mavericks side, Anthony Davis. Never really made sense that the Mavericks went ahead and traded for 80 out of all people, giving away Luka Doncic, because the concern with Luka, according to Nico Harrison, was that he was worried that Luka's body was going to break down, that he didn't take, staying in shape seriously enough, basketball seriously enough. It was not Nico Harrison's preferred type of star, and not a guy that he wanted to give this big-time max contract in the upcoming offseason. So he decided, we're going to do this under the table. 80 is a guy I want to go ahead and get. He plays defense. I trust him. We're going to bring him in. But the part that never made
So basically, this Nico Harris, he basically screwed Luka Doncic,
literally known for being
Luka,
and guess
from his money, from getting his money.
has dealt with some injuries.
I believe he was going to get a supermax, but because he got traded,
Kind of in and out of lineup.
he didn't get his supermax. Now he'll have to wait another 4 or 5. I don't really, I'm not really familiar with the ins and outs of the NBA player contracts, but from how I understand it, Luka will have to wait a few more years to be qualified for the supermax, unless of course he gets traded once again. And I don't know, maybe
something at least.
it's not working well with LeBron. I'm not sure if LeBron is going to stay another year. Honestly, if LeBron is going to stay for another year, next season, it's best for Luka to request a trade, because LeBron and Luka is not working together. They're not working together.
Player, and it allows you to bottom out for the rest of the season, not have to worry about that situation anymore, and draft Cooper Flagg a running mate, because to me that's still the number one priority for this year, is to get a top pick and get Cooper Flagg a young star to go ahead and grow alongside, whether it is an AJ DeBanzo or Darren Peterson or Cam Boozer, whoever it is towards the top of the draft class, or even guys between like 4 and 10 that can make a lot of sense here with Coop as a duo, because Kyrie is going to be great when he returns alongside Cooper Flagg, but he's a mid-30s guard coming off a season-ending injury. I'm not going to expect that Kyrie's going to be himself from the beginning or maybe for the rest of his career, and certainly he's not able to be Cooper Flagg's running mate for like the next decade because he's going to be retired. So to me, it never made sense to try and compete this season. I know some Mav fans have pushed that, but the move was always to trade Anthony Davis, get something back, bottom out, and just go about your business. And listen, AD being out for the season does allow them to further bottom out, but it doesn't allow them to get back the assets, some type of return for AD, who now...
I also hate this idea of like bottoming out or tanking and not competing.
The rest of the season, and
I don't like that. It ruins the the sport, I think. Okay, so we're not competitive, so let's just lose. Who the freaking hell goes out and compete to lose? Who? It doesn't make sense. Why even go out there to compete? Just stay home and lose by default.
But over in LA,
if you really want to lose. Because you're going there, you plan to lose, and you're just risking your players. You're risking your players in getting getting injured. If you're not planning to compete and you're just planning to lose, just lose by default, I guess.
For them going into the season, but since then, really over like the last month and a half, it's been a little bit rougher for Luka Doncic. And do not take this at all as me saying Luka's a bad player. I've seen a lot of people be super down on Luka, say that he's not top 5 and this and that. Luka to me is still a top 5 player in basketball. What he brings on a nightly basis and his ability to just go nuclear and provide one of the best offensive overall outputs in the history of the sport easily makes him one of the best players in basketball. But there are some things that have been a little bit concerning that the Lakers probably need to turn around, and I do think some of it is situational. Basically what I'm talking about is Luka has clearly declined a little bit athletically from the beginning of his career. I saw a bunch of clips from him, I think it was in the playoffs against like the Clippers or something in the bubble early on in his career, and he's just moving a lot different. He's a lot quicker, he's getting to the lane. Specifically, he's attacking the rim a lot, and that is something that feels like has really gone away from Luka's game. Now he's shooting really well when he gets to the rim, but he's only shooting 7% of his shots within 3 feet of the rim. That's not super great. That's not something you want to see from a guy who is so strong, so physically imposing, and has the handle, the playmaking, the skill that Luka does. It feels like he should be getting there more often, but he's really just not able to get by defenders. Instead, he's sailing for a lot of longer twos and some floaters, and sometimes those go down because it's Luka. He's one of the most talented players in basketball, but 45.8% from the field, just 32.3% from 3, and that's the big thing with the threes. Luka has never really been the best three-point shooter. He had that season in 2024 where he physically couldn't miss 38% from 3 for, of course, 34 points per game. That was the year that a lot of people said he could have won MVP. Of course, the Mavericks go ahead and make the NBA Finals, but beyond that season, he's only had 1 year where he shot higher than 35.4% from the outside, and right now he's shooting over 10 threes a game, and shout out to my guy Carson Breber from Nerd Sesh for this stat. He's currently shooting the lowest three-point percentage for anybody attempting 10 plus threes in a season ever. And again, this is not me saying Luka's a bad player, but it's been a down stretch for Luka as of late. And I think part of it is just that he's never been this knockdown three-point shooter, and he's trying to force it a little bit. The shot selection has not been where I want it to be for Luka. I think there should be a lot more inside the arc, a lot less step-back threes, especially earlier on the shot clock. It feels like he's just forcing a lot, and that also comes with his playmaking. He's averaging his highest turnover mark of his career so far, and I don't think that's all Luka's fault. I think part of it is also team construction. The spacing is not great. This Lakers team can't really shoot threes, and Luka also has the highest usage of his entire career. And listen, having the ball in Luka's hands most of the time is the right move. And it was a lot more of a talented team over there in Dallas, one that was perfectly built around him, in my opinion, which is, again, even more insane why they trade away Luka Doncic. But they had a perfect number 2 in Kyrie. They had great bigs as like a lob threat with Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford. I think that's something Luka's really missing because Jackson Hayes and DeAndre Ayton are not these premier lob threats. Ayton's not a guy that's going to roll to the rim with a lot of force or anything like that. He also had some shooters, some defenders. Like Dallas and Nico Harrison, really before he went insane and traded Luka, had built this amazing squad around him, and now here in Los Angeles, it's not really an ideal situation whatsoever, which to me was kind of expected. Like, I didn't think the Lakers were going to be perfectly built around Luka, not at all last season when he came into the fold, less so this season. I thought they could be a bit better built than they are right now, but ultimately they just didn't do anything too drastic. I think this summer is really when they start to make some of the bigger moves, make more adjustments. They got to bring in a big that can actually catch a lob, set a screen, be effective with Luka Doncic, be like an actual roller to the rim, because they don't have that right now. The DeAndre Ayton experience is so exhausting to watch. But yeah, this offseason is really important, and that's part of why the trade has gotten weirder for the Lakers, because it continues to become more and more important to put the ideal group around Luka Doncic as his athleticism is seemingly declining. Again, I'm not saying that Luka is bad. I feel like I have to keep reiterating that because people are going to take it this way, but he's just not as athletically threatening as he was towards the beginning of his career. He's dealt with a bunch of nagging injuries. You think about all the times where he's just playing.
The thing is, Luka Doncic is more athletic than this guy could ever be in his lifetime.
Luka's just really beat up, and
They keep saying that Luka is not athletic.
and some stuff on his own plate where he's not.
That is so weird coming from someone who's barely within the 1% of Luka's athleticism.
And I do think if you improve the supporting cast, you allow him to exert a little less energy on the offensive end. Don't have like a, what is the usage rate exactly again? I had it pulled up. It's 38%. That's unbelievable. Like if he has less of a usage, I do think there will be more energy for him to exert on the defensive end. Will he ever be a good defender? I don't really think so, but can he be serviceable and not nearly as much of an issue as he is right now? Yeah, I think.
Oh my goodness, serviceable. Serviceable. Imagine this guy playing NBA. He wouldn't even be serviceable.
Through the Luka Doncic trade, you know.
I don't think he would beat Caitlin Clark in the court. Oh my goodness. Serviceable. This guy is serviceable. This guy is not athletic. And again, it's coming from someone who's barely within the 1% of the athleticism of Luka.
My take. The Lakers are not a championship contender. They can't defend at all, and I'm not really trusting this team consistently from the three-point line. They're just not really built to be a championship contender, which is fine. After you make a move as big as the Luka one at last year's deadline, it's going to take a little bit to settle things in, but in addition to making the right moves around Luka really has to synthesize his game and become the best version of himself to try and make this thing work over here in Los Angeles as much as he can. Like they are, you know, still one of the top 6 teams in the Western Conference, but they've got a negative net rating. The defense is bad. They have been really clutch. That's been the big thing when you have a guy like Luka who can play make and score the way that he can in bunches and just hit some of the most insane clutch shots you've ever seen. Like you're always going to be a ridiculously hard team to beat in the clutch. And also they've got LeBron James who also does very similar stuff. Austin Reeves made some big plays before he's been dealing with injury. Like this is not a bad team, but they're definitely not one of the elites. And going forward with Luka as the face of the franchise, there's basically work to be done on both sides. If Luka wants to finally get that MVP that's eluded him, you know, firmly establish himself as like the best in the world where it feels like he's got still the potential to do so, and also of course reach the mountaintop, you know, go ahead and win a championship in the purple and gold. But those are my thoughts on the whole Luka Doncic trade situation as it currently stands. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
bittersweet and I'm walking slow. Sensitive, feel the afterglow. Looking for things that I can't control. Fear from my past, cause it always shows. Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you. Whoa, I'm still falling. Whoa, but it tastes bittersweet. Whoa, I keep on falling. Whoa, I like the taste of it. Blacking out, afraid just fading day by day. I'm reaching out for someone who can take away the pain I feel, the things I haven't done at all. I've lost my way, but how I felt I can't recall. Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you. Whoa, I'm still falling. Whoa, but it tastes bittersweet. Whoa, I keep on falling. Whoa, I like the taste of it. Whoa, I'm still falling. Whoa, but it tastes bittersweet. Whoa, I keep on falling. Whoa, I like the taste of it. I'm still falling. Whoa, but it tastes bittersweet. Whoa, I keep on falling.
How do you guys not know the plays? I know the plays. I dribble the ball for 23 seconds, step back three in someone's grill, and then I yell at the refs and don't get back on defense. That's not a play, Luca.
Yeah, the play is to let me dribble the ball and fumble it around and then kick it out to someone at the end of the shot clock. And they miss it and I yell at my teammates and don't get back on defense.
I don't know what to do with this team.
Hello, JJ. Heard you looking for someone who knows how to run plays.
No, we don't need another ball hog jackass that doesn't play defense. Now get out of here, Trey.
You're gonna regret not getting Ashtray. I'll join a competitor who needs a point guard and burn you guys to ash. Heard you guys need a point guard.
You got a hot wife?
Yeah?
Somebody get this man a contract. How do you guys not know the plays? I know the plays. I dribble the ball for 23 seconds, step back three in someone's grill, and then I yell at the refs and don't get back on defense. That's not a play, Luca.
Yeah, the play is to let me dribble the ball and fumble it around and then kick it out to someone at the end of the shot clock. And they miss it and I yell at my teammates and don't get back on defense.
I don't know what to do with this team.
Hello, JJ. Heard you looking for someone who knows how to run plays.
No, we don't need another ball hog jackass that doesn't play defense. Now get out of here, Trey.
You're gonna regret not getting Ashtray. I'll join a competitor who needs a point guard and burn you guys to ash. Heard you guys need a point guard.
You got a hot wife?
Yeah?
Somebody get this man a contract. How do you guys not know the...
So a lot of people are blaming Schlep for Roblox's terrible new update, and some are taking it just way too far. You see, ever since the new chat restriction went live, people have been obviously upset since a lot of them can't talk with their friends anymore, and the overall chat rate on the platform has gone down dramatically. But instead of blaming Roblox and their terrible safety features, a lot of players have been targeting Schlep instead, since he's the guy who's been exposing Roblox and all the creeps that are abusing the platform. Like, he recently shared what his inbox looks like, and it's literally all just people threatening him, saying he ruined Roblox Roblox with this new update, and this has been escalating for months now to the point where even Roblox had to make a public statement against it. But the thing is that the chat restriction has nothing to do with Schlep. In fact, he's actually said multiple times that he doesn't agree with the new update, and all this age verification is most likely just Roblox desperately responding to all the child safety lawsuits they got going on. But people for some reason would much rather go after the guy defending players instead of the platform that hasn't done enough to protect them. So a lot of people are blaming Schlep for Roblox's terrible new update, and some are taking it just way too far.
Because players are stupid.
Friends anymore.
Do other planets have snow or...
Okay, so... Oh my goodness, he actually fell from that height? Oh, that is insane. How did he complete that stunt without breaking any bones? Oh, that's just insane.
I have twin boys, 24-year-old twins, so...
And when you're in there, if you could just remove your trousers, please. Huh? Don't worry, it's just a precaution.
Dude, I'm being really...
Hello all, James here. Now, I nearly covered this story a few days ago, but I gave up halfway through writing the format for it because, quite frankly, I was just losing interest. I mean, how interesting can one be writing a story where one person claims something happened a quarter of a century?
So basically, Jim Ross of JR was accused of racism by Devon of the...
One from Devon Dudley and one from Jim Ross.
Forgot the name of their tag team.
Operations have surfaced on the original story, and I thought at this point it might as well be covered by me, so we've got a bit of a timeline going on here. So anyway, the whole issue is
and of course Jim Ross denied what Jim Ross said, what Devon said.
Kind of started getting people interested on who this mystery racist WWF at the time executive was. Now I'm going to be doing some reading of quotes, and I'll also be playing some video clips as well to sort of mix things up a bit. But for now I'm going to read the first half of this. I encountered my own racism in WWE. I hate to say it, but I did with certain people that were in the office that were higher up. It was never Vince McMahon, it was never John Laurinaitis, it was never Michael Hayes, but there were individuals during that time, during the Attitude Era, that basically said that they didn't like me because I was black. This is an interview with Maven, which is why he's been mentioned there. So, anyway, so the person in question told me to my face a couple of times. The person said that he didn't like me because I was black, and told Bubba Ray Dudley, you know, started off by saying, Bubba, you're a good guy, I like you a lot, but Devon, I don't know. Others told the racist person, Devon is a good guy. The racist person then replied, but he's black, you know. I remember balling up my fist, and Bubba felt it and saw and grabbed me. Now, that is not all that was said in the video. In fact, I'm going to pull up the second half of the accusations, which allegedly happened in a cafeteria. Here we go.
And was like, if I hit this individual, it's done. It's done. It's over. I was like, you know, we probably wouldn't be sitting here.
This is kind of the
talking
tail
to
end
me
of
now.
him talking
But,
about
you know, I
the
calmed
initial
down. I was
incident that I
visibly
just quoted
upset.
there.
You know, the whole nine. And then there was another incident where myself, Bubba, Tommy Dreamer, Spike, and Paul Heyman all sitting in catering, and this individual comes into the catering, you know, hello Paul, hello Dreamer, hello Spike and Bubba, and doesn't acknowledge me at all. Left me out. So Paul Heyman goes, what, you don't see Devon there? What's wrong? What, you don't like him because he's black? And this person said, you're damn right I don't like him because he's black. You're damn, that's right, exactly.
Again, a name we would know?
Oh, absolutely. Wow. And from that point on, that person that said that I was disrespectful, but disrespectful in a way where it wouldn't get me in trouble. He come up and say, "Hey, Devon, how you doing?" I go, in front of people, I go, "Why are you saying hi to me?" He goes, "What do you mean, why am I saying hi to you?" I said, "Hello to everybody." I said, "But you know you don't like me." "Oh, of course I like you." Stop. Come on now. This is the first time you ever really said hi to me. I think I know why. It has something to do with that skin color. And when I said that, this person's face turned just white as a ghost.
Right.
And he was just like, "Why would you say that? I would never do that." I said, "You're lying."
The problem with claims like this is it's really hard to prove that somebody said, even if there are people who witness it, because again, the human recollection is not perfect.
I think the meat of it now. So let's fast forward.
There is, especially when time has passed, a lot of time has passed. Sometimes our recollection of things are very, very different from what actually happened.
Essentially, they all playfully brought up Devon's prior comment and then started heavily hinting at who it might have been, mentioning very specifically 10-gallon hats and the like, which basically left in no doubt in anybody's mind that Devon was in fact referring to Jim Ross the entire time. Jim Ross, of course, was WWF's Vice President of Talent Relations and, for all intents and purposes, his direct boss, as he was with all the talent at the time. Now, the reason that I guess Devon felt he was being picked on for the colour of his skin was because the WWF, and this is actually what he says in the video as well, once again I'm doing some quotes and doing some actual clips, but some of it's just too long. He said that he felt that the company, or some people within the company, the World Wrestling Federation at the time, was stuck with a mindset closer to the 1950s, and it was felt that a black man, according to Devon, should not speak up because it was not his place to. Now, it's also worth noting that Bubba Ray Dudley was also present at the Times Square restaurant opening. Now, this is where, once again, I don't know if I really can't remember, it's 3 minutes ago. So the initial interaction, once again, I will just bring this up again so we can see. It was... Here we go. Told me to my face a couple of times. He added that the person didn't like me because I was black and Bubba Ray Dudley, etc. Now, Devon has stated more than once that this happened at the Times Square WWF restaurant opening around 1999-2000, around that kind of era. You know, not too long after the Dudley Boys got into the World Wrestling Federation. And once again, he describes in that video, you know, balling up his fist, that kind of thing, really frustrated, really angry with it, etc. And Bubba Ray Dudley in that same video backs up Devon's story, saying he experienced racism to Devon that one time in their entire wrestling career as a tag team. So basically, in that, Bubba Ray is corroborating, I guess, Devon's story there very much so. And I think Devon, in several interviews that he's given, as well as his own YouTube channel, has said that he was basically thinking of beating the crap out of Jim. And then what do you do at this point? Because you're risking your own job, of course. Risking it. You're basically kissing your job goodbye if you do that kind of thing. Anyway, Jim Ross, who is currently signed to AEW and has been battling myriad health problems as of, well, for years and years at this point, really, decades actually, but a load of them piled up quite recently, which has seen him off television for the most part. He finally responded to the allegations on Grilling JR, his podcast with Conrad Thompson, and he entirely denied that he had anything but positive interactions with Devon Dudley.
I heard that Devon Dudley thought I was a racist.
You know what? On that note, I'm so glad you brought this up. I thought it might.
There's also maybe, you know, because JR is old. I'm not sure how old JR is, but he is old. And I think he's also suffering from something. He's also not in his best health.
Well,
maybe he just forgot, or maybe
that's so absurd.
the entire thing didn't happen.
It doesn't merit a response.
So either he forgot because it happened like for a very long time,
I thought we didn't.
or maybe it didn't happen and there was like maybe some kind of miscommunication or anything.
You know, those TLC matches were pieces of art. they'll last forever. The Dudleys are a major part of that. Bubba, I know Bubba for sure because I've heard it, was involved in the booking of that stuff.
Let's see here. I think there's a notification here. Oh, okay. Thank you for the bits, I think. Yeah. I can't read the thanks.
I always respected him.
But it's from Wisebot. It's from Sweet Black Boy, I think. Yeah, it's from Sweet Black Boy. Thank you for the bit.
And why he would conjure up that, I guess to get attention. Maybe he's, I thought, well, maybe he's not as happy with his post-wrestling life as Bubba is, because Bubba's made a tremendous success of himself.
I think what Jim Ross should have done here is that
I never said that.
he should just have like denied it and didn't elaborate or said anything.
But I'm not angry at Devon. I'm curious and don't understand why he went there.
Okay, so that's pretty much enough there. Although later on in that same video, Ross does defend himself further by saying, look at how many black athletes I signed over the years, which is not really proof of anything, I guess, because Bill Watts did the same thing, I suppose, and it's kind of the equivalent of I can't be a racist, I have black friends. But similarly, once again, Conrad Thompson brings this up. Dutch Mentel brought it up when the show went live on Wednesday and said, well, look, they've both known Jim Ross for years, and Devon's characterization of Jim Ross to them, as two people who know him really well, is completely off base. Doesn't sound like Jim whatsoever. And I've heard that as well. People I've spoke to, for the most part, said that does not sound like Jim Ross whatsoever. Devon then started doing interviews and then recorded another video with Maven, where he went into far more detail, fleshing out the interactions as he remembers them. So, where are we on this? So in the story, Ross was commentating the two. Here we go. You guys are fitting in really good here. I like you boys. Devon, I'm not too sure. The verdict's still out on him, and I'm not too sure how I feel about this particularly. Bubba allegedly responded by stating that Devon is a hard worker and doesn't give the company any problems. Ross allegedly said, well, you know, I get that. It's all good. It's just something. He's black. I don't know. That's my hiccup. Devon continued to describe Bubba defending him to Ross and felt that if he struck Ross, they would be fired, and if he spoke up, he'd lose his job. Which, of course, you would, I suppose. He continued with the second incident previously mentioned occurring in Indianapolis, where he was seated with Bubba Ray, Paul Heyman, Spike Dudley and Tommy Dreamer in catering. He alleges that Ross stopped by their table and said hello to everyone except Devon, which, of course, we heard the story there. But the one, I guess, further revelation he's made, because this was at the Times Square restaurant opening, the WWF restaurant that would become the World, is he also said, Devon said, that Ross was very drunk and slurring his words, but that when you're drunk, the truth comes out. So I don't know if that's Devon's way of...
Again, when it comes to this situation, we don't really know what happened, because this obviously happened like a long time ago, maybe many years ago.
Retort said,
and these are all just allegations, but these are allegations that I'm not sure if it will have any effect with JR, because JR is old. Even if you say he said things like that, maybe there's a chance that he wouldn't remember it. And I don't even remember what I said like that yesterday. So,
but not in a bad way. He just had no problem expressing himself, and Bubba had a lot of ideas. He was a throwback, a main event guy that wanted to be involved in booking his angle, and I love that. I'd have no problem reconnecting with Devon. I never got mad at him. I was bewildered about how this could happen because, like I said, I don't remember any negative exchanges with him, and what I allegedly said would damn sure be negative. I am interested in reconnecting with Devon because I like Devon. When I hired the Dudleys, nobody in my world thought they would become as big as they did because a lot of the decision makers and the big shots didn't watch ECW. I did. Now,
Unless you have like a video of him saying that.
In this, to sort of wrap up the thoughts and the stories here, you've just basically got one person.
And even now in 2026, there are people who said, you know, who were caught on video doing and saying stupid things, and they still deny it.
Where Jim Ross in catering. Now, once again, this was the bit where, you know, you're damn right I don't like you because you're black kind of thing, which is allegedly what Jim Ross said. Now, I'm going to say it this way. Just purely the way that Devon relates this story makes it sound to me like Jim Ross was kind of reacting, like, really sarcastically, I guess. I don't know if that's the impression you get or not, but
no, I don't think so. That's just how that's just how JR talk
in that sense. But it's the first interaction, however, in my mind, is far more serious. Let's go on the assumption that that's more or less what happened as characterized by Devon originally. Being told that your boss doesn't like you because...
And JR doesn't really have a lot of facial expressions. He's always... He always look the same. He doesn't show a lot of expressions or emotions on his face.
And now you've just been told that your chances of advancing up the ladder are slim because of something you can't change and shouldn't have to want to change. Now, even worse, what can you ever actually do about it? I mean, you beat up Jim, teach him a lesson. Yeah, you could, and then you'd find yourself out the door before you know it, unable to make real money in pro wrestling, I guess, ever again in your chosen profession. Now, this is, of course, all presuming in that story that the interaction happened the way that Devon Dudley said it happened. Now, I'd definitely like to hear Bubba's version of retelling the story, what he actually heard in Times Square. And also, I'm not sure he mentioned the second incident where they were in catering as well, because he said he only heard something like that one time, so maybe he doesn't remember the catering thing, who knows. But I would like to hear Bubba's take on it as well, and basically back up Devon's version even more than he already has, I suppose. But all in all, I think it's kind of like really bizarre that all these like old dramas for once again a quarter of a century ago, decades past, all get like dragged.
A quarter of a century ago, 20 to 30 years ago. Oh, come on.
Ultimately what it is in this day and age, but it's once again it's kind of also ultimately pointless, I guess, because it was so far in the past. Devon will say it's true and Jim Ross will just say it's not. So I mean, the only thing it is fodder for the wrestling news sites and people like me who cover news as well, I suppose. But I don't really have a final thought on it other than to just say what happened and what everybody's accusing the other person of, I suppose. So let me know in the comments what you think of the whole Jim Ross, Devon Dudley debacle and accusations flying back and forth. And I will see you for the next video.
Again, with the with that situation, if it happened like almost 20, 30 years ago, yeah, memory can be spotty. Maybe it did happen, maybe it did not, maybe there was a misunderstanding. Who knows? We don't really know. Anyway, guys, going to end the stream here. That's like almost 12 hours, so going to take a break and be back later. So again, thanks for watching. Subscribe, like, follow, and all that jazz. And thanks for the bits. Thank you, and everyone who followed in Kick and in Trovo. And see you in the next one. Bye bye for now.